A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, Attrition, written by Gregory O. Scott. Decades after becoming reluctant leader of the Empire in his war against the rising New Republic, Gilad Pellaeon becomes head of the Galactic Alliance Navy and must teach former Imperials and rebels to fight together. However, a series of attacks on Imperial convoys threatens to restart the conflict, and Pellaeon must choose between loyalties, his empire, or peace for the galazy. Guardian, 37 years after the Battle of Yavin. The narrow prow of the superstar destroyer Guardian slipped through space. Its gray and black dagger, 19 kilometers long, passed in front of Corellia's primary sun and draped a blurred narrow shadow across the cloudy face of the world's northern hemisphere. A squadron of starfighters from Corellia's local defense force broke free of the planet's orbit and vectored directly toward the massive warship. They remained on an intercept course until the very last minute, when they swung their noses 90 degrees, kicked their afterburners to full, and lanced forward. They trailed ribbons of vapors that ignited under engine flares and glowed brilliant, twisting streaks of red and white as they raced past the ship's midsection observation deck. The starfighters finally slowed to settle into graceful columns just beyond Guardian's bow, dangling flashing light streams behind them. It was an understated but graceful honor guard, Corellia's contribution to the funeral procession that would lead his most honored son home. As he stood on the transparent steel-domed observation deck built into Guardian's forward superstructure, Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon watched those twirling lights and allowed himself the grim indulgence of wondering what kind of funeral he would get when his time came. Like the man they laid to rest today, Pellaeon had been born on Corellia, but unlike him, he'd spent most of his life disconnected from the planet. He'd lived on other worlds, Coruscant, Anaxes, Karita, Bastion, but his real home was always the ships he commanded over a career spanning almost 60 years. Not Guardian, though. The beautiful giant was, best anyone knew, the last surviving vessel of the Executor class to roll off the Empire's shipyards, but she had been abandoned by her owners, later captured and slowly refitted by the New Republic. Now she was the largest ship in the Galactic Alliance Navy, though her armor and armaments were nothing like what they'd been when she was first built. There was no need for them. She guarded a galaxy at peace. Gilad Pellaeon stood at the head of an assembly that gathered too many legends and luminaries to count. It seemed like they had converged on Corellia from all corners and governments across the galaxy. It was historic, just having them all here. Down at the end of the line there was Wedge Antilles in the red-sashed Alliance dress uniform. He must have pulled out of the closet of whatever home he'd been enjoying retirement and down on Corellia. Next to him was his inseparable partner Tycho Selchu, still acting as a senior advisor in the Alliance Navy. Beside those old men were the newer breed, Chanayathal and Nekbuatu, Mon Calamari, and Bothan, symbols of the influence of their two races, but also highly talented admirals in their own right and the best to come up through the Alliance ranks since the end of the U.S. Von War 7 years ago. And there were others in the line, all members of the Galactic Alliance but wearing the uniforms of their constituent navies. There was Admiral Enola Boss, tall and stately in the blue uniform of the Happen Royal Navy. Further back, the thick-bodied, violet-skinned Dornine General Edna Bot. Part of a long-lived race, Abot probably represented more years of combat experience than anyone assembled today, even Pellaeon himself. Beside him was another Bothan, the white-furred Trask Creffy, who had been caught between political pressures after the end of the U.S. and Vong War and resigned his Alliance commission. He wore a trim black civilian suit that contrasted greatly with his snowy fur. Pellaeon wore his white Grand Admiral's uniform, complete with gold epaulets. The cut of the uniform was standard Imperial design, but the rank badge on his chest bore the marks of the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Alliance Armed Forces. Standing beside him was Terfinir. Like Antilles, the retired fighter ace must have dug his uniform out of a closet. Imperial in design, it was colored deep black save for the red blood stripes running down either side, marking the owner as part of the elite 181st Fighter Wing. Pellaeon and Fenrir were the only two representatives wearing the uniforms of the Galactic Empire today, or as the other beings here usually called it, though rarely to his face, the Imperial Remnant. The vast union that had once encompassed most of the known galaxy had been reduced to 2 drops in an ocean, and Pellaeon was no longer sure he regretted it. He didn't speak his thoughts to Fenrir. He didn't speak to the man at all as they waited for the funeral ceremony to begin. Even when they fought on the same campaigns, there's been little for them to speak about. They had always been 2 different kinds of Imperial. Thankfully, Pellaeon didn't have to stand awkwardly beside Fenrir for long. The murmured conversations in the assembled crowd hushed to nothing as 3 humans walked onto the stage at the front of the observation deck. Against a wonderful backdrop of stars, gleaming exhaust trails, and Corellia's soft glow, they took their places at the podium. On one side, Cal Omas, Chief of State of the Galactic Alliance. On the other, Adele Saxon, Prime Minister of the 5 worlds of the Corellian system. And finally, in the center stood Leia Organa Solo. It had been 40 years since Pellaeon had watched holo broadcasts of the willful young woman giving speeches before the Imperial Senate. Decades had turned her hair gray and wrote wrinkles on her face, but she still possessed the poise and confidence she had as a precocious teenager. "We are gathered here today," she said, "to commemorate the life of the last great leader of the Rebel Alliance." Fenrir made an unhappy sound deep in his throat. Pellaeon understood the feeling, but said nothing. Behind the podium, a holo image blazed to life and loomed over the crowd. It was a head and shoulders view of a man none of them would ever forget. The holo, taken somewhere in the waning of the man's middle age, showed a wide mouth beneath a gray mustache, a forehead creased in concentration, and thick eyebrows drawn together over a pair of intent, probing eyes. In losing Garm Bel Iblis, Leia said, "The galaxy loses its last living reminder of the great bravery it took to stand against the oppression of Emperor Palpatine. Bel Iblis was a senator famed and respected across the galaxy before I was even born. He was a close ally to my father, and a constant inspiration to me since childhood. He inspires me still the same way he did 50 years ago, through his principled stands, his brave actions, his sharp intelligence, and deep wisdom. In losing Garm Bel Iblis, we've lost an essential piece of history, but the galaxy we live in today is one he created, along with my father and Mon Mothma when they signed the Corellian Treaty and formally created the Alliance to restore the Republic. We are not here today to grieve. Garm Bel Iblis lived a long life and died peacefully in a galaxy that was peaceful and free. We are here to commemorate this great man and celebrate that we now live his dream." As Leia stepped back from the podium, the crowd began to applaud. The old rebels like Antilles and Selchu clapped the loudest. The young ones like Boatu and Niathal were only slightly less enthusiastic. Ones without direct experience in the Imperial Alliance war, like Admiral Boss, applauded more dutifully. Pellaeon glanced askance and saw Fenrir with his hands at his side, back stiff, watching the podium with an unreadable expression. A part of Pellaeon wanted to join the applause. It was an overwhelming rush that threatened to sweep him along, but he held himself. On one level, it felt like a mockery that he was here at all, celebrating the life of a man who'd brought down the government he'd served for over 50 years. On another level, it felt right to pay respect. Bel Iblis had been an honorable man and a capable adversary. If an enemy was ever deserving of respect, it was Bel Iblis. But because Fenrir didn't applaud, he didn't either. If nothing else, it would save him embarrassment on Bastion, where the Moth Council was surely watching the broadcast of this event with gnashing teeth and seething anger at yet another reminder of how far the Empire had fallen. Leia was replaced at the podium by Prime Minister Saxon. She gave a very fine speech of her own, extolling Garm Bel Iblis from a specifically Corellian point of view. She spoke of how he embodied the bold spirit of his homeworld, and the willingness to cooperate, negotiate, and promote ideas of unity that kept both the 5 worlds and the Galactic Alliance together. It was all true enough, but Pellaeon felt she went on a bit longer than necessary. After all, Bel Iblis hadn't always been a unifier. After a split with Mon Mothma, he'd fought a separate, private war against the Empire for over 10 years, and had only relinquished his grudge when Coruscant itself was under siege by Grand Admiral Thrawn. Stubbornness was, of course, another famed Corellian trait, but not one Saxon wished to emphasize right then. Suspecting he wasn't the target audience for the speech, Pellaeon subtly scanned the crowd of dignitaries for representatives of the Corellian government. He quickly spotted Saxon's Minister of Defense, Thraken Sal Solo. Looking like an older, gray-bearded version of his mildly less roguish cousin, Sal Solo listened with his arms crossed over his chest and an impatient look on his face. When Saxon finished her talk, everyone gave another big round of applause, even Fenrir, since this speech didn't praise the rebellion as much. Pellaeon joined in, but as he glimpsed Sal Solo from the corner of his eye, he watched the man give a few very lazy claps before recrossing his arm, very stubbornly. Finally, Cal Alma stepped up to give the final speech. His piece was thankfully short and direct. "There's no way to put my admiration and respect for Garm Bel Iblis into words," Alma said, "so I won't even try. What I will do is give this great man something close to the send-off he richly deserves. As per his request, his body has been loaded into a capsule that will now be fired from Guardian's forward torpedo bay and shot into the heart of Corellia's sun." The hollow image of Bel Iblis winked out, making the starseed behind Amos visible once more. Their speeches had apparently been better timed than Pellaeon expected. Right above Omas, directly beyond Guardian's pointed stern, was the bright white glare of Corellia's primary. As Counselor Organa Solo so eloquently put it, said Omas, "We are now living Garm Bel Iblis' dream of freedom and peace. We honor that dream today, so we might continue to live it in the future." Amos turned to face Corellia's son and raised one hand. On that signal, a single projectile shot out from Guardian's most forward cannon. It had apparently been fitted with the same energy streamers as the Corellian fighters still keeping honor guard, and its twirling red and white tails flailed behind it as it shot toward the sun. As he watched that projectile dwindle into nothing, taking the body of the great man with it, Pellaeon wondered again what his funeral would be like. He hoped it would be something like this. He hoped he left a galaxy that was peaceful and secure. He hoped he died like Bel Iblis, in his bed. His mind rolled back through all the other legends and luminaries who had gone before. It seemed like the former rebels had gotten, as a whole, better deaths than their Imperial counterparts. There had been some exceptions, of course. Pellaeon's predecessor as Supreme Commander of the Combined Alliance fleets, Sin Sav, had died in a spacecraft accident, and Bail Organa had perished with Alderaan, but so many others had passed away calmly like Bel Iblis. Mon Mothma had died before the U.S. Hanvong War tore up much of what she'd spent her life trying to accomplish, as had old warhorses like Jan Dodonna, Adar Talon, Firmus Nance, and Hiram Drayson. Akbar had slipped away in his pool on Mon Calamari. As for the Imperials, it seemed like they'd all ended badly. Palpatine and Vader and Tarkin, of course, but also Thrawn and the other Grand Admirals, 13 in whole, had all died violently. Pestit had abdicated but been murdered anyway. Isert had been gunned down. Kane's shuttle had been intercepted by rebel assassins. Krynal and Singe had been vaporized with their warships. All those old deep-core warlords like Harisk, Pterodok, and Dovardus had been poisoned while Pellaeon had been forced to watch. Others, like that mysterious High Inquisitor Jarek, had gotten themselves killed trying to best the resurgent Jedi Order. Yes, he knew others who died in Bed Air and Dorja had kicked it just last year, and wily old Willem Disra had clung on even through the Vong invasion, but they often felt like the exception, not the rule, and the rule seemed to stretch from Palpatine himself all way down to all the stormtroopers and pilots lost through the attrition of seemingly endless warfare. Men like his son. All in all, Pellaeon knew it didn't bode well for his own future, which was why he clung to Bel Iblis' dream as he watched the man's coffin dwindle to nothing and be swallowed up by the light of Corellia's sun. It had never been his dream, but it was all he had left. After the ceremony came the socializing. The mood wasn't a sorrowful one. Garm Bel Iblis had lived long, died peacefully, and left behind a stable union. It was as happy an ending as any being could want, so the plates of food and glasses and wine didn't feel out of place. Even the holo news crews, flitting around and asking for short words from the assembled luminaries, didn't seem crass. Once the podium was cleared, the beings gathered in orderly rows on the deck of Guardian's observation dome fractured into disparate clusters. The speeches in honor of Bel Iblis had extolled the need for unity, and the fact that so many representatives from so many governments across the galaxy were here to respect him was a sign that his dream was, in fact, being pursued. However, beings fractured. Nonetheless, and for Tycho Selchu, it was interesting to see who fell in with whom, and which beings avoided each other. Most of the representatives from Corellia's government, for example, fell into a tight circle and talked amongst themselves. Wedge Antilles, a little dutifully, grabbed some wine and food and went over to join them. Prime Minister Saxon, however, fell into talking with Cal Amas and after that moved around the deck, exchanging well wishes with other beings but without dipping into the circle of her fellow Corellians. Tycho wondered how much that had to do with her defense minister. It was well known that Saxon and Sol Solo didn't see eye to eye personally or politically, and that she'd only appointed him to her cabinet to appease his vocal minority of supporters. Sol Solo had been a troublemaker for decades, usually at the head of some human first and isolationist populist party, and Tycho was a little surprised to see him present at all. He supposed, even if the rest of the galaxy saw Bel Iblis as an Alliance hero first and a Corellian one second, Corellians, or at least Sol Solo's supporters saw it the other way around. Tycho noticed certain other systems forming their own little groups. The Happens hadn't sent their queen, but their admiral, Lanola Boss, was surrounded by a cluster of similarly statuesque, aristocratic-looking women. At the same time, there were odd pairings. Edonabot and Traz Creffy talked together at the edge of the chamber. Abot was the only Dornine present and Creffy seemed to be keeping his distance from the other Bothans in the room, probably because of the convoluted political differences Tycho had always had a hard time keeping track of. The two odd men now seemed to have fallen in together. And then, of course, there were the Imperials. Grand Admiral Pellaeon, now Supreme Commander of the entire Alliance military, seemed to have fallen into easy conversation with Boatu and Niathal. General Fenner stood at the edge of the conversation, saying nothing, a look of mild distaste on his scarred face. Tycho wondered if it was because he was in a conversation so-called rebels, so-called subhumans, or both. Whatever Fenner's issue, Pellaeon didn't seem to have had it. Tycho was glad of that. It had been almost 2 years since Amas had asked Pellaeon to take command of the military after the untimely death of Admiral Sav. Many beings, Tycho included, had felt alarmed at giving such a role to a former Imperial, even one as skilled, experienced, and generally friendly toward former rebels as Pellaeon. He'd even offered his hesitation in private conversation with Amas, to which the chief of state had replied that if there was a more respected serving military officer in the galaxy, he hadn't heard of one. Amas had been right. Pellaeon had been a capable administrator and confidence-inspiring leader, both during the Swarm War and in the peacetime afterward. The fact that he was talking with Boatu and Niathal now, while Fenner looked on sourly, was proof enough that Pellaeon was more than just an Imperial now. "Are you all right, Tycho?" asked the woman beside him. Jarred from his reverie, Tycho looked down and blinked. He was standing next to Leia Organa Solo, with Prime Minister Saxon herself in front of him, and he'd let his mind drift embarrassingly far from either. Tycho put on the polite smile he'd gradually honed as his rank improved. "I'm sorry. What was that?" "I was just asking after Winter," Leia said. "I feel like it's been ages since we've talked." "Winter's doing very well, thank you. Alliance intel still keeps her in reserve, but she's mostly retired." "Ah, retirement?" Leia savored the word. "I'm surprised she hasn't dragged you down that path yourself. I know she's been trying." It was a personal request from Cal Omas, believe it or not. Tycho tipped his wine glass in the direction of the chief of state, who was making conversation with the Happens. "He promised me I'd just be overseeing and training new pilots. He said he wanted the best, and that it would be non-active service only. So far, he's been true to his word." Shifting her attention to Saxon, Leia explained, General Selchu is married to a very good friend of mine. We've known each other since we were growing up on Alderaan, and she helped raise my children. I can imagine you've had your hands full, Saxon nodded. She was taller than Leia but about the same age, and possessed the same assured elegance. Politics and family life tend to step on each other's toes, don't they? Do you have children, Minister Saxon? Tycho asked. She shook her head. No. In fact, I divorced 5 years ago. Oh. Tycho blinked. Leia said nothing, showed nothing she'd probably already heard. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. Saxon turned and gestured to the circle of Corellians, which, Tycho noted, was now bereft of a certain Antilles. Do you see the gentleman with dark hair, two to the left of Saul Solo? Tycho nodded. He looked a good decade younger than Saxon herself. I do. That is Dinjax Templar, now my vice minister. And your ex-husband. We're much better political partners than we were any other kind. Tycho didn't understand how that worked and knew he never would, so he didn't even bother to try. Honed diplomatic skill deserted him. All he could say was, well, I'm glad it worked out. With a tight little smile, Saxon asked, and what about you, General? Do you have children? Oh no, Tycho waved a hand. Winter and I, well, we've had plenty of other things to keep us busy. Including my children, Leia added. Tycho was about to ask where Leia's own Corellian husband when Wedge Antilles, wine glass refilled, slipped into the circle. I hope I'm not interrupting anything serious, he said. We were just talking about children, actually, Tycho said with a little smile. Ah, well, I guess I know a few things about that. Are your 2 daughters well, General? Saxon asked. As Prime Minister of the 5 Worlds, it wasn't surprising that she knew more about the local hero, retired or not, than Tycho himself. They're doing well, thank you. So is my wife. I'm sorry she couldn't make it. It's all right, Tycho said. Winter was busy too. They both glanced at Leia, asking wordlessly where her husband, at this point, probably the most famous living Corellian, was instead of Bel Iblis' funeral. Before she gave an answer, Saxon asked, Your daughters are getting old enough to start choosing their own paths, aren't they? Do they plan on following your path or your wife's? Wedge hesitated before responding. He glanced sideways at Tycho, as if he already knew the answer, but Tycho didn't. They hadn't seen each other for almost 6 months before meeting on Guardian just before the funeral ceremony began, and Tycho had reserved a few days' leave to go down to Corellia and visit the Antilles home where his old friend was enjoying peaceful retirement. Before Wedge could muster a response, the sound of applause, selectively localized, reverberated from one corner of the deck. All eyes, and all the holo cameras, swiveled to watch as Thraken Saul Solo hopped on top of a chair and raised his glass for a toast. He was ringed by clapping supporters. Templar, Tycho noted, not among them, and before he spoke he tugged at the rim of his collar and mussed his hair, giving a slightly roguish tint to his formal look that was as calculated as this seemingly impromptu speech. I want to thank all you for coming here, Saul Solo boomed, loud enough for the whole deck to hear him without a speakerphone. I also want to say how proud I am to be here and honor Corellia's greatest son. That get loud clapping from his supporters, and more polite applause from the large chunk of the audience that was too confused to do anything else. Garm Bel Iblis was a great man, Saul Solo insisted, the kind that embodied all the things that make Corellia great. When the Empire stepped in and wanted Corellia to play by its rules, he said no. When Mon Mothma wanted him to change the way he fought his war, he said no. When Borsk Felia told him to stand back and let the Vong run amok over the whole fragging galaxy, he said no and fought him back on his own terms without any help from the rest of the Alliance. Leia had dropped into a mask of practiced restraint, so had Saxon, but it looked like her mask was about to break in half and reveal an angry Katarn beneath. Still standing on his chair, glass raised high, Saul Solo went on. He was his own man through, and he let no one, and I mean no one, tell him what to do. If that didn't make him the walking fragging embodiment of all that's good and bold in the Corellian spirit, well, I don't know what does. After another burst of applause, he raised his glass a little higher and said, "Here's one to you, General. We'll try not to let you down." He toasted, he drank, he got his applause. Then he ruffled his gray hair again, making it even more messy and rakish, and hopped back down to the deck. Tycho muttered, "That could have gone worse. You want to know why my husband isn't here?" Leia frowned as Sal Solo descended back into a ring of admirers and grinned at the journalists scampering to interview him. "That's why." "Well," Turfender said as he watched the reporters flock to Sal Solo, that was suitably distasteful. It was the first thing Fenner had said in 15 minutes, but neither Nithel nor Boatu seemed taken aback. "That man does have a talent for grabbing attention," Cha Nithel said. The Mon Calamary's gravelly tones held as much contempt as Fenner's had. "It was a well-played gambit," Boatu observed. Always attuned to politics, even if he didn't like them, the Bothan continued. Prime Minister Saxon refused him a speech, but he got his in with a way that's sure to grab more attention than anyone else's. And he didn't say anything actively treasonous. "Or false," Nithel said. "It was true, every word. Bel Iblis could be inconstant." Pellaeon wasn't surprised to hear a little condemnation in the Admiral's voice. Nithel had a sharper edge than rebel commanders of old. She expected beings to fall into line when ordered and hated when they didn't, even if the rogues were honorable heroes like Bel Iblis. Boatu, though, said, "Bel Iblis was a great man, and now that he's gone, everyone's going to be trying to claim a piece of his legacy. Sal Solo is an ambitious one. It's no surprise he'd stake his claim fast." "He's a dangerous man," Nithel said. Boatu nodded slightly. "We should be glad we have Saxon to keep him in check for now." Nithel made a noise deep in her throat, like she didn't really believe that. For the second time, Fenner spoke up. "If the Alliance lets men rise to positions of power while proclaiming themselves enemies of everything the Alliance stands for, it has only itself to blame when the trouble starts." "Then we make sure that he stays in check," Nithel said. Not for the first time, Pellaeon thought that Nithel would have made a decent Imperial admiral. A sideways glance at Fenner told him the old starfighter pilot had just had the same thought, and was surprised by it. Pellaeon cleared his throat and said, "For the moment, at least, we have more immediate concerns than Thraken Saldolo. I look forward to testing my mettle against yours next week, Grand Admiral." Boatu flashed a very toothy, very Bothan smile. "We'll be holding exercises next week," Pellaeon explained to Fenner. "I've heard. You'll be using Megador," Fenner said, naming the largest vessel still in Imperial service. Fenner may have been retired, but clearly still had friends with ears in the military. "It will be a joint operation," Pellaeon allowed. The Happens will be involved as well, along with as small samples from other local defense fleets. The Bothans, the Dornings, even the Corellians. "A team-building exercise," Fenner said evenly, though Pellaeon could hear the tired disdain in his voice. "It's important that our units can work together cohesively," Nithel said. "During the U.S. Invong invasion, the New Republic's navy fractured. We can't make that mistake again." "Well then, I hope they have a firm hand to guide them." Fenner swallowed the last of his wine. "Grand Admiral, if you'll excuse me, I have appointments to keep back in Imperial space." "So soon?" Pellaeon raised an eyebrow. Fenner simply nodded and gave no explanation. "Good luck with your exercises, Grand Admiral." He didn't salute, but he did offer one hand for a shake. Pellaeon took it and squeezed him more firmly than Fenner squeezed back. He watched the man turn and go, watched red banded shoulders and short cropped hair blonde fade into white disappear in the crowd. When he turned back to the admirals, he found another had joined them, the older Admiral Klauskin. They were already starting a new conversation, and Pellaeon excused himself. He felt, if anything, relieved that Fenner was gone, even if it left him the only Imperial in the room. Somehow, he'd come to feel more comfortable among aliens like Boatu and Nithel than his own kind. That bothered him, but only when he stopped and dwelled on it. Pellaeon went over to the refreshments table and refilled his wine glass. Back in the day, he'd been able to put away whiskey like nobody else, but at his age he had to pace himself. It was already making him slightly weak in the legs. As he turned away from the table, he found himself facing two more alien faces, Traz Creffy and Eden Abot. Both were officers who had served in the New Republic Navy but were now retired. Pellaeon had forged a good working relationship with Creffy during the U.S. Invong War, but Abot was a more difficult case. Pellaeon had never served alongside him, but at Selenon, almost 25 years ago now, the Dornine general had delivered him and the Empire a blow from which they'd never truly recovered. A little awkwardly, Pellaeon extended his hand and shook theirs. "I'm glad the two of you could make it. This funeral has become something of an old officers' reunion." "Well, it was only appropriate to pay respects," Creffy said. "I don't mind seeing familiar faces either." "And you, General?" Pellaeon shifted to Abot. "I understand you've come all the way from Dornia." Abot nodded. "That's right, but I was planning to come forward anyway. The timing was a useful coincidence." "What were you coming in for, General?" As far as Pellaeon knew, Abot had settled into retirement in some very private estate on his homeworld and very rarely ventured into space anymore. "The commander of the Dornine element to your war game exercises is an old friend of mine," Abot explained. "He requested I come and observe." "I see." Pellaeon stared into those small, inscrutable eyes, deep set on a white alien face. "I look forward to your participation." "It will be interesting," Abot said vaguely and gave nothing more. Creffy was no fool. He surely knew about Selenon, so he interjected, "I've worked with the leader of the Bothan complement. I assure you he's a fine officer. I look forward to seeing how he handles himself against Boatu." Creffy and Boatu made another bit of awkwardness, one Pellaeon didn't understand as well. Bothan internal politics made the ones in the Empire look positively straightforward. He asked, "Will you be joining us, Admiral, even as an observer?" Creffy waved a white paw. "I'm not an admiral. I'm not anything anymore, just an old Bothan. Comfortably retired, it seems," Abot said. "Old soldiers deserve rest, even if I'm not on your level, or that of the honored dead." Creffy titled his wine glass toward the transparent steel dome, through which the glow of Corellia's primary was still visible. "The question is, Grand Admiral, when are you going to retire?" "One day, perhaps," Pellaeon allowed, smiling a little beneath his white mustache. "But not quite yet." "Well, whenever that day comes, you'll surely deserve it." He raised his glass and held it between the three of them. "To Bel Ibla's dream, gentlemen." It was certainly worthy of a toast. Pellaeon gently tapped his glass against the good Botans. To the other side was Abot's, and Pellaeon hesitated for a moment before the being who had fought him and cost him so much. But he tapped Abot's glass anyway, and they drank. Pellaeon was almost 90 years old, and he'd learned how to put things behind him. With the life he'd lived, the strife he'd seen, the wars he'd fought, it was the only way for a man to stay sane. Chimera, 4 years after the Battle of Yavin. The pale prow of the Imperial Star Destroyer Chimera slid through high orbit over Endor's forest moon. Explosions burst on either side. Laser fire flashed out of its port and starboard batteries, while its shields shuddered to absorb the impact of proton torpedoes and concussion missiles dropped by the rebel starfighters that swarmed like flit gnats around its hull. Captain Gilad Pellaeon, standing on the forward deck of his vessel's bridge, barely noticed the fight around him. Like the rest of his crew, his attention was drawn ahead toward the massive, sleek arrowhead of the Superstar Destroyer Executor. Flame trailed from the wreckage of his bridge, its engines were dead, and it plunged like a dagger toward the half-completed sphere of the second Death Star. The entire battle over Endor had begun like a dream and steadily transformed into a nightmare. When Chimera had arrived to join a force of over 3 dozen Star Destroyers, Pellaeon had been dazed by an armada bigger than any he'd seen in a career of almost 30 years. Then he'd seen the new Death Star hanging over the verdant moon below, and then all ships had received a message from Grand Admiral Declan aboard the Great Space Station, declaring that the Emperor himself was aboard to witness the destruction of the rebel fleet and final crushing of the rebellion. And the dream had flowed onward. Chimera had hung back at first, pinning the rebels close to the forest moon, where the Death Star had begun vaporizing their mighty Mon Calamari attack cruisers one by one. In desperation, the rebels had flung their fleet against the Empires. The fighting was violent and fast and fierce, but the rebels were gravely outnumbered, and no one, not Pellaeon or anyone else, ever doubted their victory was assured. When that victory was over, the rebels would be gone, order and peace would rule the galaxy again, and maybe, just maybe, Pellaeon hoped the Empire could begin the reforms it needed, the reforms promised all the way back when the Republic fell, the reforms that would stop corruption and reward good soldiers instead of ruthless ones and create a galaxy that really did bring safety, security, justice, and peace for all. Pellaeon had believed in that dream until the shields around the Death Star shuddered and died. Then the nightmare began. The rebels raced back to begin their attack on the Death Star. The Imperials chased. All those pesky tiny rebel snub fighters began snaking their way through the half-completed superstructure, seeking out its vulnerable power core. Brave Imperial pilots gave chase, but for Chimera and the rest of the fleet, all they could do was hang close over the Death Star and continue the fiery brawl. The nightmare had dragged them deeper and deeper in. Pellaeon could feel the tightness in his own chest and the dread in his stomach, see it all in the faces of his crew. Their calm confidence had vanished in an instant. Soon rebel bombers had taken out Pride of Tarlandia, the heavy Elitis-class Star Destroyer managing communications for the fleet. Then the massive old Predator II-class battleship Ilthmer's First had taken a series of crippling blows, and Admiral Harrisk had been hauled off to a Bacta tank with life-threatening injuries. Finally, the rebel fleet had turned all fire on Admiral Pete's flagship, Executor. In the end, one out of control a wing had been enough to slay the giant. And now, as Pellaeon stood before Chimera's primary viewport, watching Executor plunge to her death, it still felt like a surreal, impossible nightmare from which there would be no awakening. The vessel's pointed tip hit the Death Star first. A great explosion tore through the station's superstructure as the destroyer kept falling. Soon a chain of explosions began racing up Executor's hull, all 19 kilometers of it, until the flames reached its power core. The detonation was so bright Pellaeon had to shield his eyes. For a long, awful, timeless moment, no one on Chimera's bridge could say a word. Then, behind him, Pellaeon heard Admiral Strash shout, "Man your stations, people. Man your stations." Pellaeon spun around. The Admiral was in the middle of the bridge, barking orders to the stunned crew. When the dark-haired man's eyes fell on Pellaeon, he said, "Captain, mind your ship." "Yes, sir," Pellaeon snapped. "Of course, sir." Strash scowled and stalked off to the far end of the crew pit to give orders to the fighter wings. Stridge was a big man, but he moved in small, fast, nervous movements. Pellaeon realized then that the Admiral might now be the ranking officer in the fleet. Firmus Piet was dead. Blitzer Harrisk was out of the fight. They hadn't heard from Declan or any of the Grand Admirals on the Death Star since the battle began. They hadn't heard anything from the Emperor at all. As Pellaeon moved for the crew pit, another voice called across the bridge, "Sir. Incoming message from the Death Star. Is Grand Admiral Declan." Pellaeon and Stridge both hurried over to the communication station. Chimera's first officer, a young lieutenant named Riich, was bent over the console. Stridge arrived right before Pellaeon and barked, "Put him on, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir." Riich flicked the switch, then brushed a strand of black hair off her face. A small, shuddering blue hologram appeared over the console. Pellaeon had never seen Grand Admiral Declan in person, but the man's dark complexion and white uniform with braided epaulets made him easy to recognize. "Admiral Strash," Declan said, "you are now in command of this fleet. Begin moving your ships away from the Death Star at once." "Away?" Strash frowned. "Sir, I don't. The rebels have infiltrated the inside of the Death Star. We can no longer guarantee the station's integrity. I've just ordered all crew to evacuate. Pellaeon had no love for supersized battle stations that attracted rebel attacks like fleas, but that was too much. First Executor, now the Death Star itself. Stridge must have felt shocked too, but he didn't show it. As you command, sir. What about the other Grand Admirals? Pellaeon interjected. Strauss shot him a glance, but Declan said, Tackle, Makati, and Teshik have started evacuations. If 3 or 4 Grand Admirals suddenly joined the fleet, it wouldn't clarify the chain of command much. Stridge asked, Sir, what about the Emperor and Lord Vader? There was a tiny, awful pause. Then Declan said, Dead? Both of them? Even Stridge was too stunned to speak. Pellaeon could see it now, even through the flickering miniature hologram, the grief on Declan's face, the weariness in his eyes. He could even hear the hopelessness in Declan's voice as the Grand Admiral said, You have your orders. Carry them out. Yes, sir. Stridge snapped to salute, and the comm line went dead. Ridge looked out the forward viewport at the half-finished sphere of the Death Star as though waiting for it to burst. Strauss said, Lieutenant, open a channel to all ships in the fleet. Now. As Ridge hurried to comply, Pellaeon asked, What are you going to tell them, sir? What they need to know for now, Stridge swallowed. The rest can come later. Pellaeon had to agree, though he knew later might come very soon if those rebel fighters really did land a hit on the Death Star's main reactor core. Sir, we're ready, Ridge said. Before Stridge could begin, someone from the tactical station shouted, Sirs, we have incoming. Pellaeon looked across the bridge to the tactical holo. One of those Mon Cal cruisers was coming right for Chimera and the destroyer on his port flank, Adjudicator. See to it, Captain, Stridge rasped. I have an announcement to make. And like a good soldier, Pellaeon followed orders. They were all he had left. Tycho Selchu took a deep breath as his A-wing fighter burst free of the Death Star's superstructure. The tight confines of the station's tangled insides fell away in an instant, and suddenly, he was soaring through open space, leaving the maze far behind. He glanced at his scanners and made sure, one last time, that no TIE fighters had followed him. He'd branched off from the main attack to draw pursuers away from Wedge Antilles and Lando Calrissian. Now, all he could do was trust them to kill the reactor. He found that he really did. Before going into battle, Wedge had told him that after getting so close to killing a Death Star the first time around, he really wanted to back the second. Tycho flicked 2 switches on his communication console and called, This is Green 3. Are you there? Green Leader. Repeat, this is Selchu. Are you there? When he got no reply, he tried a broader frequency. Green Squad, are you there? Can you read me? Still nothing. His A-wing lands further ahead. He scanned the battle ahead and was surprised to see some of the Imperial vessels turning away from the Death Star, as if in retreat. Somehow the battle seemed thinner than before, smaller, and then he realized the massive 19-kilometer dagger of Executor was nowhere to be found. Green Squad, are you there? He repeated. Anyone? What happened to Executor? Did it run? There was one thing left to try. He glanced at his console and manually punched in the freak for Red Squadron. He'd been placed on Green Squad's roster at the last minute and stuck in the cockpit of an A-wing, but he was at home in an X-wing, and Red Squad was his family. If they were gone too. Red Squad, this is Green 3, he snapped, trying to force his apprehension away. Repeat, this is Selchu. Is anyone there? Glad you made it out in one piece, a familiar voice said in his earpiece. Thought you wouldn't. Don't listen to Hobby, Wes Jansen's voice joined in. The man wouldn't know optimism if it smacked him on the butt. Wes, Hobby, where are you guys? We're with Serenity. Can you spot us? Tycho glanced at his scanners. It was hard to make out anything from that jumble of green and red markers. Then he saw the one denoting the Mon Cal cruiser. It was on an intercept course for a pair of Impars, and it looked like Red Squad was flying cap for them. On my way, Tycho said, and gunned his A-wing's oversized engines. As his cockpit rattled in acceleration, he asked, What happened to Green Squad? I can't hail them. Green Squad got torn up attacking the Superstar Destroyer, Hobby said. What happened to Executor? I can't see it. It's dead, Jansen said. Green Leader rammed the bridge. The whole thing fell into the Death Star. Tycho was speechless. Executor had been Vader's flagship, the scourge of the rebel fleet for the past 4 years. It had been as much the face of the Empire's menace as the Death Star itself. Anything from Wedge? He asked, suddenly remembering the friend he'd left behind. Nothing yet, Jansen said. Looks like those imps are starting to bug out. Maybe they know something. The elegantly organic-looking Serenity began to fill Tycho's view. He spotted a flight of X-Wings on his starboard flank and settled behind them. 2 Star Destroyers lay dead ahead. Both seemed to be attempting to pivot away from the Death Star, but the MiG-80 cruiser was pounding them both with a mix of green turbolaser blast and concussion missile barrages. Nice of you to join us, Jansen called from up ahead. Tycho could easily spot his X-Wing for the checkerboard black and yellow paint job. Nice to have friends to join, Tycho said. The gravelly voice of Serenity's commander came over his headset. Our fighters, we have TIE interceptors coming at our starboard flank. Request assistance. That's what we're here for, Jansen said. Red Squad, bring her around. Let's keep those interceptors off Serenity's back. Tycho followed behind Jansen and Hobby's quad-engine flares as they spun to face the stars. For a second, Tycho couldn't see the approaching fighters. Rebel pilots called the new interceptors squints, both for their inward-canted, dagger-like solar panels and for the fact that they could be a lot harder to see against the backdrop of space. But they were on his scanners, and they were coming fast. Forward shields on full, Jansen commanded. Let him take the first pass, then break around and take him from behind. Tycho clicked his confirmation and raised his shields to full. They weren't as strong as an X-Wing's, but as a wing was also a smaller target, and he'd be faster on the turnaround. They were racing toward a head-on collision with the TIE Interceptor wing, and it wasn't until they nearly met that the squints announced themselves with a hailstorm of landing green plasma. Tycho did his best to dodge the attack, but they still splattered all over his shields and for a moment obscured his view. Then the TIE formation hit theirs. They broke, the TIEs broke, and he almost smashed head-on into one of the fighters. Another pilot wasn't so lucky. He heard a short cry over him comlink, then static, and saw a fireball tumbling through space, trailing S-foils and black dagger-shaped solar panels. One chunk of a panel spun in front of him. It flashed in his vision for only a second, but he recognized it instantly, a scarlet blood stripe running across the black. He spun his A-wing onto the back of a TIE interceptor and attempted to lace it with laser blasts. The ship danced nimbly to avoid them and made a sharp starboard turn, flashing the blood stripes on the side of its panels. Hobby, Tycho barked. You see it? I do, the other pilot growled. What? Asked Jansen. What is it? Those blood stripes, Hobby said. These are the 181st. For once, Jansen had nothing to say. The 181st had earned his reputation as the Empire's most elite fighter wing, largely thanks to the efforts of its commanding officer, General Baron Suntir Fel. When he'd been at the Imperial Academy, Tycho had trained under Fel. So had Hobby. He knew how the man thought, how he fought. Against any other pilot that would have made him feel better about the fight, but not Baron Fel. Let's form up tight, he said, and hope we get through this. Turfender snapped his interceptor into a tight roll, just in time to avoid a splatter of laser blasts that would have torn through his port solar panel. He pulled up steeply and settled on the side of his wing leader. Sir, he called, they're coming after us, the whole flight. As expected, Blue One. General Baron Suntir Fel's voice was clipped, controlled, betraying none of the stress of a tight dogfight. Recommendations? Sir. Fender tensed as he looked at his scanners. The X-Wings, plus their sole, out-of-place A-wing wingmate, were wheeling around to attack them from behind as they plunged toward the Mon Cal cruiser now battering Chimera and Adjudicator. After a half-second's consideration, Fel said, red and gold on the cruiser. Blue and silver squads on me. Fenrir clicked acknowledgement. Battling the fighter screen was going to be messy, but at least he'd have his commander at his side. He followed Fel's lead and veered away from the battle just as he saw a volley of concussion missiles from Serenity slip through Adjudicator shields and tear into his hull, igniting plasma stores beneath his starboard batteries. But when he turned away, it fell out of his mind. Just like the sudden retreat order, the evacuation of the Death Star, all the good lives lost with Executor and Pride of Tarlandia, everything else except the battle right in front of him. Fenrir moved as Fel had trained him. Training had forged instincts and reflexes, and his nimble starfighter danced around the spray of quad laser bursts from the closest X-Wing. He let the X-Wing fly past, then pulled into a tight spin and came around behind the ship. His lasers splattered against the X-Wing shields until one volley broke through and tore up its top port S-foil. The ship's 4 engines still flared, and it executed a steep dive. Fenrir pulled down after it, and his proximity alarm started wailing. He spun his fighter into a corkscrew and pulled back up. He spared a tiny glance at his scanners and saw a concussion missile fired by that lone A-wing spiraling toward him. The missile was closing fast. Unlike the X-Wings, he had no chaff to fire to distract the warhead's tracing systems. He kept hugging the joystick to his chest, even as G-forces slammed him back into his chair and threatened to squeeze the breath from his lungs. Blackness was creeping into his vision when he heard Fel's voice say, "Break port, now." He broke out of his dive. A hail of green laser blasts sliced through the space behind him. The missile flew right into the hail, collided, and exploded brilliantly. "Thank you, sir," Fenrir breathed. "Thank me later, Tur. Follow me." Fenrir leveled out and adjusted course. He settled right behind Fel's interceptor and his 2 wingmen. The 4 of them dove after a trio of rebel fighters, 2 X-Wings, and that damned A-Wing. He knew it was petty, but he said, "Requesting to target the edge, sir." "Understood. We'll take the pointers." Fenrir kicked his interceptor forward and fired a series of blasts at the A-Wing. As expected, the ship broke starboard. Fel and his flight chased the X-Wing's port. Even as he vectored after the A-Wing, Fenrir saw Fel's first volley tear through the nose of the rear X-Wing, just a meter ahead of its torpedo magazine, and send it spinning forward, tattered bow wheeling over stern. Fenrir threw all his attention on the A-Wing. He'd never faced any of the new rebel fighters until this battle, and they were as nimble as he'd heard. They were also damn small targets. Even if their 2 blazing oversized novel decks thrust engines were easy to spot. He matched the A-Wing turn for turn, sometimes getting lucky enough to splatter plasma bursts across his F shields. The ship was infuriatingly hard to get a lock on, and for once he wished the Empire saw fit to arm his fighters with cumbersome missile magazines like the rebels did. The A-Wing began to veer left and right, and Fenrir scissored in opposite directions, taking shots at every turn. He sometimes clipped the A-Wing but never quite broke through his shields. He knew all he needed was one good shot to get through. That would be enough to blow the tiny starfighter apart. He just couldn't do it. A bright light flared to starboard, brilliant enough to draw his attention from the A-Wing. He kicked his fighter slightly to port and saw an enormous fireball spreading in every direction over the verdant moon of Endor. For a second he didn't understand what he was seeing. He couldn't allow himself to. Then Fel's voice shouted over his headset, "All ships, fall back. I repeat, fall back. The Death Star has been destroyed." It was like Executor, he thought. Like that, but so much worse. So many good men have been on board that station. Thousands, maybe millions, all wiped out in an instant by rebel terrorists. "General," another pilot, Silver Flight's leader, said, "What about the Emperor? Is he alive?" Awful, stunned silence filled the comm line. First Executor, then the Death Star, then the Emperor himself, all in a single day. It was too much. It was like a hole had been torn through the universe. Nothing could fill it, nothing. "All ships, fall back," Fel repeated. No one argued. No one asked questions. They turned and ran, leaving the Death Star's wreckage to burn in space behind them. It felt like a funeral pyre for the Emperor, or perhaps the Empire itself. The bridge of the gunship Torque was a bedlam. Its Dorning crew, normally methodical and stoic in their people's fashion, broke into cheers, hugged, clapped, and even wept for joy. Captain Ed Abot stared at the Death Star's dying fires and didn't know what to feel. He fought the Empire for 20 years, helping the Dorning Navy repel sporadic expeditions into their territory by Imperial task forces. Despite it, the Rebel Alliance's battle against the Empire had always seemed a distant thing. His far-flung homeworld had not been part of the Old Republic and was hesitant to cast his lot with an organization aiming to create a new one. When the Alliance had put out a call for ships to aid one critical offensive, Dornia had finally agreed to send 2 new Brahadok-class gunships to aid the fight. Even then, Abot hadn't expected to witness, firsthand, the death of the Empire. No, he reminded himself, even as the cheers went on. Death of the Emperor, perhaps, but not the Empire. Not yet. There were still over a dozen Imperial Star Destroyers over Endor, and only a fool would expect them all to lay down arms. Abot stalked over to the communication station and asked the lieutenant there, "Do we have orders from Home One?" "Nothing, sir." Lieutenant Kiori shook her head. Unlike most of Torque crew, she was a human, part of a group that had fled to Dorning's space after the Empire ravished their homeworld. Dornians were generally prickly about welcoming outsides, but these refugees were more eager than anyone to fight the Empire. This human was young, though, maybe too young to have even seen Bavenire herself. There were tears of joy in Kiori's eyes, but she wiped them away and said, "Captain, sir, a message from Brahadok." Abot allowed a weary smile. "Put it on." A holographic image of the ship's captain, another thick-bodied, violet-skinned Dorning, appeared over Kiori's console, and Abot leaned close to listen over the chaos on the bridge. "Can you hear me, Edmund?" Kyle's Eltith seemed to be shouting over his own clamor. "Well enough," Abot nodded. "Congratulations, Kyles. I was about to tell you the same thing. What now? Have you gotten any orders?" "Not yet. I just hope they don't celebrate so much they let the Imperials get the upper hand. It looks like they're already trying to withdraw. Edmund, I think." "Sir," Kiori interrupted, "incoming from Home One." "Excellent. Sorry, Kyles." The captain's holo cut off mid-nod and winked out. A second later, a new image appeared. Instead of Admiral Akbar or another of his bulbous Idmon Cal officers, Abot found himself staring at a thin, weathered human face with narrowed eyes and not a touch of ebullience about it. "Admiral Nance," Abot said, "thank you for contacting us. Congratulations. You fought for this harder than we have." "You and Eltoth have new orders," Nance said without prelude. Akbar could be gracious and diplomatic, but this old human was always blunt and succinct to the point of rudeness. Abot rather liked that about him. Honesty was a virtue in a military commander. "We're ready, Admiral." Abot tried to ignore the jubilant chaos behind him. "We've detected several Imperial destroyers that managed to escape the Death Star before it was destroyed. They escaped the blast radius too. Just barely. We've identified one of them as the Eleemosynary." Abot remembered it, if only for the strange name. "That ship is assigned to Grand Admiral Teshik, correct?" Nance nodded. "We're already sending 1 cruiser and 2 frigates to intercept. You and Eltith are close enough to get there first." "Understood," Abot nodded. "We'll hold them until they get the big guns in." "Good. Home One out." Nance's image flickered out. Abot put a hand on Kiori's shoulder, as much to steady himself as to steady her. "Can you relay those orders to Brahadok, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Tell Kyles to follow my lead." The young human frowned. "What will you be doing, sir?" Abot looked over his shoulder at all those blissful faces. "To steal one of your people's phrases, I'm going to hurl a bucket of cold water." Even as ion cannon blast stabbed into Adjudicator's hull and sent crackling blue lightning through her hull, Chimera turned away and fled. There was nothing to be done for the other ship. They could only save themselves. The order to fall back had come from Admiral Strash himself. and if pressed Pellaeon would have given it too, but he still didn't have to like it. The rebel vultures would pick apart Adjudicator's corpse, or maybe even refit the damaged hull, and use it themselves. The Mon Cal cruiser kept coming though. It crested the broken Star Destroyer and continued to fire at chimeras after she fled toward the outer edge of Endor's orbit. The massive gas giant had a big gravity well, and the rebel fleet didn't seem to be savoring their incredible victory. Rather, they were already in motion, determined to destroy as many retreating ships as possible before they escaped into hyperspace. Poor, beleaguered Admiral Straj was bent low over the communications console, saying, "I don't care if Admiral Harris gets incapacitated. Command falls to me now. That's a direct order from Grand Admiral Declan. No, I don't know if Declan escaped. I told you where to regroup, now do it." Straj angrily flicked off the console. He turned to Pellaeon, still scowling, and asked, "Is Serenity still coming after us?" "I'm afraid so," Pellaeon swallowed. "Should we recall fighters?" "No," Strij waved a hand. "We need them to help cover our retreat." "When we reach the regrouping point, sir, what then?" Straj's scowl didn't relax, but something empty overtook his eyes. The Admiral projected confidence, but he was as lost as any of them. Palpatine had been the dominating force in galactic history for almost 40 years. Pellaeon could barely remember anyone else being in charge. Lieutenant Riez stepped up, snapped a salute, and said, "Admiral, sir, we picked up a few Star Destroyers that have escaped the Death Star before it was destroyed." Pellaeon felt a surge of hope. If Declan or one of the other Grand Admirals could assert definite control, they might have a fighting chance. "Do we have identification?" he asked. "Yes, sir. They include Steadfast and Eleemosynary. Those ships belong to Grand Admirals Makati and Teshik, assuming either of them had gotten on board in time." Pellaeon felt something almost like confidence. "Can we hail them?" Straj asked. "Uncertain, sir. The rebels are moving on them fast and putting up jamming signals." "Sirs," the tactical lieutenant called, "Steadfast is breaking away." "Breaking how?" Strij scowled. He hurried across the bridge to the tactical station, leaving Pellaeon and Riez to scamper after him. The lieutenant pointed at the holo. "She's curving around the sanctuary moon, sir. It looks like she's trying to place it between her and the rebel fleet." "But why?" Pellaeon asked. "Makati's fleeing," Strij sneered. "We don't know the Grand Admirals on board," Pellaeon insisted. "Sirs," the comm officer called, "incoming from Grand Admiral Teshik." Pellaeon almost ran across the bridge, Riez right behind him. Strij lingered for a moment to give one last order to the tactical lieutenant before turning to follow. At that moment, a missile from Serenity slipped through Chimera's shields and impacted at the base of the ship's command tower. The bridge shuddered, throwing Pellaeon to the deck. Riez grabbed him by the shoulder to help him up just as an ion cannon blast hit the ship and sent blue lightning sparking through its control systems. The overhead lights died suddenly, plunging the bridge into darkness. Energy danced across control panels. Unlucky crewmen jumped back or fell down in pain as electric energy jolted their bodies. The stars, the smoldering debris, the flashing laser blasts were suddenly perfectly clear outside. Then there was a deep groaning noise as the ship's backup power kicked on. Dim emergency lights came on over the bridge, casting everything in a sickly blood-red pallor. "Citrop," Pellaeon shouted as another shot, maybe a turbolaser blast, impacted somewhere on the ship and rocked the deck. Section lieutenants bounced reports back at him. The command tower still ran on backup power, but the rest of the ship was operating from the main generator. Bridge shields were down, but a fighter squad was on the way to cover. The starboard gun battery had taken severe damage and was still firing, but at half efficiency. It still sounded too good to be true. Pellaeon turned to the tactical station to ask what Serenity was doing, only to see no one manning the console. Then his eyes dropped to the deck. The lieutenant was lying face down and still. Admiral Straj was face up, twitching, his face contorted in pain. "Admiral," Pellaeon shouted and half skidded down to his knees next to Straj. The big man shuddered as though stricken by a seizure. One hand seemed to be grasping for something on his face, but Pellaeon couldn't understand what or why. Then he remembered that Stritch had an artificial neural shunt in his brain, implanted after an aneurysm 3 years back. The lightning from the ion blast must have leaped up his body and broken the shunt. "Medic!" Pellaeon shouted. "We need a medic." He heard someone behind him calling for help. Stritch's big body kept convulsing. A trickle of foam, barely visible in the red light, trickled from his mouth. "Medic!" Pellaeon shouted again, so loud his throat scraped. A hand clamped on his shoulder. He looked up to see Riej behind him. The woman's dark eyes were sunk into her pale face. "Captain," his first officer said, "we need you at the comm station." Teshik. He'd totally forgotten. "But the Admiral." "I called the medic, sir, but I don't know what we can do." "We can't." Captain pleaded. He was right. Orders from the Grand Admiral were worth more than Stritch's life. They could be worth the lives of every Imperial over Endor. Riej helped him stand. Pellaeon staggered over to the comm station and said, "Put him on. Now." "One minute, sir," the comm officer frowned. "The jamming's still strong. We had him, then we lost him, then we A shrunken blue holo sprung up in front of him. The image staring up at Pellaeon was of half a man. Teshik had been grievously injured in a fight against the Happens, and had survived only thanks to extensive cybernetic grafting. Pellaeon found himself looking at a face that was split almost down the middle, one half machinery, the other flushed skin and bristly hair, and beady eye. The pale uniform and braided epaulets, however, commanded instant loyalty. "Grand Admiral." Pellaeon snapped a salute. "This is Captain Pellaeon from Chimeras, sir." "Can you hear this transmission?" Teshik asked. He seemed to speak with two voices at once, human and mechanical in perfect sync. Pellaeon had never met him in person, and didn't know if the audio link was malfunctioning or if that was his real voice. Yes, sir, I can." Dimly, Pellaeon realized the ship was no longer shuddering from enemy attacks. Serenity must have pulled back. What happened to Admiral Strahd? He looked back the comm station. A white guard medic had arrived and was bending over the body, but it no longer convulsed. He glanced at Riej, who shook her head. "Admiral Stritch is dead, sir." "Understood." Teshik nodded, but before he could say anything else, his image dissolved in static. "Damn it," Pellaeon snapped. "Put him on again." "I'm trying, sir," the comm officer grimaced as he worked the controls. "There was nothing we could have done for the Admiral, sir," Riej told him. "I know that." Pellaeon snapped. He had to believe Riej. Deaths cascaded one after another today, and he couldn't dwell on any of them for long. "I have it, Captain," the comm officer said, and a second later, Teshik had reappeared. "Sir," Pellaeon said, "what happened to the other Grand Admirals?" "Is Makati?" "He's running," Teshik's voice scraped. "Tackle is with him." "And Grand Admiral Declan?" "Dead." There was no remorse in Teshik's voice, just the mechanical statement of fact. They said the Grand Admiral was cold, more droid than man. Maybe he needed to be, maybe then all needed to be. The deaths kept coming, and somehow, he knew this horrible day wasn't over yet. "Captain Pellaeon," Teshik said, "you are in command now." "Me?" He gaped. "But, sir, the rebels are converging on my ship. They want to claim another head today." I'm sorry, sir. Our tactical station is down. We can't read. The rebels are still trying to jam my communications. Give the order for all ships to fall back to the nearest sector base." "Sir." "Do it, Captain. Give the order. Now." "Well, what about you, sir?" "I'll hold the rebels off for as long as I can." Teshik had never had a reputation for bravery or selflessness, but Pellaeon could think of nothing else to call his actions. "Will you give the order, Captain?" Teshik asked impatiently. His holo blurred to static, came back again. "Yes, sir." Pellaeon snapped a salute. "Thank you, sir." Teshik simply nodded, and the holo flicked off. Pellaeon lowered his hands to his side. Breath hissed out of him. He felt like his entire body had instantly deflated. Captain. Riaj frowned. Are you going to call the retreat? From his first officer's voice, Pellaeon couldn't tell whether the woman wanted it or not. When the fight began, the suggestion that the chain of command would have led down to Pellaeon would have seemed comically absurd, but they'd fallen one after another. Palpatine, Vader, Declan, Teshik, Pied, Hersk, Strach, all the way down to Chimera's lowly captain. It was too much loss for one man to comprehend. His voice rasped in his throat. Get me a signal to all ships. After a second, the comm lieutenant said, Ready, sir. All ships. This is Chimera. The order is to retreat to the Anag system. Repeat, all ships are to escape the Endor system as soon as possible. He felt Chimera's deck shudder slightly as it adjusted course. Pellaeon stepped away from the console and looked at Riaj. The young lieutenant's face was empty of everything. Shock, fear, regret, sadness, even simple exhaustion. He looked across the bridge and saw the same emptiness on the faces of his surviving crew. He was sure they mirrored his own. Grand Admiral Teshik's flagship hung in space against a stunning backdrop. The twisted wreckage of the Death Star, the calm green glow of Endor's moon, the silver swirls of the gas giant beyond. Alimo Cineri's pale diamond profile was pushing away from it all, but the rebel ships were swarming to meet it. Two swift gunships of an unfamiliar type had raced in first to block its escape. They shuddered under repeated volleys from the Star Destroyer's guns, but kept up attacks of their own. Apparently Teshik had not had a chance to load up on starfighters when fleeing the Death Star. If he had, a few squads of interceptors could have made short work of the gunships. As it was, they were just the opening stage of a longer slog. The cruiser Serenity pulled away from its attack on Chimera and vectored toward Teshik's destroyer. So, too, did another big Mon Cal ship and a pair of swifter assault frigates, remade from the hulls of old dreadnoughts. The frigates got there first, allowing the battered gunships to pull back. Teshik made a valiant attempt to push past them, and broke the spine of one frigate, but even as Mercenary pulled ahead, the two Mon Cal cruisers cut in front of it and began raining salvos of concussion missiles on its hull. Mercenary's forward shields began to crumble, but she had kept firing, and would keep firing for a while longer. At over 2 kilometers long, the Allegiance-class destroyer was more than twice the size of any rebel ship and probably could have fought through everything thrown at it with assistance of a full fighter wing. That was the thought that repeated itself over and over to Turf Finner as he watched the fight in the rear sensors of his TIE interceptor. Even after the order to retreat came down from Chimera, Fell had ordered the 181st to stay at the rear of the fight, deflecting rebel attacks until the last minute. Even as they sent more and more ships after Teshik, they still had plenty to spare for the remaining 15 Imperial destroyers. The first ship to escape the system wasn't Chimera, but Admiral Harris's massive command ship, Althmar's Fist. Watching the 4-kilometer-long gray wedge wink into nothing signaled to Finner that the nightmare really was ending. Other destroyers crossed out of the gravity well, and after that, and one after another, they jumped to safety. Despite having taken several major hits from Serenity, Chimera stayed back at the rear of the retreat, absorbing enemy fire and handing out some of its own. The 181st did their best to pick off B and Y-wing attack craft, some of which were arrogant enough to attempt dead-on bombing runs on destroyer command towers. Killing them felt good, but Finner knew it did nothing to even the score after such an awful battle. Still, his shock had turned to anger. He needed revenge any way he could get it. Calling 2 wingmen to follow, he dropped himself behind a half-squadron of 2-seater Y-wings attempting a run at the destroyer Relentless. The Wishbone's gun turret swiveled to fire back, and one ion blast took Finner's port wingman. He immediately shifted his attack to that vessel and speared green plasma through his shields, bursting the cockpit and turning it into a tumbling fireball. The other Y-wings attempted to break after that. Finner's wingman took 2 while Finner took the other ones. He clipped the port engine pylon of one ship and sent it tumbling downward into Relentless shields. The other Wishbone aborted his bombing run and pulled away, but Finner followed, bobbing and dancing to avoid blasts from the Y-wing's turret gun. He dropped his reticule on the Y-Wing's cockpit and prepared to fire when red plasma shot across the front of his ship. He broke away immediately and checked his scanners to see an X-Wing coming after him from the starboard side. He rolled and tumbled down toward Relentless, but the X-Wing followed. He leveled out before hitting the destroyer's shields, but the damned pointer stayed on his tail, firing quad-linked red laser blasts that shot past his ball cockpit after every handbreadth dodge. Suddenly the shooting stopped. The X-Wing winked off his scanner. Then his commander's voice said in his headset, "That was good flying, Tur. But if you'd been watching your back, I wouldn't have had to rescue you." Fenner laughed in relief. "Won't happen again, sir." "I should hope not," Baron Fell said. "Fall back to Relentless, Blue One. We're done here." Fenner clicked agreement and followed Fell's interceptor. Both ships swooped beneath Relentless and clung beneath the destroyer's flat white belly as they raced for its hangar bay. He checked his scanners. The only ships left were Relentless, Chimera, and Death's Head, and all of them would be ready to jump within a minute. They would jump and leave Grand Admiral Teshik behind. They would leave him to die. Fenner's interceptor locked into place in Relentless hangar. As he clambered out of his cockpit and onto the gangway, he pulled off his black helmet and sucked in the destroyer's cool circulated air. It was the sweetest stuff he'd ever breathed, but it didn't take his anger away. There was plenty to be angry about, but he found it fell on Teshik most of all. With proper support, the Grand Admiral could have survived, taken command of the fleet, maybe even turned the battle around and wrecked the rebel fleet after they'd let victory go to their heads. He never served under Teshik, didn't know what he was like, but Grand Admirals were supposed to be miracle workers. They needed a miracle. They still did. The chance for one was gone. They turned their backs on it, ran, and left it to die. Fenner leaned against the gangway railing, squeezing it hard with both hands as he stared down at the busy hangar bay. The frenzy seemed to make his eyes swim. It was only when he felt a cold tinkle on his face, running down his cheek to the scar that ran from his nose to mouth, that he realized they were tears. As he wiped his face clean, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder. He jerked it free, then turned to see Suntir Fell looking down at him. The man's dark eyes were hollow, his face looked exhausted and pale despite the half-beard clinging to his square jaw. There was nothing they could say to each other. There was nothing any of them could have said. Busy as the hangar was, barely any voices could be heard. Machines clunked and clanked along. They seemed to echo mournfully in the vast landing bay. Fenner bowed his head and leaned forward, until the crown of his gold hair rested against Fell's chest. His body sagged forward, but Fell did not move. They didn't reach out to touch each other. They remained frozen where they were. When Fenner's vision started to blur against, he squeezed his eyes shut, sealing away light and tears. He barely noticed as Relentless lurched into hyperspace, taking them far away from Endor, but not from the disaster that had struck them down. Even after Endor's forest moon turned to face the night sky, the debris from the second Death Star arced across the sky like a gleaming rainbow. It looked strangely beautiful against a backdrop of winking stars, and as he stared up at them, Tycho tried to imagine what the moon's furry, primitive natives must have thought of it. It might have seemed like a blessing from their gods. "That's going to fall and kill us all, you know," Hobby said beside him. "It'll come plummeting to the planet and destroy the biosphere. Mass extinction. All those cute little Ewoks. Dead." Tycho looked at him. Hobby Clivian had his head tilted back and his shoulders against the trunk of one of Endor's thick trees. Firelight and people danced beyond him in the night. Laughter, drums, and woodwinds drifted through the forest and filled the night with jubilant noise. From Tycho's other side, Jansen said, "You've got a talent for sucking the life out of any party, you know that." "I try," Hobby said, deadpan. "They're doing cleanup on that stuff," Tycho pointed out. "Right as we speak. We've got half the fleet using their tractor beams to haul all the debris a safe distance from the moon's orbit." "They can't get everything," said Hobby. He sounded almost happy about it. "Okay, some of it might fall," Tycho allowed. "But no mass extinction. Not while we're down here anyway." "Oh, you're no fun." "Thank you." Tycho smiled a little and removed the flask from his jacket pocket. He took a gulp, then screwed the cap back on. You know what I think, Hobby? Ooh, I can't wait to hear this, Jansen murmured. I think you hate Ewoks, Hobby. I think that's why you're getting and fuzzy and warm at the thought of Ewoks genocide, right after our greatest victory. It's cruel, really. You might want to see a psychologist about your sadistic streak. Hobby seemed to consider that, very seriously, before finally saying, You're right, Tycho. I do hate them. They're too cute. How can I act all dour when I've got carking teddy bears running around, trying to get me to dance with them? You almost looked like you had fun with those Ewoks, Jansen said. You thought wrong? Oh, how disappointing, Jansen blew out a sigh. Well, at least we know Wedge had fun. Tycho chuckled. Even Hobby snorted despite himself. The image of hard-faced Wedge Antilles, still in his bulky orange flight suit, dark hair sweat matted to his face, joining in a dance with a bunch of fuzzy walking dolls as tall as his hip was something he would treasure all his life. Did someone get holos of that? He asked. Slipped my mind. Jansen sounded truly regretful. It would have made great blackmail material. Hobby snorted again. Tycho said, You know, how about we just get one of those fuzzy guys in the squad? What, an Ewok pilot? Hobby groaned. Hey, that's a great idea, Jansen giggled. Just give him a couple prosthetics so he'd reach the pedals and stick. I can't just imagine his feral growl striking fear into the hearts of every imp pilot. And when he drops behind a squint and locks on, he'd send them off with his fiercest yub, Imperial scum. Jansen's attempted impression of an Ewok cute and growly at the same time was the funniest part, and even Hobby laughed aloud. They were still laughing when Wedge emerged from the dark, now changed out of his flight suit and into brown trousers and a simple green jacket. I was wondering where you went off to, he said. What's so funny? Oh, nothing, Tycho waved a hand. Just talking about Ewoks. Wedge rolled his eyes. Let's talk about something else. How about mass extinction? Hobby suggested and pointed to the debris glinting in the sky. Should come any time now. No, it won't, Wedge said. Cleanup crews are working on it. That's what I told him, Tycho insisted. Ruined my night, Hobby sighed. I was so looking forward to that Ewok genocide. After a pause, Wedge said, They're not that bad. Hobby shrugged noncommittally. Jansen said, You know, if anything, we owe those little fuzzballs. From what I hear, we'd have never taken that shield down without them. Oh, it was a team effort, Wedge said. We are a rebel alliance, after all. Humans, Moncals, Bothans, Celestins, those Dornian guys. Even Ewoks. We make friends wherever we go, said Jansen. Apparently. Wedge stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets and looked up at the sky. He murmured, It really is pretty. If you can forget the threat of looming death thing, Tycho agreed. He tried to pick out specific capital ships moving high in the moon's orbit, but they were too far away to mark with his naked eyes. After a comfortable pause, Tycho asked, Hey, Wedge, you plan on painting a Death Star on the side of your X-Wing? You've earned it, Jansen added. Still looking up at the sky, Wedge shrugged and said, Why not? Lot of marks to add after today, Tycho said. Palpatine, Vader, Piet, Declan. A Death Star, a Super Star Destroyer. How many regular Imp stars? I lost count. At least 2 captured, Hobby said. Does that include Grand Admiral Teshik's ship, the ones with the weird name? Asked Jansen. Wedge shook his head. I talked with Admiral Akbar. He doesn't think it's salvageable. But at least we got Teshik alive. Wedge nodded soberly. The question is what we do with him. It was a damned good question. The Alliance to Restore the Republic had pledged itself to respect the lives of all beings, something the Empire never had. At the same time, the Emperor's Grand Admirals were the most visible signs of Imperial authority left. To solidify its victory, the Alliance would have to prioritize them next. From a certain point of view, executing Teshik as official punishment for the larger crimes of the Empire would demonstrate that the Alliance was a government interested in administering justice instead of just a rabble. They just needed to make it clear that this was justice and not his messier cousin, revenge. Palpatine's Grand Vizier, Say Pestage, had declared his authority on Coruscant, but there was no way of knowing how much of the military would follow. The Empire had, after all, been a naval one first and foremost, but Pestage had made his career as Palpatine's political lackey. Tycho doubted the Grand Admirals and other senior naval figures respected him. The same thoughts seemed to be on everyone's minds. Hobby said, almost apologetically, the Grand Admiral fought bravely. I was impressed. He held us off for 4 hours, long enough for all the other Imp ships to escape. It doesn't matter. Jansen sounded uncharacteristically serious. He's a Grand Admiral. We can't just let him off the hook. Tycho sighed and said, so 2 Grand Admirals, 1 Emperor, 1 Darth Vader, 1 Death Star, 1 flagship, and a whole lot of other stuff. I guess that's a pretty good score. It's not over yet, Wedge said. Still 9 more Grand Admirals to go, and a whole lot of Empires. Tycho nodded. He reached into his pocket, took out the flask, and shook it around to get a feel for the contents. Anyone want a mouthful? He asked. They all raised their hands at once. He didn't mind sharing, not with his friends, not after the long fight they'd been through. As they started to pass the flask around, Tycho leaned back against the tree behind him and closed his eyes. He thought of Alderaan and his family, all lost, and felt something close to peace. Peace wouldn't last. There was a lot of war left to fight and they all knew it. But for now, it was good. He could savor it. It was a long flight to Anag, almost 2 days long. The remnants of the Imperial fleet needed that much time to repair their broken vessels, stabilize their injured crewmen, and take stock of their dead. For 2 days, the halls of Chimera were ghost-like. When crewmen passed each other in the halls, no one spoke. They avoided each other's eyes. At first, Pellaeon thought the crew was reacting that way to him specifically, but Lieutenant Riage explained that it was the same for everyone. Everyone was lost in their private grief. The only one he could talk to at all about anything besides the necessary repair work was Riage, and even then, conversation stayed only to fleet politics. We haven't heard anything from Admiral Hare's ship since the retreat, Riage said once, while they were overseeing repairs on the main flight deck. The hangar bay was full of clanking machinery, and it reduced her voice to a whisper. If the Admiral had died, we'd have heard something, Pellaeon replied. We haven't heard anything from anyone, Riage frowned. Not even from Vice Admiral Priddick. Priddick was the commander of the sector fleet at Anag. In theory, the chain of command went back up to him once they reached his territory, and if Harrisk was alive and functioning, the chain rode higher still. Sir, Riage asked cautiously, our scouts say the rebels are still at Endor. They're probably licking their wounds too. They might be there for some time. What do you think we should do? Despite their shocking defeat and the damage they sustained, the fleet was still capable of turning around and attacking the rebels at Endor once more. If Priddick committed his sector fleet, they stand an even better chance at giving back some fraction of the damage the enemy had given them. He could tell from Riage's face what she wanted. Shock had given way to anger, and anger to the cold, hard need for some recompense. Pellaeon understood it all, had gone through all of it himself. I'll recommend we return to Endor, he said, though I'm not sure how much it will be worth. You called this retreat in the first place, sir, Riage said. Realizing how accusatory it had sounded, she added, I don't blame you, sir. You were only following Grand Admiral Teshik's orders. But Teshik is dead, sir. We need to do something. I wholeheartedly agree, Lieutenant, which is why I'll be pressing the matter at Anag. You have to make Admiral Priddick listen. He should listen to you, Riage insisted. Pellaeon couldn't tell if his first officer approved of his actions or not. Likely Riage herself couldn't tell. Like everyone else, the catastrophe at Endor had shaken up his whole world. His heart and mind had yet to settle into new places. I'll do what I can to protect the citizens of the Empire. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gave it one firm squeeze. It's what I've always done. Riage nodded, accepting but not understanding it all. She was too young. When the fleet arrived at Anag, Pellaeon went onto the bridge. They still hadn't received any concrete orders from Admiral Priddick, and he was starting to worry that something might have befallen Anag as well as Endor. He and Riej both stood anxiously on the deck as the helm officer counted down the seconds until their exit from hyperspace. When the count hit 0, the blue-white blur of lights befell away. Their viewport filled with the blaze of ion engines ahead of them, the blue-green sphere of the planet, and something Pellaeon had not expected at all. It hung like a black sword over Anag, flat and narrow, with a pointed tip and a relatively wide aft engine cluster. The Star Destroyer stretched out to 19 kilometers in length, the same span as the dead Executor. Though unlike Pete's flagship, this vessel had half the total mass and a similarly smaller armament and support ship capacity. Nonetheless, it was by far the most powerful warship hanging over Anag, far outgunning Admiral Harsk's Ilthmer's fist. Tactical, Pellaeon ordered. Get me an ID on that ship. Now. One moment, sir. As the lieutenant fumbled through his shock, Pellaeon looked back at the black warship. From what he'd heard, only a handful superstar destroyers with that distinctive design had ever been built, and he'd never seen one with his own eyes. The vessel seemed almost as intimidating as Executor herself, and it gave him a spike of hope. With this ship, they could easily ravage the rebels still licking their wounds at Endor. Captain, sir, the lieutenant said, it's the Vengeance. The first of its class, then? Pellaeon recalled that the original had been commissioned and purchased by one of the Emperor's High Inquisitors, a curious being named Jarek. Some said he was a former Jedi Master from the Old Republic who'd switched sides. The handful of officers Pellaeon knew who had worked with him personally said they wouldn't do so again. Pellaeon's own occasional missions with Force users had gotten uneven results at best. The Mystics operated outside of the normal chain of command, and always seemed dead sure that their Force-given wisdom outstripped the decades-long experience of the mundane beings they were working with. It was all the more frustrating because they were so often right. From the comm station, Riej said, Captain, we're getting a message from the Superstar Destroyer. It's Vice Admiral Priddick. He's requesting you come aboard. Pellaeon swallowed, stiffened, and said, Understood. Did the message say who else was invited? No, sir. All right, then, prepare a shuttle. You are in command until I return, Lieutenant Riej. Very good, sir. Until... Pellaeon tried to repeat that word over and over in his head as he walked down the hall, rode the lift down to the hangar deck, boarded the shuttle, and made the crossing flight over to Vengeance. His shuttle ended up part of a small queue to land in Vengeance's hangar bay. When he marched onto the deck, he found himself with the cluster of other senior destroyer captains, including Relentless Aaron Dorja and Judicator's Willem Branday. He saw, too, a broad-shouldered man with black hair and a beard and red blood stripes running down the sides of his black uniform. Even if he hadn't seen the man in dozens of broadcasts, he'd have marked him as General Baron Suntir Fel, the Empire's most decorated flying ace and leader of the 181st Fighter Wing. Even as a group of stormtroopers herded them into the middle of the hangar, no officers came to greet them. The entire situation put Pellaeon on edge, and he could see the others were also. Why doesn't anyone come? Dorja looked around. There's not even anyone to ask. We can try one of the stormtroopers, Pellaeon suggested. Like the clone troopers before them, their commanding officers often forget they were real men and not just droids in white armor. Baron Fel seemed to be the only calm one, at least. He was the best at hiding his irritation. He said, Perhaps we're simply meant to wait. Wait, asked Branday. Wait for what? Fel turned and pointed to the space beyond the hangar. Pellaeon squinted, wondering what the fighter ace's eyes could pick out that his couldn't. He saw several star destroyers drift in orbit over Anag, mostly Imperial class like his Chimera, plus a few hangarless Tector-class ships and Admiral Harsk's big Predator II-class destroyer that seemed suddenly small compared to Vengeance. Then he spotted it, the flare of blue ion engines, half hidden by the threefold wing spread of a Lambda-class shuttle. The white ship resolved out of the backdrop of Harsk's vessel and flew straight for the hangar. Fel, Pellaeon, and the other captain stepped a little bit closer to the far wall as the shuttle folded up its wings and came to rest on the hangar deck. They'd had no indication whether Haersk was alive at all. The last Pellaeon had heard the man was still stuck in a Bacta tank. Haersk had never been a pleasant man in normal circumstances, and if he had just clawed his way back from serious injuries, he'd been harder to deal with than ever. Even if the Admiral blamed Pellaeon for calling the retreat, the captain found he wouldn't mind it much, not as long as they went back to Endor with the appropriately named vengeance. This time the surprise would be theirs, and with it the victory. When the shuttle's landing ramp swung down, everyone visibly tensed. 2 stormtroopers came out first, then 2 more. Finally, Pellaeon heard the low whine of a small-scale repulsor lift, and a second after that saw Admiral Blitzer Haersk slide down onto the flight deck. He was seated in a floating mobile chair. His right hand grasped the control stick and the chair's arm while the other rested in his lap. A breathing mask was clamped tight over his nose and mouth, but above it Pellaeon could see the fresh, red scar tissue that distorted half his face. Haersk drifted up the group of captains. Pellaeon led them in snapping a salute. Captain Pellaeon, Haersk grasped through his breathing mask. I called the retreat on the express orders of Grand Admiral Teshik, sir, Pellaeon said. Though a dozen officers stood at his back, he knew he was alone. The battle is over. Your command has been nullified, Haersk grated. I understand. To his relief, Haersk's eyes drifted away from him. The Admiral asked, Are we ready to convene? Pellaeon glanced over his shoulder to see a new arrival, a woman, tall and attractive, with short-cut brown hair and a fine-featured face. She wore no uniform, only a form-hiding black robe, but 2 columns of stormtroopers stood behind her. My name is Saris, the woman said. Come. With that unhelpful introduction, she turned and walked out of the hangar. The stormtrooper columns fell in on either side of the assembled captains and herded them after her. The others quite willingly let Haersk's repulsor chair skirt to the front of the line. Dorja fell in directly behind him, and then Pellaeon, and the rest followed a single-file trail through the Star Destroyer's cold gray hallways. No one spoke. The conference room was mid-sized, with just enough chairs spaced around a flat oval table. It was just like the one in Chimera, but the room was charged with the potent energy Pellaeon had never felt before. Sitting at the far end of the table was a wide-bodied man in an admiral's uniform. Next to him was a man in black robes. A black cloth was wrapped around his bald head, obscuring his eyes, and 2 pattern tattoos ran from the sides of his mouth to his jaw. Pellaeon was unsurprised when they introduced themselves as Vice Admiral Aide Priddick and High Inquisitor Jarek. Please sit, Priddick extended his arms. The captains awkwardly filled the seats, save for Admiral Haersk, who brought his repulsor chair up to the table edge on the far opposite side from Jarek and Priddick. For his part, Pellaeon placed himself between Dorja and Baronfell. Thank you all for coming, Priddick said. I know all of you are still dealing with the loss of our emperor. However, I believe we can work together to determine our continuing strategy in the war against the rebellion. With all due respect, Haersk grasped, we've already wasted too much time already. We should never have retreated from Endor in the first place. We should have kept fighting. Jarek cleared his throat and said, Admiral, my understanding is that you were incapacitated after an attack on your ship during the fighting. Had you not fled, you might not be alive. That's absurd. Haersk's one angry eye glared across the table at the eyeless Inquisitor. My vessel is the most powerful in the fleet. Jarek said with a white smile, was the most powerful in the fleet. And now this fleet is even more powerful, Haersk said. With your ship, we can go back to Endor and demolish the rebels while they're totally unprepared. Priddick frowned and rubbed his temple as if he had a headache. He looked at Pellaeon and said, Captain, I understand it was you who gave the order to retreat. Pellaeon shifted uncomfortably as all eyes fell on him. Yes, Admiral. I was given the retreat order by Grand Admiral Teshik. He was using his flagship to hold off the rebels in Endor's orbit. Without him, sir, I don't know how many of us would be here. He hoped the reminder of Teshik's sacrifice would calm the mood, but Haersk just snarled. Your orders should never have been carried out, Captain. You had no authority to pull back the fleet, not while I was still alive. Your crew told me you were incapacitated, Sir, Pellaeon reminded him. Near death, they said. I was not near death. Harris barked, but immediately fell into a fit of rasping coughs. Pellaeon looked around the table for support but found few captains willing to meet his eyes. For what it's worth, Admiral Harris, he said, I believe Lord Jarek's flagship changes everything. With our current fleet capacity, I believe we can wipe out the entire rebel force still at Endor. I am the ranking fleet officer here. My orders stand. Harris grated. I'm not handing command over to some blind wizard. Jarek seemed to respond with an eyeless glare. Priddick cleared his throat and said, if we can agree that we should perform a counterattack at Endor, I believe. Have we agreed? Asked Jarek. I remember no such concurrence. Well, Priddick rubbed his forehead again. Perhaps we could vote. This is the Empire. Harris snapped. We're not holding a vote. Command falls to the highest-ranking fleet officer, and that is me. Excuse me, Baronfell said. Head swung to him. The fighter pilot lowered his hand and asked, have we received orders from Imperial Center yet? Grand Vizier Pestage has declared himself regent, Priddick said. However, he hasn't yet given a direct command to this fleet, or any others. Pestage is no military commander, Jarek said, casually dismissive. His authority is meaningless. Pellaeon gaped. Those kinds of treasonous words could have warranted execution just 2 days ago, but looking at Jarek, he decided that man had never been afraid to speak his mind. You're no commander either, Harris said. You were the Emperor's lackey, Lord Jarek, a second-rate Darth Vader. Anger flared on Jarek's face for the first time. Priddick interjected, Gentlemen, please. We need to come to an understanding as to our immediate situation. Do we take this fleet back to Endor, or not? Such an attack would be pointless. Jarek crossed his arms over his chest. We would have revenge, Captain Brandes spoke up. Given how you name your ships, I thought that would be important to you, Lord Jarek. Revenge against what? Whatever scraps of rebel trash that are still hanging over Endor 4 days later. Revenge against the ones who murdered Palpatine, Captain Dorja said firmly. Jarek put on a condescending smile. And what good does that do our dear, late Emperor? This is about justice, Baronfell said. We make our own justice now, Jarek waved a hand. How? Pellaeon asked. Lord Jarek, if you could just clarify your exact intent, it would help all of us. Very much. The room fell silent, expectant. Everyone watched Jarek except for Priddick, who kept on rubbing his temple. We are going to build a new empire, a stronger one, Jarek said confidently. Once we have uncovered the secrets of the Lost Valley of the Jedi. I've had enough of this, Harris said. He turned his repulsor chair around and moved for the door. Admiral Harris. Jarek leapt to his feet. You will not leave this room? From this point forward, you and all your forces belong to me. Is that understood? Harris pivoted his repulsor chair just enough to fix Jarek with a sidelong glare. What do you think's going to happen here? Are you going to try and use your magic tricks on me? I've been transmitting the audio feed of this conversation directly to Eilmer's fist. Harris tapped the arm of his chair and raised his voice. Captain, if you don't hear from me in 20 seconds, launch all starboard missile batteries and tear this ship in half. A stunned hush fell over the room. Pellaeon's breath froze in his chest. Harris stared at Jarek, and the blind man seemed to glare back at him. The moment seemed to last an hour, but the moment ended when Harris said, Captain, hold your fire for 1 more minute. He turned his chair back around and rode out of the room. 2 destroyer captains popped to their feet and hurried after him. No one tried to stop him, though. Pellaeon had half a mind to join them. Harris seemed crueler now than ever, but at least he wanted to fight the enemy. He looked to Dorja, still planted in his chair, face creased in confusion. He looked to Baronfell, who had his hands folded calmly in front of him and stared directly into the opposite bulkhead in a silent rebuttal of Jarek's authority. This is my ship, Jarek growled. You are all my guests. Are you all really foolish enough to throw away what I'm offering you? No one was as reckless as Admiral Hersk, but Baron Fell shifted his head slightly and said, with all due respect, High Inquisitor, I swore to protect Palpatine's empire, not whatever one you're making. I'm not ready to break my oath yet. Fine, Jarek sneered. Go then. Join Hersk, or fly off to Coruscant and hide under Pestage's skirt. I held my hand out to you, Baron. You'll regret the day you slapped it away. Perhaps, Fell said evenly, but not today. He pushed his chair back and stood. Branday and a few more captains rose as well. Dorja rose too, and Pellaeon joined him. They turned their backs on Jarek and walked as fast as they could out of the room. Black-robed Sari stood outside the doorway, and for a moment Pellaeon was afraid some red lightsaber would spring from her sleeve and cut them all down, but she simply stepped aside. As they walked down the hall, Pellaeon picked up his comlink. To his surprise, his call went through. This is Lieutenant Riege, the woman on the opposite end said. Captain Pellaeon, is that you? We're leaving Vengeance now, Lieutenant. Report. Captain, sir, Admiral Hersk is already returning to Eilfmer's Fist. He sent out a message inviting all ships to join him in the Deep Core. The Deep Core, Dorja said from Pellaeon's shoulder. What happened to Endor? What do we do now, sir? Riege asked. Pellaeon hesitated. Without Iltmar's Fist or Vengeance, a counterattack on the rebel fleet would have small chance of success. We do what we've always done, Fell answered for him. We protect the citizens of the Empire. What Empire? Dorja muttered under his breath. Pellaeon didn't have an answer for that. He told Riege, Lieutenant, prepare the ship for a flight to Imperial Center. Yes, sir, Riege said, and ended the connection. Pellaeon stuffed the comlink into his pocket and kept walking. The tension in the room behind them lingered with the officers who had escaped. For a moment Pellaeon felt like they were in funeral procession, one for more than just Teshik or Piet or Palpatine. He felt like they were marching for the death of everything they'd ever known. There was something about these Mon Calamari warships that disconcerted Captain Abot. The Dornians built their ships with utility in mind, which resulted in a gray, bare, functional aesthetic. The Mon Cals, in contrast, seemed to want to mold art and warfare into one coherent package. Every vessel was made of smooth lines, and no two ships were exactly the same. Even the interior bulkheads were gradually curving, their winding hallways painted a bright white that was probably meant to be soothing. To Abot, the mock organic forms felt markedly unnatural, as though the ship was trying to lull him into a false sense of security. If Kyles Eltoth felt any of the same discomfort, he didn't show it. Though the Dornian's broad, leathery, violet-skinned face was difficult for Mon Cals or even most humans to read, Abot could tell his friend was quietly pleased with everything, very impressive, considering his personal circumstances. It had been 3 days since the victory at Endor, and their gunships had finally received full repairs. The final slugfest with Grand Admiral Teshik's ship had been a brutal one, damaging both their ships and killing members of the crew. Eltoth's ship had taken several hits to the command deck, and a piece of shrapnel had neatly sliced off his right leg just above the knee. He walked with an uncomfortable limp now, his body still adjusting to the second-rate prosthetics the Alliance had scrounged up after the destruction of their medical frigate. Once Abot and Eltoth returned to Dornia, a better replacement, designed for Dornian physiology, could be fitted. As for the gunships themselves, Admiral Akbar had graciously prioritized the repairs to their ships. Now it was time to pay thanks in person. Their Mon Cal escort led them to a briefing room. Akbar sat at the far end of a white oval table. Next to him was Firmus Nance. When the Dornians arrived, both stood and shook hands with the arrivals. Pleasantries were mercifully short. After a few inquiries about Eltoth's leg, which he warmly waved away, all four took seats at the table. Akbar took the lead in the conversation by saying, I want to congratulate you both for your help in bringing in Grand Admiral Teshik. Your people's first contribution to the Alliance cause won't be forgotten. I also hope it won't be the last. He was wasting no time in taking the conversation where it had to go. Abot folded his hands on the tabletop and said, "Thank you, Admiral. I'll be sure to relay your words to the Dornine government. We'd like to be heading back to home territory very soon." Without missing a beat, Akbar said, "Of course, Captain. I hope you give a favorable report to your government. Let them know that we are always open to speak with them if they desire." "Of course. I'm sure you're eager to build on your victory and expand the alliance. However, Admiral, I don't believe my government will be willing to wholly sign on to your coalition at this time." "I was expecting something of that nature," Akbar admitted. It was hard to tell, but he sounded disappointed. "That doesn't preclude further collaboration between our navies," Altoth offered. "Particularly if you're involved in operations in our region of the galaxy. Coordinated exercises may be a bridge that binds our people together." Abot knew wishful thinking when he heard it. Dornia had not been part of the Old Republic, and his people had no particular reason to long for a new one. Abot understood their reasoning, and unlike Altoth, he found things to agree with. The Dornine government would invariably surrender most of its autonomy and liberties if it agreed to become one small part of an ever greater alliance horde. He didn't want to contradict his friend, but thankfully, Firmus Nance did it for him. The old human leaned forward and said, "I'm sorry, but the idea sounds suspect to me. Even a few days ago I agreed with Admiral Akbar that we needed all the help we can get. Things are different now. Palpatine is dead and so are many of his top officers. Pestage is trying to form a coherent government on Coruscant, but we already have reports of admirals breaking away and fortifying their own territories for independent rule. The Empire is starting to fracture after only 3 days. We need to do the opposite and centralize. It's the only way we'll assert authority in the Empire's stead." "You'd replace it then?" Abot asked stiffly. "Yes, I would. That's been our goal from the start." Nance stabbed a finger on the tabletop. Abot glanced at Akbar, wondering if the Mon Cal would interject, but the human went on. "This is a critical juncture. If we don't act as a unified government and military, our movement could start to break apart too. Different local organizations will start fortifying their territory, just like the Imperial admirals are. We didn't kill Palpatine just so the galaxy could break into 100 squabbling smaller fiefdoms. We want one central government keeping order, a better kind of order than what Palpatine made." "You want Coruscant?" Altoth said. "Exactly. Every legitimate government has been based there. The next step of the war is to consolidate territory and thrust our fleets to the core." Abot glanced at Akbar. "Have you developed a strategic plan already?" "One is in progress," Akbar said, and it was clear he wasn't going to say more, not to 2 officers who weren't even Alliance members. Abot leaned back in his chair. "I understand your concerns, Admiral Nance. I honestly do. I'll relay those to our government as well, if you don't mind." Nance nodded firmly. They both knew that a short speech would only solidify the Dornine government's stance on independence. "Maybe things will change one day," Eltoth allowed. "After you seize Coruscant, for example." "Not if, but after." Nance seemed to like the sound of that. A little smile wrinkled his face. "For what it's worth, Captain, I understand a lot of local governments are going to have the same concerns yours do. We're looking into a policy of devolved control, where sector fleets are under the authority of local governments, at least for matters of regional defense." It sounded like a good start. Likes him in his government. Abot was wary that the Alliance might try to assert itself as strongly as the Empire, gobbling up any little world that refused to recognize its authority. "By the way," Altoth asked, "I understand you dispatched a carrier to Bakura recently. Was there an issue?" A look passed between Nance and Akbar, and it seemed they weren't going to get the full story there either. But to Abot's surprise, Akbar said, "Our task force is currently assisting the local Imperial government at Bakura defend against an invading fleet from the unknown regions." He didn't know which was more surprising, the alien invasion or the truce with Imperials. Of course, Bakura was as far flung from Coruscant as could be, and with the Imperial Navy in disarray, their government might be desperate for any help they can get. I hope your alliance is long-lasting and fruitful, Eltoth said. So do we, Akbar nodded. Abot cleared his throat and said, there is one other issue I'd like to ask about. Name it. Akbar blinked those big bulbous eyes. What's to become of Grand Admiral Teshik? Akbar and Nance exchanged looks again. Abot pressed, I lost 5 crewmen during the fight with Teshik. Kyle's lost 18, not to mention his leg. I'd like to tell their families what they died for. Akbar closed his eyes, opened them again. Very well. We've spent the past 3 days conducting thorough questioning of the Grand Admiral. His cyborg physiology makes even extreme interrogation methods difficult, but we have gained some information that may be useful. He seems quite eager to explain the weaknesses of his fellow Grand Admirals, Nance said. It seems like there's not much love between members in that club. That sounded good to Abot. Killing or capturing the Grand Admirals would go a long way to asserting the Alliance's symbolic authority regardless of what new territory they took. What happens to Teshik himself? Eltoth asked. When Akbar didn't respond, Nance said, it's been agreed that he should be executed. It wasn't surprising. After killing so many prize Imperials in battle, the Alliance needed to show off its administrative and judicial capacities by administering harsh punishment to someone, presumably after a publicized and more or less fair trial. Nance reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a small data cylinder. He rolled it between long bony fingers and said, we have portions of his interrogation saved. Would you like to see them? Abot blinked in surprise. Eltoth said, yes, please. Nance leaned forward and slid the data rod into the holoprojector installed at the center of the table. He dimmed the lights and an image, 3/4 life-sized, appeared in the middle of the room. It showed a captured Grand Admiral Oswald Teshik, still in his regal white and gold uniform, facing a bland-faced Alliance interrogator from across a flat tabletop. The holo was more vivid than most. Abot could clearly see the paleness of Teshik's skin, the red tint to his hair and beard, the cold dark metal gleam of his cybernetic emplacements, and the dim red glow of his mechanical eye. That half-human countenance should have been disturbing, but from the weariness in Teshik's posture, the slack edges of his mouth, he could tell he was looking at a being resigned to his fate of execution. In a curious voice, half natural and half mechanical, the man was saying tiredly, go ahead, rebel, let's get it over with. Turn Grand Admiral Teshik to smoke. But remember what I said. You will be smoke, too, soon enough. For each of your wars is just a little piece of a greater war, one endless and incalculably larger. And your rebellion's part in that war didn't conclude with your victory at Endor. In fact, it's barely begun. The stone-faced interrogator didn't seem impressed. None of us believe we've accomplished total victory at Endor. We know that putting the galaxy back together and healing the damage your people have done will require many years. You don't understand what you've unleashed, Teshik insisted. You think you can just ride into Imperial Center, kick out Pestage or whoever's on the throne, magically bring back the Senate and call it a day. Ruling a galaxy full of criminals and aliens is so much harder than that. You don't understand how Palpatine took singular control of everything. You don't understand his genius. Genius or not, he's dead. We killed him. Genius made Palpatine arrogant. That was what killed him, his own ego. And you, Grand Admiral, what, over all else, do you think landed you here? Teshik looked down at the table. His face creased in thought. Eventually he said, for a moment there, after the Death Star exploded, I could have run like Makati and tackle. Why didn't you? Where was there to run to? Teshik looked up at his interrogator. I don't want to be a petty warlord fighting my former comrades over scraps. I'd rather die an Imperial, fighting rebels. He paused, thought, and added, my death wasn't worth nothing either. There are thousands of Imperials who escaped Endor because of me. They'll fight on for years, decades if they have to. I thought you said they'd all turn around to fight each other. Some will. Most of my fellow Grand Admirals, I'm sure. But there are also men, good men who are loyal to this empire, who know your kind unleash chaos on the galaxy with all your good intentions. Those men who escape because of me, they'll hound you. The Empire will live on in some way, even without an emperor." He sounded satisfied then, almost smug. Teshik leaned back in his chair and said, "Like I told you, your battle's just begun." A shudder then through Abat's body. The Grand Admiral was right, and everyone watching him knew it. And he knew, too, that even if they fled back to Dornia, war would find them in time. It always did. Megador, 37 years after the Battle of Yavin. It hung like a pale gray sword over the last planet in the Annex's system. The superstar destroyer Megador, sole survivor of the Vengeance-class design, stretched out 19 kilometers. Its thin, narrow body bristled with weapons angled to fire, and TIE fighters flew in tight formations up and down its length. It was impossible to be so close to such a monster and not feel a bit of fear. Intellectually, Etnabot knew that Megador posed no threat. With Grand Admiral Pellaeon at his helm, the superstar destroyer, largest in the Imperial Navy, was the centerpiece of the joint war games currently being held on the outer edge of the core world's garrison system. Abot had been a soldier long enough to know that war games could sometimes prove fatal. For a moment, his mind flashed back to the 5th Fleet's first mock deployment over Bessemer, all those years ago, but there was no malevolence here today. Indeed, what he saw now would have been impossible earlier in his career. Imperial superstar destroyers, Mon-Cal dreadnoughts, Dornian gunships, Bothan assault cruisers, Happen battle dragons, Corellian carriers, and more, all training to fight side by side. Still, as he stood on the deck of the old Dornian battleship Charnak and looked down on Megador's port shoulder, he couldn't put away his old instinctive dread of such behemoths. The New Republic had scrapped up a few of his own Lusankaya, lost at Borlius against the US Henvong, and Guardian now on the opposite side of the planet's orbital ring, but even when fighting alongside those ships, Abot had never been able to overcome his feelings on first sight of Executor and Endor. Because he was only there today as an observer, there wasn't that much for him to do. Command of Charnak and the 2 gunships that the Dornian Navy had loaned for these exercises fell to Ben Eltith. Still relatively young by Dornian standards, Kyle's son had grown to be an accomplished commander in his own right, having fought against the Empire and the US Henvong both. Abot had never made it or sired offspring of his own, but he felt a certain amount of paternal pride as he watched Ben Eltoth give commands to all the sections of Charnak's bridge crew. The Dornian ship sat off one of Megador's shoulders, while a complement of Bothan ships sat off the other. On orders from Pellaeon, the ships pushed power to their engines and began to accelerate their orbit around the planet. Ahead of them, a group of Corellian ships were also in motion. Acting as a vanguard fleet, the Corellians would crest the planet's ecliptic first and begin the initial mock attack on the ships on Guardian and the other side of the planet. Abot didn't know whether this battle plan had been drawn up before or after the little show Thraken Solo had put on at Abot's funeral. Either way, the Corellians had been given a starring role in the fight. They disgorged a group of fighters that lanced ahead. TIE interceptors from the 2 Imperial destroyers off Megador's bow and wings from the Bothan ships jumped up to join them. The starfighters cut around the curve of the planet's orbit, out of Abot's line of sight, but only for a few minutes. Soon the capital ships, too, broke over the curve of the planet and dropped within visual range of the opposing fleet. "Tell all fighters to deploy in a defensive screen," Eltoth was saying behind him. "Have the gunships drop low to protect Megador's bridge." His crew gave curt affirmatives. Unlike the exposed command towers of most Imperial destroyers, Megador's bridge was set low against the hull, as it was on Charnak or a Nebula-class destroyer. It was still a prime target, but the Dornian gunships would do a good job deflecting starfighter attacks while the Empire's 2 destroyers pushed forward and engaged Guardian's defenders. Up ahead, the Corellian ships and the interceptors were preparing to meet the vanguard from Guardian's fleet. For the moment, there was nothing for Charnak's crew to do, so Eltoth stepped up lightly beside his former commanding officer and said, "Different from the old days, isn't it, sir?" "Very different," Abot grunted. He protected Lusankaya and Guardian an engagement against the Empire decades ago, but it felt different defending Megador. Not only was it Imperial in design, but her crew and commander were Imperial as well. It seemed like peace made even stranger bedfellows than war sometimes. With their bare eyes, the Dornians could see the Corellian fighters and their allies engage their opposites midways between the two closing fleets. Instead of using live fire, all ships in this exercise had synchronized their targeting systems so that whenever a mock shot was fired, a mock hit would register like the real thing on the ship's systems. If a pilot was nailed with the kill shot, his computer would automatically start pulling him out of the fighting zone. If a capital ship took enough invisible fire to collapse its invisible shields, systems corresponding with the damaged zones would start shutting down. To the gunners working in the crew pits of destroyers, seeing it all through their computer screens, nothing would be different. But for the starfighter pilots, it must have felt very strange to dance and duel without the flash of lasers and explosion of torpedoes. Almost creepy, isn't it? Eltoth muttered. It really was. They could see the flaring engine glow of so many ships all swirling about, but no explosions or lancing plasma. It must be disarming for them, Abot agreed. Fighter pilots do duels like these all the time. Yes, but they never do them on this scale. Grand Admiral Pellaeon is ambitious, isn't he? He's smart. He wants the Galactic Alliance to be an alliance, not just the former Republic systems calling the shots for everyone else. Strange position for an Imperial, isn't it? It's the exact position an Imperial would take, or happen, or any other newcomer to this coalition. An outsider, you mean? Someone who didn't come up through the New Republic Navy? Exactly. Eltoth allowed a little smile. Like you, and then? Abot snorted. The New Republic had enlisted him in the end, putting him in charge of their newly made Fifth Fleet. When the political mess of senior command became too much, he'd resigned his commission and gone back to Dornia to defend his world from the U.S. Invong. I wouldn't want Pellaeon's job, he said. I know. My father says you've always hated politics. But thank you for coming anyway. I admit I'm curious to see how this would work out. But I'm only here as an observer, nothing else. I know. Thank you, also, for not stepping on my toes. I'd never do that. Even if I didn't respect you, then I'd respect your command. There was a flash of light in the distance. It was far, far away, and it died very fast. But it was unmistakable in this strangely peaceful fight. Tactical, report, Eltoth said. What happened out there? The officer at the tactical station reported. One of, our TIE interceptors collided with an wing, sir. From the Bothan fleet. Ejections. The officer checked her scanners, then shook her head. And there are some things that never change, Etnabot said. The first time Chaniathal had seen a superstar destroyer, her mouth had dropped wide in awe. Her shuttle had flown right up into its cavernous landing bay, and she'd been marched right up to Lusankia's crew pit to man its guns. That was all a very long time ago. Lusankia, the first superstar destroyer captured by the New Republic, was gone, and Niathal had been reassigned off that ship much earlier, after the defeat of Arinda but before the victory at Selena. Still, it felt surprisingly natural to be standing on the bridge of one again, not as a grunt ensign but as commander of the whole magnificent behemoth. Guardian herself was not Niathal's primary command. Indeed, the ship was operating on a skeleton crew with greatly reduced weapon batteries, and if Pellaeon really wanted to engage her in a live-fire slugfest, there was no doubt Megador would win the brawl. Imperials being Imperials, they kept their big ships battle-ready even in peacetime. The Alliance being the Alliance, they stripped Guardian of most of her armaments and tacked them onto smaller ships, like Admiral Boitu's Nebula-class destroyer Welmo Darb. For an exercise like this, though, Guardian didn't need full-armed weapons. She simply needed to sit there and be a tempting target. As expected, Pellaeon had sent the Corellian division ahead first. Niathal, for her part, was letting Admiral Boitu's complement of Alliance vessels spearhead the defense. She kept Guardian back and ordered Helm to turn their port side to face the incoming fleet, as though to fire off a set of broadside. Doing that in the planet's orbit strained their engines a bit, but Guardian was still capable on that front at least. Hanging back with Guardian were Admiral Boss's Happen forces. A pair of double-disc battle dragons and a set sleek of November cruisers began a slow approach toward Megador, putting themselves in between the Superstar Destroyer and Boitu's fleet as a secondary line of defense. Admiral reported Guardian's temporary captain, a younger Moncal named Vrimarth. Tactical reports a collision out in the fighter screen. 2 pilots lost. Nigel cursed inwardly. This was supposed to be a bloodless sparring match. Losses were bad for morale and worse for the politics of this awkward alliance that had been fused. Whose were they? She asked. 1 Imperial, 1 Bothan. She heard a little relief in Vrimarth's voice, like he was glad none of their pilots had been lost. Nigel chose to ignore it. We press ahead with the exercise. That's the procedure. Of course, Admiral. There was no point in calling Pellaeon to make sure. He'd made quite clear that he didn't want to coddle the soldiers. A lot of those mock fighting here today were young and had never seen real combat. This loss was a tragedy, but as soldiers they had to get used to tragedies, whether they served the Empire, Hapes, Botho, or anyone else. It was something all of them in the Alliance had in common. Nigel watched, sometimes through the viewport but mostly through the tactical holo, as some of Pellaeon's fighters broke through Boitu's starfighter grid and stabbed toward his capital ships. Wilmo Darb and his supporting carrier, Karuska Gem, pumped out 2 bellies full of starfighters that tried to hold back the opposing interceptors, but the ties and A-wings managed to land mock torpedoes on the capital ship's hull. They cut in fast, don't they, Admiral? Vrimarth remarked. Tell Admiral Boss to spread her ships out. Cast a wide net and launch fighters to intercept. Yes, sir. And tell Boitu to stop chasing the fighters and engage those Corellian ships. Right away. Nigel tried to hide her impatience as the battle played out. The initial plan set out by Pellaeon was that his forces, spearheaded by Megador, would perform an offensive role while Nigel's would primarily focus on defending Guardian. It was a good enough way to train his people in offense and hers in defense, but battles weren't always split into easy roles of attackers and defenders. Pellaeon himself had taught that lesson to her and every other New Republic soldier fighting at Arenda 25 years back. She hoped the Grand Admiral would appreciate what she was about to do. Once Boitu was battling the Corellians, and the starfighter attack had been repelled by the Happens, Nigel went over to Vrimarth and said, "It's TME to change tactics, Captain. Pull Guardian out of defensive mode and point our nose at the enemy." Vrimarth's big eyes blinked in surprise, but he didn't question her orders. "Should we tell the Happens to advance?" "Smart man, Vrimarth. That's right. Tell Boss to put her ships in an offensive formation but hold back on charging until I give the order." And Boitu. She glanced at the tactical holo. The Admiral was doing a fine job stopping the Corellian advance, but he was going to have to tackle with Pellaeon's 2 Imperial-class destroyers very soon. They were gaining fast, and once they got there, they'd pin him in for Megador to finish off. "We need him where he is now," she said. "Let him hold the line." Nigel was up to something. Pellaeon could see that with his naked eyes. Guardian's dagger was turning to face Megador's sword head-on, and the Happen ships were drifting into an offensive formation with the Nova cruisers pulling ahead to protect the battle dragons. The man beside Pellaeon could see it too. "Sir, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems Nigel is planning to attack." Pellaeon glanced sidelong at Vitor Riege. Like his mother, the young man was a sharp, creative thinker, able to spot and adapt to unexpected events like, say, Nigel breaking away from the exercise plan and throwing a surprise at them. In that way, and select others, Vitor reminded Pellaeon of his son. Minar Devis was gone now, but Vitor remained. A part of Pellaeon suspected that Riege was, in fact, his biological son too, but he'd never made sure. The joy of gaining Minar and the pain of losing him during the U.S. Hinvong War was something he didn't want to experience again, something a man of nearly 90 shouldn't have to endure. So instead, Vitor Riege was his admirer and disciple, as good as they came. He didn't flatter himself to think that he was to re-edge what Grand Admiral Thrawn had been to him, an inspiration, a revelation, an aspiration that could never be reached. He was simply glad to have the man at his side and in his life. It was one of the few deep pleasures he allowed himself after so many decades of fighting. Niathal is a rather ambitious fish, isn't she? Pellaeon said, half under his breath. Ridge glanced at the holo again. Boatu still seems to be holding a defensive position against the Corellians. Niathal hopes we won't spot what she's doing and send our 2 destroyers forward to tangle with Boatu while she and the Happens jump forward and attack us. It was a bold move, very unexpected. Pellaeon found himself admiring her for adding a little excitement to his day. It's a little hard to miss Guardian making a turnaround, Ridge pointed out. Quite so. She's probably waiting for me to calm her and ask why she deviated from the battle plan. Are you going to, sir? Rules of the exercise are that there's no communication between sides while the battle's on. This is rather different, isn't it? She's certainly not playing by the rules. No, she's playing like she wants to win, and so will we. Captain, call Vindicator and Relentless. Tell them to fall back to meet the Bothans. Corellians won't like that, sir. We need them to keep Boatu at bay. Reel back those Star Destroyers. Yes, sir. Ridge went off to relay orders. There was a chance the Corellians, always feisty, might do something even more half-cocked than what Niathal was doing, but he trusted the captains on Vindicator and Relentless. The former was commanded by Sol Vernidet, the son of Minor Vernidet, a friend and one of the first and worst personal losses he'd sustained. Pellaeon had done his best to watch over the captain's now decades-long career in Imperial service, though he'd never become a protege in the way Malgarin Rig, his son, had. Relentless, too, carried a legacy. Captain Vana Dorja commanded a newer vessel than the Aaron Dorja had, but she'd chosen to name it after his ship all the same. Whereas personal ambition had sometimes made the father unreliable, the daughter was one of Pellaeon's most loyal officers. Loyalty was the prime reason he'd brought Ridge, Vernidet, and Dorja to the core with him, that, and a flexibility of thinking that allowed them to train side by side against the Empire's former enemies. Would that everyone back in Imperial space was so adaptable. He glanced at the tactical holo and saw the Dornian ships still holding position. That old cruiser Charnak had cost him greatly once, and it was still strange having to put his faith in it. Some instincts were hard to break, and he was sure Abot and Eltith were quietly marveling at the same twist of fate, but they were also veteran soldiers and they, too, could be counted on to follow his orders. And to his pleasant surprise, the Corellians kept tangling with Boatu, even as one by one he started dealing enough simulated damage to force them to retreat out of the battle zone. Niathal and the Happens, meanwhile, were already on the move. Their ships cut across the planet's low orbit and cut a straight, short line toward Megador's flank. Pellaeon ordered them to turn the destroyer's long starboard toward the enemy to better deal and absorb attacks. Megador, like Guardian herself, still hung back at the edge of the engagement as Relentless, Vindicator, and the Bothan assault cruisers pushed forward to engage the Happens. Megador let fly the rest of her fighter screen, and the Dornians held back to help protect Megador's command deck from any stray opposing starfighters that might try to land a lucky kill, the kind that had felled mighty Executor all those years ago. At first, the clashing fleet seemed equally matched, but Pellaeon knew that it wouldn't last forever. Most of the Corellian ships had retreated to the sidelines, and Boatu would soon bring his forces to join the battle in low orbit, or even strike directly at Megador herself. Either way, it was sure to tip the balance of the fight. That meant Pellaeon had to get creative. He glanced at the tactical display, first at the holo markers denoting Vindicator and Relentless, then the Dornian ships still hanging close to Megador. Captain Ridge, he said, call our 2 good captains. Tell Vernidet and Dorja to remove themselves from the fight and fall back to Sector 6 OG. Ridge frowned. There's nothing there, sir. It's out of the bounds of the fight entirely. Exactly? Ridge was a smart man. Recognition lit in his eyes. He allowed a little smile. Very clever, sir. Do you think Niathal will figure it out? We'll see. In the meantime, send the Dornians to help the Bothans. All of them, sir. All their ships. Very good, sir. As Riej went off to relay orders, Pellaeon wondered if Eltith and Abot would realize what he was doing. They were, after all, the ones who'd given him current his burst of inspiration. It had just taken him a quarter of a century to receive it. There was nothing wrong with losing fights as long as you learned from them. As Charnak moved into the fireless firefight, Abot tried to figure out what Pellaeon was doing. The two Star Destroyers had fallen back to the edge of the battle zone, having apparently taken more damage than Abot had noticed. In sending the Dornians to engage the Happens, he left Megador open for a direct strike from Guardian or Boatin. I have to admit, Eltith muttered in between directing strikes, this is a little more exciting than I'd expected for war games. Abot grunted agreement. He hadn't been expecting Niathal to pull her stunt, neither had Pellaeon and probably not even Boatin. Partially because of that surprise, she stood a good chance of turning a defensive operation into a full victory. No more pilots or crew had been killed since the early accidental collision, though this military drill had gotten as confused as a real fight. Abot even found himself getting back some of the old anxious will to win he'd had during real combat, all those years ago. The one good thing was that, in joining the Bothans, the Dornians tipped the balance of the brawl against the Happens. Charnak and her gunships were able to gang up on one of the two battle dragons, forcing the double-dice capital ship to pull out of the fight. The Bothan cruisers kept on tangling with the similarly sized Nova cruisers, which meant it was up to the Dornians to tackle the other battle dragon. Sir, Charnak's tactical officer reported as they moved on the new target. The last Corellian ships are out of the fight. Buatu is moving his fleet. Abot almost opened his mouth to ask where to, but Elta did it instead. The heat of battle, mock or no, really was getting to him. The officer glanced at the holo. He appears to be moving toward us, sir. Eltoth didn't show a hint of stress. Very well. Get me a line with Admiral Babel. We need to coordinate our defense. And just like that, Ben Eltoth marched off to the communication station and began adjusting the battle plan. He looked so much like his father that it was uncanny. Abot was no commander, not anymore, so instead of joining Eltoth at the comm station, peering over his shoulder and whispering advice to his old protege, he simply turned his attention to the forward viewport, where he could very clearly see Guardian adjusting course for a direct engagement with Megador. There was ego in it, simple as that. Niathal was willing to admit that. The last time she had faced Gilad Pellaeon in combat had been all the way back at Arinda. Two superstar destroyers had clashed then too, and Pellaeon's canny surprises had turned a new Republic strike into a desperate fighting retreat. As a young ensign, Niathal had been shocked and shamed by Arinda, but it had also given her a sharp respect for Pellaeon. Like a lot of soldiers in the Republic, she'd been told the imps were arrogant and lazy, and relied on brute force instead of careful tactics to win their fights. There was nothing wrong with losing fights as long as you learned from them. And there was nothing wrong with turning the tricks you'd learned against the one who taught them. Guardians slid past the brawling Happens, Bothans, and Dornians and cut the straight attack at Megador. The other superstar destroyer didn't break his nose away. The two behemoths adjusted course only slightly so that they slid slowly past one another, broadside facing broadside. At Arinda, the space between Lusankaya and Pellaeon's Reaper had turned into a gigantic 19-kilometer wash of flame and plasma. Now the space between Megador and Guardian was strangely empty, but that emptiness belied the targeting signals bouncing back and forth between vessels. Guardian may have been stripped of most of her real guns, but for the purpose of this exercise, she was as well armed as she'd been at her peak, and her gunnery computers sent out a chorus of signals marking the targets on Megador they were mock firing at. Megador might have been as long as Guardian, but she was a slimmer, smaller vessel overall, and not as well armed. In a real fight, Pellaeon would have won, but today, the advantage in this elaborate fictive brawl was Niathal's. She felt a giddy sense of triumph. It felt like a victory, a retribution, dreamed of for a quarter century was finally within her grasp. Then Captain Vrimarth said, Admiral, those 2 Star Destroyers. They're attacking. Niathal spun on him. They pulled out of the fight. I don't understand it myself, Admiral, but they are coming at us. I think. She waved a hand, shutting him up. Realization came instantly. They'd pulled out fast, sooner than Niathal had expected. She found it strange, but there'd been enough to worry about that she hadn't given it much thought. Pellaeon still had tricks of his own after all. It was intensely satisfying to see Vindicator and Relentless fall on Guardian's opposite flank. While no real fire was exchanged, Pellaeon could practically visualize the plasma raining down on the Superstar Destroyer's bridge section. Vernadette and Dorja concentrated all their fire there, and within minutes the tactical computer reported Guardian as having taken enough simulated damage to have broken through the aft shields and vaporized the command tower. It was the most exciting fight Pellaeon had had in years, and it hadn't even cost lives. Still, he had to keep the smug smile off his face as he answered Guardian's hail. "You fought well, Grand Admiral," Niathal said. He had a hard time reading Mon Cal faces, but he thought he could hear the dejection in her voice. "You gave me quite a surprise," Pellaeon said. "I realize that I broke the plan for this exercise. I'm willing to accept reprimand if you so decide." Pellaeon waved a hand. "There was no harm done. Frankly, you taught an important lesson today. Expect the unexpected. Even when doing battle drills. It was one I'd almost forgotten myself." "Thank you, sir. Of course, I can't say I'm totally pleased with the outcome. I'd expect not. Nonetheless, it was a good match. You're to be commended for your ingenuity." Niathal blinked, like she was taken aback by so many compliments. "Thank you, Grand Admiral. Is there anything else?" "No, I think that's sufficient for now." "All right." She blinked again. "I'll recall my ships and will report back once everyone is accounted for." "Please do." The holo winked out. Pellaeon let loose a long breath. He glanced sideways to see Vitor Riage watching him with a lingering expression of mild confusion. "That," the captain said, "was not what I expected from today. If the rebels are good for one thing, it's keeping us on our toes." Pellaeon smiled beneath his mustache. "But Niathal is right. We have a lot of cleaning up to do. Call all fighters back. Relay my personal thanks to Vernadette and Dorja." "Of course, sir." Pellaeon thought a moment, then added, "Relay my personal thanks to Charnag as well. To Eltith and especially to Abot." Riage tilted his head slightly, confused. He hadn't been at Selenon. He wouldn't understand. But he carried out his orders anyway. Pellaeon didn't know what Abot would make of that missive. He didn't know if the old Dorning had seen what he was doing or even anticipated it. If he didn't get it now, well, he would eventually. The news, predictably, was still about Thrak and Sal Solo. After making a big commotion with his speech at Bel Iblis' funeral, the man had gone back dirtside and announced that his department had decided to build an orbital defense platform named in honor of the late Corellian general. Denying him funds for that kind of request, right after Bel Iblis' death, would have been political suicide, so Prime Minister Saxon had had no choice but to disperse the money from the 5 world central coffers. "I'll give him one thing," Tycho admitted as he sat in the Antilles family's living room, watching the afternoon holo broadcast. "That man has a skill of grabbing people's attention." "I just feel bad for Bel Iblis. If he had a grave, he'd be spinning in it right now," Ela said from the opposite sofa. She was sitting next to her husband and had her arms crossed over his chest. "In a way, he was a check on a lot of this," Tycho sighed. "When Bel Iblis was around, nobody could deny that Corellia had intrinsic ties to the Alliance. Sal Solo and his Human League buddies did," Wedge reminded him. "Remember that whole Centerpoint crisis?" "Okay, yes, but Bel Iblis kept the crazies in check most of the time." "Corellia's always had a share of crazies," Wedge shrugged. "But I admit, Sal Solo's been getting better and bringing them out." "Well, at least Saxon's reasonable." "Saxon is still a patriot. She's reasonable, but she's Corellian first, Alliance second. Better her than Saldolo." "Oh, absolutely." "What about that Templar guy? What do you know about him?" "You know," Ila said, "I have a better idea. Let's not watch the news and not talk about politics. Sounds lovely, Wedge said, and promptly turned off the holo. Tycho stretched his arms and looked around the Antilles apartment. The family owned a 2-level condominium inside a tower in one of Coronus City's upscale neighborhoods. The living room was on the 2nd level and had broad windows looking out on the sunny cityscape. You know, I bet your pension gets you a lot farther here than on Coruscant. Mine and Winter's place is a third this size. You also don't have 2 grown-up daughters, Ila reminded him. True enough, but how long are they going to be in here for? They're, 20-something by now. Mary's 19, Sile's 21. Tycho felt suddenly deflated. Wedge frowned. What does that mean? It means we're all getting too damn old. I remember when they 2 messy-haired little brats having food fights. Well, they don't have food fights anymore. Tycho thought a moment. If Sile's 21, she should be about done with school here. Has she know about the academy? He didn't have to say which one. Training young pilots was Tycho's primary business nowadays. Sile's parents exchanged glances. Ila said, we were actually hoping you could have a little talk with her. Me? Of course. Tycho frowned. What's the issue? Is she? They heard a door slide open on the level below them, her shoes on tile. Without getting up from the sofa, Ila called, Sial, is that you? From the stairwell leading down to the lower level, a voice called up, it's me, Mom. Your timing's great, Sial. Come on up. A second later, Sial popped up from the lower level and stepped into the living room. Wedge and Ila's older daughter was dressed in a simple blouse and trousers and wore her bronze hair in a tight bun at the back of her head. She looked at her parents, then at Tycho. She blinked but said nothing. Sial, her father said, I think you and Uncle Tycho should take a little walk. 5 minutes later, they were out on the streets. In this part of Coronet City, apartment towers rose high all around them, but the streets were wide and the pavement shaded by ornamental trees. Sial walked quickly, with long anxious strides, and kept staring at the pavement in front of her instead of looking at Tycho. I've been working on my application to the academy, she was saying. I've decided I want to be a fighter pilot, like Dad. Tycho wasn't surprised by that. The girl had inherited her father's natural talent for flying. I don't think you have to be worried about getting in, Sial. I'm sure you can pass the flight test, and from what I hear, you won't have any problem with academics either. I know, but that's not what I'm worried about. What are you worried about? It was clearly something. Sial had always been very serious and focused, unlike her sister, but she was acting more weighted down than usual. Still looking down at the pavement, Sial took a breath and said, I want to enroll in the academy under a false name. She seemed to deflate a little after she got it out. Tycho didn't have to think hard to see what she was after. She was the daughter of the most famous starfighter pilot in the entire galaxy. It was no surprise she wanted a way out of the pressure, the expectation, the assumptions that went with the Antilles name. Okay, Tycho said, that's fine. There's no rule against it. But you should be sure that's what you really want, Sial. It is, she nodded firmly. I don't want everyone to think of me as Dad's kid. I just want to be me. With a fake name? Okay, with a fake name, she admitted, and maybe I'll tell people who I really am, if I trust them, but I don't want special treatment, Uncle Tycho. Not even from you. He could see it all on her face, the pride, the determination, the aching need to define herself as herself and not how others saw her. He couldn't help but smile, a little wistful, as he tried to remember what it had been like to be so young. No special favors, Sial, I promise. I'll shame and abuse just like I do all the other recruits. Good. Sial nodded seriously, then finally looked up at him. You don't really treat them bad, do you? Only the ones who deserve it, he patted her shoulder. Now come on, I think your mom said something about a good home-cooked dinner. When they got back to the Antilles apartment, a meal was indeed in the process of being cooked. Wedge was, surprisingly, helping out Ila, having picked up basic culinary skills sometime during his retirement. In the end, they sat down at the same table for dinner, all 5 of them. Wedge's younger daughter was a constant contrast to her sister, whereas Syal was small, neat, and serious. Myri was taller, louder, and more colorful, from her clothes to her short-cut hair dyed bits of red and gold. "I hear you've been learning some family tricks from your mom," Tycho told her at one point. "She wants me to learn how to be sneaky like her," Myri said after swallowing a mouthful of nerf stew. "I don't know if it's sticking, Mom." "They're sneaky, and they're sneaky," Ila said. "I think you'd be good at misdirection." "So the flamey hair was your idea?" Tycho asked. Ila made a face. "Well, I figure I might as well try to learn some tricks from Mom," Mary said. "I don't think I can be a pilot like Syal. I mean, I can fly stuff, so I got some of Dad's genes, but not as much as the big sis." She jabbed a thumb toward Syal. The older sister grunted in acknowledgement. Once the meal was done, neither Syal nor Mary seemed to want to linger at the dinner table long. Syal went down to her room to study, while Mary slipped on a jacket and boots that added 5 more centimeters to her height and slipped out into the night. "I'm guessing you weren't like Mary in your youth," Tycho told Ila. "I wasn't quite as colorful." "What about you, Wedge? Were you like Syal?" "I think I had a little more fun." Tycho chuckled and pushed his plate away. "I'm going to assume this is what they mean by the joys and surprises of parenthood." "Something like that." "Well, it's normal life, Wedge. Real life, the kind real people have when they're not having to save the galaxy every week." "Was it every week? I feel like I was more like every other month." "Well, I'm glad it's been downgraded to every couple years. Pretty soon we'll be down to every few decades." "In a few decades neither of us is going to be fit to fly anything, Tycho. Right? We'll be in the old folks' home slurping goo through our toothless mouths, mumbling through our gums about the good old days." "Assuming we still remember the good old days. That's a long time off," Ila said seriously. "And there's things that have to happen before that." Her tone said she wasn't in the mood for banter. She had something else in mind. "What's up, Ila?" Tycho asked. He glanced at Wedge, whose face had gone serious but didn't give further hints. "There's something you need to pass on to the higher-ups on Coruscant." Ila leaned forward a little. "Something like what?" He felt something heavy drop into his gut. The kind of heavy he hadn't felt in years, the kind that never meant anything good. "I've got some tips from an old Coruscant friend who wants to stay anonymous." Ila said it's about Thraken Sal Solo. "Then it's not anything good. My contact says Sal Solo's been on the lookout for ways to improve the 5 worlds' local military without drawing Alliance attention. Sal Solo made no secret of his desire of an independent Corellia, but Tycho had no idea the man had been taking concrete actions toward buffing up the military. The Alliance had recently laid down strict laws regulating the size of local defense forces. Has he been contacting weapon suppliers, starship manufacturers? According to my contact, it's nothing so obvious. Sal Solo's been trying to track down abandoned hardware." Tycho frowned. "You mean abandoned spacecraft?" "Apparently he's got a trace on some Imperial warships that went missing in the deep core a while back. The Empire had pulled out of its deep core territories decades ago, but there was no telling what stray secrets were hidden in that labyrinth of tightly packed stars, nebulae, and black holes. The Emperor's old redoubt at Epic 9 had helped turn the tide against the U.S. in Vong, and Admiral Pellaeon had found multiple superstar destroyers that he'd thrown against the New Republic during the later campaigns of the Civil War. The Empire gave us charts to the deep core during the Vong War," Tycho reminded her. "We've scouted all the ones we could. What could Sal Solo have that we don't?" "The Empire gave us charts they wanted us to see," naturally, Ila shrugged. "We have no reason to believe they were complete." "But where did Sal Solo get his intel?" "I don't know. All I can say is that he sent some envoys on a secret mission to the Lyor system. You probably haven't heard of it, but it's on the charts, past the Empress Teta system on the old Bice run." "Any idea what he found there? Or when these guys went on their secret mission?" "They set out 9 days ago. That's all I know." Tycho sat back with his arms crossed over his chest. He glanced at Wedge and asked, "Any input?" "Only that we should find whatever Saldola was after as soon as we can. We've seen these kinds of surprises before. We know what damage they could do." He didn't have to say more. Even after 25 years, Wedge had never really got over the shock and shame of his failure at Arenda. "I'll do whatever I can to get to the bottom of this," he told them both. "That's why we told you," Vila said. There was a lot of trust in her eyes, and in Wedge's too. He just hoped he could live up to it. As he conducted the post-exercise debriefing aboard Gilad Pellaeon felt like he was standing amidst a gallery of ghosts. No, it wasn't that bad. Echoes, perhaps, was a better word. Sol Vernade was well into his 50s, gray and weathered and now older than his father Minor had ever been. Vana Dorja had her late father's wide cheekbones and black hair, but her green eyes and long sharp nose spoke of her other parent. As for Vitor Riege, the young captain had a face that always reminded Pellaeon of his mother, but that didn't bother him as much, because Malgarin Riege, at least, was still alive and serving the Empire. Pellaeon had worked with them for long enough, trusted them all enough, that he could usually look past the echoes without effort and focus on the three captains in front of him. They sat in a light semicircle around his desk, reciting reports on crew readiness and making quick recommendations on how to improve for future exercises. At one point, Dorja asked, "Admiral, do you plan on holding exercises of this scale again?" It was the first direct question Pellaeon had received in almost 15 minutes, and it jerked him out of a slightly lazy stupor. "Not at this time," he said. "Our brawl over annexes made for a good spectacle, but coordinating elements from so many different fleets was difficult. Just arranging a schedule on holding the exercise was hard enough. The Corellians dragged their feet, of course, but the Happens were prickly too." Dorja nodded. "I'm glad." Pellaeon raised a white eyebrow. "Are you now?" "Why is that, Captain?" Like her father, the woman knew how to be direct when she wanted to. "Sir, I think there's better way to spend time and resources than arranging massive war games like this." "Do you now?" Pellaeon leaned forward, elbows on desktop, genuinely interested. "What ways?" Without blinking, she said, "An engagement of the type we staged over annexes would never happen today. Large fleet battles like that haven't happened since the Vong War. We should be training for localized police actions against opponents using higher numbers of smaller warships, probably combined with hit-and-run tactics. Frankly, sir, I think our time would be better spent running war games with other Imperial forces. They need to learn how to fight that way too." Pellaeon looked at the other captains. "Thoughts, gentlemen?" Vernade shook his head. "This coalition is vital." "I'm not saying we turn our back on it," Dorja said, prickly. "Quite the opposite. I'm saying new alliance tactics need to be taught in the Empire. Many of our captains are still traditionalists." Pellaeon restrained a tight smile. Her father had been one of those traditionalists, as had Vana Dorja herself, at least until the US and Vong swept through Imperial space and taught her the need for adaptability, along with the healthy dose of humility. He looked to Riege. "What about you, Captain? Any desire to go back to Bastion?" He was asking, of course, whether Vitor wanted to go back and see his mother, still serving as Pellaeon's intelligence chief after all these years. Riege said evenly, "I'll go where I'm sent, of course, but as it's your flagship, I think Megador belongs in the car right now." It was a good answer, what he'd been expecting. Riege had a creative mind, but he always acted like the consummate professional, loyal to his post. In that way, he was very unlike how Minor had been. Pellaeon looked back to Dorja. "I understand the desire for smaller exercises. It's what I plan to schedule anyway. It's still important that we cooperate with the other fleets in the coalition, of course. That's why my next plan is to schedule war games with localized forces. Bothans and Dornians, for example, are Imperials and Happens. Sparring against each other or combining unit?" Vernade asked. "A little of both." Pellaeon smiled slightly. "We'll shake things up and make things more fun." That didn't get a smile out of his captains, but they seemed pleased with the plan nonetheless. Pellaeon dismissed them after that. Bernadette and Dorja rose first and headed for the hangar bay, where shuttles waited to take them back to their destroyers. Riej was slower rising. As he turned for the door, Pellaeon called on him to wait. "Can I help you with anything else, sir?" he asked. "Have you identified the TIE pilot we lost during the exercise?" "Yes, sir. A flight officer Wildjervin, from Moonlist. An experienced pilot." "No, sir. Just 4 months out of training. He'd never seen any real action." Pellaeon sighed. He knew these accidents happened, but it was a poor, pointless way for a child to die. Has his family been notified? "Not yet, sir. I understand his squadron leader is still putting together a message to his parents." "Good man," Riej, making sure it was done properly. "Once his letter's finished, have him send it to you before it goes out. I'll be sending you a little something also." "Sir." "Another message for his parents, Captain." "Ah," Riej said. "I see, sir." Vitor and his mother were two of the few beings who knew about Pellaeon's relationship with Minor Devis. Though neither Pellaeon nor Riej were prone to shows of emotion, the captain knew instantly why the young pilot's death had struck a chord, and why he felt the need to address the young man's parents. But Riej was an officer and gentleman, just like Pellaeon had been at that age, so instead of offering some mawkish empathy, he simply said, "Is there anything else, sir?" "That will be all. Thank you, Captain." Riej nodded and left the room. Without his young captains there to fill the silence, Pellaeon's office seemed to yawn open around him. After all this time, he still wasn't used to Megador, just like he'd never gotten used to Reaper. He'd have preferred the tighter, more familiar confines of the smaller Chimera, but unfortunately, that home was a long time gone. He sighed and got out his datapad. He'd written countless letters to anonymous grieving family members, including Sol Bernadette's own mother over 50 years back. It had been very hard then, but along the way he'd gotten used to them. They'd become as routine as any other part of war. They weren't at war now, and he'd fallen out of the practice. He realized he hadn't done it since the end of the U.S. Hinvong War, when the recent pain of Minor's loss had made the writing acutely difficult. He found it was difficult now, trying to add gravitas and nobility to what was, ultimately, a stupidly fatal accident, but he tried his best. That young man, not anonymous flight officer Wildjervin, he reminded himself, had still pledged himself to defend the Empire. He deserved respect for that alone. So Pellaeon took his time composing the message and made sure he did it right. For years after the rebel conquest of Imperial Center, the Empire's authorities had moved their base of operations from planet to planet. The base had been called Bastion, but the location had changed again and again, too often because of constant rebel encroachments into ever-shrinking Imperial territory. Once peace with or surrender to the rebels had been secured, there had been no need to keep moving the base around. Bastion had become a specific planet as well as a place, and in the nearly 20 years since the end of hostilities, then it had become a seat of government with all the trappings of one. Fiery devastation wrought by the U.S. Hinvong had done great damage to the cities, but rebuilding had been swift. Call it the Empire, call it the Remnant, its government had been determined to build up its capital to respectable splendor, to prove itself respectable to the so-called alliance that reigned from Coruscant. On that rare thing, Pellaeon and the Moth Council had agreed and cooperated wholeheartedly. So Bastion had become a capital that looked like a capital. It had grand buildings, broad streets, manicured gardens. It had statues and monuments to past Imperial glories, carefully curated to present a vision of the Empire that was palatable to the rest of the galaxy without betraying the ideals the Empire has stood for: safety, security, justice, and peace. There were statues to slain heroes like Thrawn, Ramodi, or Teshik, but none to Palpatine or Vader, and certainly not to petty warlords like Jarek, Hersk, or Pterodok. Most of them were dedicated not to individuals but to the fighting men and women who had died by the millions to preserve a way of life that prized order, stability, and strength above all else. And that, all things considered, was as it should be. Turfiner visited the memorial to the pilots of the 181st Fighter Group too often nowadays. It was morbid, he knew, and also a sign of restlessness caused by too many years in retirement. Still, it was a handsome memorial, situated at the end of a long promenade decorated by lush hedges and colorful flowers. A life-size replica of a TIE interceptor, carved from obsidian stone and painted with red blood stripes, rose on a stone pillar and stabbed upward toward the sky. In a semicircle around the stone starfighter was a black stone bowl, engraved with the white-lettered names of every man and woman in the 181st who had died in service of the Empire. It was a long list, a constant reminder of the brutal attrition that had ground the Galactic Empire down to almost nothing. It included not only the names of pilots who had died in combat as part of the 181st, like Seth Avrian or Seer Dankin, but those who had served in the unit and died thereafter, such as Minor Devis, who had rammed his ship into Uazing, Vong Interdictor late in the war. It even included General Evir Dericote, who had cared more about bioengineering weapons than training combat pilots, and had let the 181st deteriorate into one of the Empire's worst combat units until one man whipped it into shape. Dericote's inclusion made all the more conspicuous the absence of the man who had made the 181st what it was. General Baron Sunter fell. The man wasn't dead, at least, that was what they said. It had been over 30 years since Turfenir had seen his old leader. He still didn't know how to feel about him. Death would have been a better fate for Fel in some ways, or at least one easier to accept. Instead, so they said, Fel had been captured by the rebels at Brental, just 6 months after Endor. He defected, flown with Rogue Squadron, been recaptured by Isan Isert, and had finally, somehow, ended up as a commander in Grand Admiral Thrawn's private army in the unknown regions. When his mentor had been captured, Fenrir had been racked with guilt. When he supposedly defected, Fenrir had refused to believe it. When he disappeared, Fenrir had felt vaguely hopeful that the man he'd admired most might reappear in the Empire's service. His final fate, if the rumors were true, was something Fenrir couldn't parse. He was neither patriot nor traitor, hero nor villain. He wished he could have asked Fel himself what had happened, but that would never be. While Fenrir was pacing around the 181st Memorial on a suitably gray, dreary afternoon, he spotted a woman and child approaching down the promenade. The woman had to have been no older than 30, the boy no older than 10. Despite the gloomy backdrop, there was something picturesque about them. They would have fit perfectly on the cast of one of the old wartime holodramas Fenrir had practically been raised on. The beautiful wife and loyal child waiting for daddy to come home from fighting the nasty subhuman rebels. "Mummy, what's the statue for?" he heard the boy ask. His mother ruffled his dark hair and said, "This is for the 181st. Do you know what they were?" Fenrir thought. They weren't gone yet. The boy shook his head. Were they pilots? They were the greatest fighter pilots in the whole Empire. Even better than Rogue Squadron. The mother, bless her, didn't miss a beat. Much better than Rogue Squadron, she smiled. The boy's eyes went wide in wonder. What are those names, Mummy? Are those the pilots who flew in the 181st? She provided. Those are the pilots who died, dear. The boy wilted a little. Oh. She ruffled his hair again. Those are all the brave pilots who died to keep you safe, love. They died to protect you from the Vong and all those other nasty subhumans. It's sad they died. I know, dear, but the wars are all over. There's no more fighting. I'm glad. So am I, love. She kissed him on the forehead. Now come on, let's go find you, Dad. The woman and the child tottered off. They hadn't paid Fenrir any attention at all. The conversation left him feeling strangely dejected. It was, as she'd said, good that the wars were over and the fighting done. They hadn't added any names to that wall in 7 years. Still, something made him feel hollow inside. Fenrir kept walking. Night fell slowly behind a cloudy sky. When it was fully dark, and the city lights all up, Fenrir sought out the Old Glory. Being the capital of a respectable polity, Bastion had a number of fine eating, and drinking establishments that welcomed beings from all corners of the galaxy, human and alien alike, so long as they paid. The Old Glory was not one of those. It was humans only, it was cheap, it was out of the way, and it was a favorite of old soldiers whose glory was long gone. Fenner felt right at home there. When he entered, he was hailed by familiar faces. He bought a drink from the bartender, chatted for 5 minutes with the gray-bearded major who'd once commanded in that brigade, then spotted a more familiar face at the far end of the bar. He excused himself and plopping himself down on the stool next to David Belkerin. Belkerin, lucky man, still had a full head of hair, and he wore it as long and messy as always, even though it was shot through with gray by now. When he spotted Fenner, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Well, nice to see you, boss." "Likewise." Fenner tapped his glass against the other pilot's. "What have you been up to?" "Oh, the usual. I got me a job as a private flight instructor." "I told you that, right?" "Last time, yeah. It had been this bar, no more than a month ago. They'd both been rather drunk and wistful at the time." "Well, what have you been up to, boss?" Fenner shrugged uneasily. "Nothing special. I just took a walk today. Stopped by the 181st Memorial." Belkerin gave a long sigh. "I try not to. Stop by, I mean. I always end up reading those names and I think, well, you know." "Yeah." Fenner tipped back his drink, swallowed. There was this kid there with his mom. It felt, I dunno. Belkerin raised an eyebrow. It felt what? Strange. Just strange. Belkerin grunted and took a sip from his glass. "The kid, he didn't know the 181st, Fenner continued. He asked if we were as good as Rogue Squadron. The mom, though, she set him straight. Good woman. Good woman. Pretty too? And you didn't puff up your chest and introduce yourself, General. She was half my bloody age. And had a husband. Ah, still honorable, boss, that's you." Fenner shook his head and took another drink. He didn't dwell on Rogue Squadron as much as he used to, but he found himself wondering what Antilles or Selchu were doing with their waning years. He wondered how different it felt to look back on a long war of attrition when you were on the winning side. There was a small clamor at the other end of the bar. People were hunched close to an holo projector, and even from the opposite side of the room, Fenner could make out the floating gray dagger of an Executor-class superstar destroyer. His mind flicked back to the behemoths he fought with, or against, Executor, Lusankaya, Reaper. Belkerin noticed it too. Together, they crossed over to the other side of the room and joined the crowd. The holo zoomed out to show not just one superstar destroyer but another, this one a narrow gray sword. Smaller capital ships moved around them. Happen, Moncal, Bothan, Corellian, designs he didn't even know. Over the spectators' chatter, Fenner could hear the voice of the announcer, saying, "The war games conducted on the edge of the Annex's system today were the largest on record and contained ships and personnel from over 24 Galactic Alliance member systems. The battle pitted the forces of Admiral Niathal on Guardian against Grand Admiral Pellaeon on Megador." There were a few claps at the mention of Pellaeon and his flagship, but Fenner felt hollow. Guardian should have been theirs too, and all those Bothans and Moncals should have been theirs to control. It had all been that way once. The announcer continued, "Admiral Pellaeon defeated Niathal's forces thanks to a deft surprise attack by the Star Destroyers Vindicator and Relentless. After pinning down Niathal's flagship, the Grand Admiral forced her to surrender. That's our lads." Someone said. "Told ya he'd do it," added another. "Show that criffing fish how it's done." Fenner sighed and glanced sideways at Belkerin. The look on his face, sullen and stiff, matched his own. After all they fought, after all their friends had died, it had all come down to stupid play fighting and hollow victories. "Bartender," Fenner called. "How about another drink?" "In my day," Etnebot said, "war games were much more serious." He hadn't meant it as a joke, but been laughed anyway. They sat having breakfast in the captain's cabin aboard Charnak, which was now Eltoth's but had once been Abat's, a very long time ago. The ship was in orbit over Annexes, undergoing installation of an improved sensor package courtesy of the Alliance. He continued, I'm particularly surprised by the maneuver Nithal pulled. Going that far from the initial plan wasn't just bold, it was dangerous. A lot more lives could have been lost. But they weren't, Eltoth said, and like you've said again and again, combat situations are always full of surprises and nothing goes according to plan. True enough, but her actions were still uncalled for. Nithal should have been disciplined. Did you think it was exciting, though? He couldn't deny that. Seeing two superstar destroyers plunge toward each other was a spectacle he hadn't witnessed in almost a quarter century. It was exciting because no one was dying. When they are, things look very different. Well, said Eltoth, it's a good thing we're in peacetime, isn't it? Pray it stays that way. Eltoth took a gulp of water and asked, Are you worried it might now? Do you see any problems ahead? We've had local disturbances like the Swarm War, but nothing that's mobilized the whole Alliance fleet. I don't see obvious fault lines, but that doesn't mean anything. Nobody saw the US and Vaughn coming, or the Yvetha, or the mess with the Killiks. Latoth studied the older Dornian for a moment, then asked, Do you regret serving the New Republic? Of course not. You can seem down on the Alliance sometimes. I was wondering. I don't regret what I did. Someone had to stop the Yvetha, and I'm proud to have been a part of it. But we lost a lot of good people there, mostly because the politicians on Coruscant couldn't figure out how they wanted to play it. The Vong invasion was the same, but 1,000 times worse. And this big coalition fleet the Alliance is putting together is going to be hampered by the same problems. Getting a whole galaxy full of species and systems to work together is never going to be easy. Exactly? There's always going to be a conflict somewhere. You know, my father fought in a lot of the same campaigns as you, but he's always been more enthusiastic about supporting the Alliance. Or the New Republic? Your father is an eternal optimist. It almost sounded like an insult. Eltoth chuckled again. I'll let him know. He does already, I think. He's passed it on to you. Eltoth took another drink and asked, Did you have anything against Dornia participating in these exercises? No. If we're going to be part of this coalition, we should act like it. Besides, it's important to know our partners. And should we be part of it? Eltoth leaned forward a little. He seemed eager for the older Dornian's opinion. Abot chose his words carefully. Given the current state of the galaxy, it doesn't do us any harm. If we weren't part of a network that includes everyone from Happens to Imperials, we'd be consigning ourselves to a hermit state. This isn't just a military coalition. After all, it's a diplomatic and economic one too. What if the state of the galaxy becomes something else? Like during the Vong War. Eltoth nodded. During that conflict, Abot had grown frustrated with seeing Sav and the other senior New Republic commanders, resigned his commission, and gone back to Dornia to defend his home sector just as he had for most of the conflict against the Empire. Dornia's remote location had shielded it from all but a few skirmishes with the invader. Then I recommend we do what we've always done, Abot said. Take care of ourselves. Eltoth looked down at his glass. If you think that, why did you join the New Republic? Why did you command the Fifth Fleet against the Yvetha? Because, given the state of the galaxy, it was the best choice at the time. Eltoth didn't respond. He was deep in thought. At some 50 standard years old, he was still young for a Dornie. He had much to learn. If everyone thought like you, he said at last, there wouldn't be much of an alliance, would there? Abot wasn't if most of them didn't deep down. Crises usually showed being's true colors in a way that peacetime did not. But he felt like appeasing Eltoth, so he said, We should be thankful they don't. Then, shouldn't we? I know I am. Eltoth tipped his water cup toward Abot in a muted toast, then drank. From the office of the Chief of State, you had a wonderful view of Galactic City fresh and gleaming in the pale morning light. Streams of airspeeders ran in steady rush-hour rivers, and the lights in the lower levels went out bit by bit as daylight chased away the skyscraper's long shadows. Inside the office, too, it felt like a fresh and pleasant morning. The air was thick with the rich smell of calf, and the four beings who sat around Cal Oma's desk knew each other well from years of shared professional experience. A newcomer would have mistaken it for a relaxed morning briefing if not for the gravity on the faces of those involved. Our scouts in the Lyar system found no ships of any kind, said Belinda Kalinda, the chief of Galactic Alliance intelligence. Weary bags were visible beneath her eyes, even against the dark skin of her face. Was your search thorough? Asked Admiral Niathal. Her webbed hands were placed politely on the tabletop, but there was an urgency in her voice. Very. After we determined there were no ships or life forms in the system, we started scanning for trace energy residues, plasma exhausts, and anything else to mark that ships had been in the system recently. Our results were inconclusive. Why is that? Asked Tycho Selchu. After bringing Ela Wesseri's news to the proper authorities, he'd insisted he be kept in the loop of the ensuing investigation. The deep core is a very difficult part of space, Kalinda reminded him. Even sparse systems like Lyar are full of debris from ancient novas, dead stars, and other phenomena. It's never easy to tell what's naturally occurring and what's from an artificial source. In the end, when all was said and done, what did your people find? Asked Chief of State Omas. He sat behind his desk, slumped a little in his chair, but his voice was taut and his eyes alert. Kalinda held up one finger. First, we found the remains of the Imperial facility around the fourth moon of Lyar's third planet. It was not only abandoned, but it was blown to rubble. There were no surviving computer systems we could access, and no trace of whatever the Imperials once kept there. Was it destroyed recently? Asked Niathal. Within the past few weeks or months. No. However, our guess is that it was destroyed within the past 3 years. That was well beyond the last anyone had heard of Imperial activity in the deep core. Before anyone could state the obvious, Kalinda held up another finger. Secondly, we did find traces of someone else's exhaust over the facility, faint and scattered, but there. Based on the particle residue and level of dispersion, it almost certainly came from a mid-sized Corellian freighter within the past week. Tycho frowned. So what does that mean? Somebody beat the Corellians to the prize. By 2 or 3 years. We don't have enough information to say anything for sure, but it is likely. Is there any chance we can figure out what class of ship they were using? Asked Niathal. If they went down the Bice run, they probably stopped at the Empress Teta system first. They're part of the Alliance, so I can order them to give us their local flight logs. The exhaust elements we picked up are common to all Corellian-made ships, Kalinda said. It has to do with the fuel injector CC engines used. Beyond that, I can give you a very vague size estimate. That doesn't sound too helpful, said Tycho. It's a place to start, Niathal insisted. Amos slapped his hands on the desktop, commanding attention. He said, right now we've got 2 problems in our hands. One we already knew about. Sol Solo's looking to gather a secret fleet. I can't say I'm surprised by that, Tycho admitted. Nor I, said Niathal, but after today's news I'm actually encouraged. Encouraged how? Kalinda frowned. If Sol Solo is chasing the ghosts of old Imperial warships, that means he doesn't have the resources to start building ones of his own. Tycho hadn't thought of it that way, but she had a point. So you're saying Sol Solo's not the immediate concern? The Corellian situation as a whole is going to have to be watched, Amos said, very closely. I don't need to remind you all that if Sol Solo's trying to dig up old toys, he's got Centerpoint right in his backyard waiting to be played with. My people haven't seen any signs that Sol Solo's been investigating use of Centerpoint Station, Kalinda said, but I promise I'll put extra resources on the Corellian issue. Good enough for now, Amos nodded. As a junior agent, Kalinda had been on the ground at Corellia during the Centerpoint crisis 20 years ago, and Amos trusted her to know the system. Well, that leaves the second problem, and right now that one worries me more. We need to know what happened at Lyar. It sounds like the trail's gone cold, Tycho said. Very, Kalinda nodded. We've checked all our records for information on Lyar, from old NRI reports to the charts of the deep core the Remnant gave us during the Vong War. Nothing mentions an Imperial base in the system. How large a base was this, based on the wreckage? Nithal asked. Not especially. It looked like a research building on the ground, plus a station in orbit, but the station was shot out of space and crashed in pieces on the surface, which itself is just airless rock. Tycho gave a small sigh. It was sitting there in front of them all, waiting to be asked, and since nobody else seemed like they were going to do it, Tycho said, this would be a lot easier if Admiral Pellaeon wasn't on this conversation. Why isn't he? There was an awkward pause. Nithal looked away, and Kalinda shifted her eyes onto Amma's desk. The Chief of State took a breath and said, that was my decision. Why? Tycho repeated. We're talking about lost Imperial warships. It could be one, it could be a whole fleet. The station wasn't big enough to host a fleet, Kalinda interjected. It doesn't matter. Amos waved a hand. The point is, this is very critical, very dangerous, potentially very explosive information. I want to keep it in as tight a circle as possible right now. Pellaeon is exactly the person who could help us, Tycho insisted. We've already run into a dead end. I want to keep it with people I trust absolutely. Tycho's mind flashed to another conversation with Amos 2 years back, when he'd sung a very different tune. If you don't trust Pellaeon, why did you appoint him Supreme Commander? I trust Pellaeon to be the best military commander in the galaxy. That's not the same as trusting him with every scrap of top-secret intel. I recommended we keep this from the Grand Admiral. Kalinda looked at Tycho. Pellaeon is loyal to the Alliance military, but at the end of the day he's an Imperial. He knows plenty of the Remnant secrets just like we have plenty of our own that we don't tell. But we could ask him about Lyor. Even if we trust Pellaeon, what about his contacts? Nithal asked. If Pellaeon learns we're looking for whatever was at Lyor, others inevitably will too. Members of the Moth Council, maybe? Admiral Riage's intelligence operatives. Hawkish members of the fleet. I understand the need to be cautious, but what else are we going to do? Tycho looked around the table. No one seemed to have a quick answer for that one. Amos tapped a finger on the desktop and said, Chief Kalinda, work with Nithal's people to try to identify any Corellian ships going down the Bice Run. If we get very, very lucky, we can trace it back to its owner and ask them what they were looking for. What about me? Tycho asked. I suggest you talk to your contact on Corellia, General. Tycho hadn't told anyone who had given him the information, but Amos was smart enough to assume that an Antilles had been involved. See if they can't dig up any more hints on this. That may get us deeper into Corellia's political mess than we want to be right now. I'm prepared to accept that. I don't want to be surprised by any long-lost Imperial warships lurking around, General Selchuk. Tycho thought back to the old campaigns against Pellaeon himself and nodded. Believe me, sir, neither do I. In the end, it hadn't been hard to get the local government on Empress Tita to surrender the past 2 weeks' flight logs of every ship passing in and out of their space. Nithal was very glad that some systems were still giving the Galactic Alliance Central Command the respect it deserved, even if the Corellians did not. Once she had the data, Nithal turned it over to Kalinda and her intelligence people, while also lending some of her own from fleet intel. It was still hard going. The Empress Tita system had received over 300 ships in that time window, ranging from tiny starfighters to bulk haulers. The system's sensor logs registered every ship that passed through its space, including those who actually stopped on the planet and those who passed through. Nithal and Kalinda agreed that the latter were their primary focus in this instance. The Corellians had probably wanted to attract as little attention as possible, and had almost certainly flown their ship under a false identification code. Based on the parameters gathered from scouting the Lyor system, they were able to narrow it down to a dozen Corellian Engineering Corp mid-sized freighters. Only one of those passed through the system on a vector down the Bice Run. A YT-2800B freighter, Kalinda said as they sat in Nithal's office, looking down at the data sheets that contained her findings. Transponder recognized it as the Wayward Arrow, for whatever that's worth. That's not a very common make, Nithal remarked. True. Of course, just because this ship went on the Bice Run doesn't mean that it's the one we want. It could have been taking that route for any number of reasons. Not that many. Most of the ships going that far into the deep core nowadays are science vessels. The YT-2800B is definitely not a science vessel. CC ships are very modular, easy to modify. I understand that's their appeal. Most CC ships, yes, but not this model. It was a lightweight design that focused on speed above all else. Some local governments bought them as scout or picket ships, but they never became popular with civilian freight haulers, which is why they ended up having such a limited run. I bow to your knowledge of ship designs. Kalinda leaned back in her chair. Still, we don't even know if the Corellians access Lyra via Empress Tita. Is there another route? Nithal asked, wondering if Alliance intel knew of deep core secrets that her people did not. It's always possible, Kalinda said evasively. We have no way of knowing what kind of intelligence the Corellians themselves had access to. Nonetheless, this is worth checking out. The ship passed through Empress Tita twice, once inbound and once outbound, and the timing matches what we'd expect based on the information from Selchuk. Agreed. I'll send out feelers. Admiral, they could have taken any number of routes into the Empress Tita system. I know. We haven't narrowed the search much at all. Still, I hope we accomplish something. Kalinda looked a little hesitant. I'm not relying solely on this. I've been putting other resources on this operation as well. Agents on Corellia. Kalinda nodded. What about in the Remnant? As expected, Kalinda wasn't going to spill out all the details of her intelligence network inside Imperial space. She simply said, I have agents working on multiple fronts. Naturally, we won't be letting your imp counterpart in on this. Naturally, Riaj may be Pellaeon's ally, but she's always dug her heels in when sharing intelligence with us. I can't say I'm surprised. In a way, I'd be disappointed if she was. Kalinda frowned, questioning. I have great respect for Pellaeon, Nithal clarified, but the Remnant is still the Remnant. A lot of people, especially in our upper ranks, spent a lot of years fighting the Empire. I'm one of them. Riaj and Pellaeon spent a lot of years fighting us. It's foolish to think everyone on both sides can lay down all the old grudges and be true friends, not after the war we fought. You're not a very trusting woman, Admiral. And you are. Kalinda nodded. Fair enough. I also think. The comlink pinned to Nithal's chest suddenly started buzzing. It took her by surprise. She told her command staff not to contact her except for dire emergencies. With a faint premonition of danger, Nithal picked up her comlink, brought it to her mouth, and said, This is the Admiral. Report. I'm sorry for interrupting, sir, but we've just gotten a report from Jan Fathel. It took Nithal a second to even remember the planet. Rimmered on the Intrala route, past Arinda and Abredin, right near the edge of the Remnant. A minor planet by just about any measure, though it had lately become a bit of a trading hub for Alliance Imperial commerce. Go on, she said. A merchant convoy from Imperial space, 12 ships in all, was due to arrive there 10 hours ago. They never made it, so the local government sent out a search party. What happened? The party found what was left of the convoy 5 light years up the Intrala. There wasn't much. Kalinda heard it all, and her body stiffened in alarm. Nithal tried to keep her voice steady. The convoy was destroyed. Yes, sir. No survivors. Grand Admiral Pellaeon requests a meeting with you and Director Kalinda within 5 hours. Then it's a good thing you called us together. We'll be at Annexes as soon as we can. Nithal out. When she flicked off her comlink, she didn't have to say a thing. Kalinda was already out of her seat and moving for the door. By the time Nithal and Kalinda flew from Coruscant to Annexes and docked aboard Megador, a second convoy had gone missing. This one had been flying inbound to Imperial space from Adumar, where it had just purchased a large supply of armaments. According to the damage reports by Adumari investigators, confirmed by a second Imperial team, the convoy had been destroyed with all weapons still aboard. The debris field was reportedly even more difficult to sift through than the one at Jan Fathel. Jan Fathel and Adumar. Adumar was a planet the Empire had tried to court more than once, but only recently had they started buying weapons from his missile factories. It has been too close with the New Republic for many years. Jan Fathel, however, was a planet Pellaeon had barely thought about for decades. He'd been trying hard not to think of it at all. Once, a long time ago, at the very start of the Clone Wars, he'd risked his first command ship and all his crew to rescue one woman at Jan Fathel. She'd been a spy, a Republic agent requesting evac from a hostile zone, but that wasn't why he'd done it. He'd done it because he'd been in love with her. He'd only seen Helena Devis once after that. That one time had been enough for him to try and forget her. Then their son had stumbled into his life and forced him to remember. Minar Devis was as dead as his mother now, lost heroically in the last stages of the U.S. Hinvong War despite Pellaeon's best efforts to keep his son away from the front line. Mother and son together were ghosts that had cycled in and out of his life over the course of 50 years, always tempting him with the splendors of a normal life and something like a normal family, only to leave him in the end. All because of a decision he made a lifetime ago at Jan Fathel. When he'd heard of the first attack, Pellaeon had felt, selfishly, obscurely, like he was under personal affront. Then the slaughter at Edumur had smacked sense into him. He was not the one under attack, the Empire was, and whoever was doing it had enough firepower to utterly destroy 2 armed convoys and not leave a single witness or working sensor log. The whoever was what he desperately needed to discuss with Niathal and Kalinda. As they traveled to his personal salon from the far-off hangar bay, Pellaeon patched in one more call to Mulgar and Riij. Despite all the changes the galaxy had seen, despite all the trauma he'd been through in the past 30-some years, Riij had always been a constant of sorts. In the beginning, she drifting in and out of his life, returning each time as something new, ranging from a subordinate to a partner to something more than a friend. At the end of everything, just talking to her helped soothe his nerves, even if all she had to say was bad. The Moth Council's furious, as you'd imagine, she told him. The holo showed her shoulders and head, the hair once long and black now cut to a succinct steel gray bob. They're wondering why you haven't put out an official statement promising to rid us of the attackers. We don't even know who the attacks are yet. I might learn more soon. I'll speak with Niathal and Kalinda shortly. Riij seemed to darken slightly at her counterpart's name. Do you trust them to give you their full intelligence reports? I have the utmost professional respect for both of them. It was an evasion, and they both knew it. People are frightened, Gilad, in a way I haven't seen since the Vong invasion. Some of the merchant convoys are refusing to cross the border. They're afraid they'll be next. I understand their concern. I promise I'll do a broadcast soon. We need more than that. We need you back. I'm preparing for that, but I need to talk to Niathal and Kalinda first. What about Megador, Gilad? Will you bring that with you too? Pellaeon hesitated. Since being appointed as the supreme commander of all Alliance forces, he'd put his flag aboard Megador and used it for joint operations wherever possible in order to get non-Imperial personnel to trust the Superstar Destroyer and the Imperial power it represented. What about Dominion? Where is she now? He asked. The 7-kilometer Bellator-class warship was half the size of Megador but still a ferocious fighting vessel in her own right. When he'd taken Megador into the core, he'd also promised that Dominion would stay behind to safeguard Imperial territory at all times. She was at Yaga Minor, Riij replied, but Flynnick ordered Captain Ardif to take her out on patrol along the border regions. It's a good idea to show the flag, Pellaeon said. He didn't begrudge Moff Colonel Flynnick many compliments. The man was a bore and had even pointed a blaster at Pellaeon once, during a crisis of leadership after the Vong invasion. Jedi magic had come in handy then, pulling the gun from his hand. Megador has an even bigger flag. We need to see it. Pellaeon gave a short sigh. All right. I'll leave Vernadette in charge here and come with Megador. Riij's expression softened slightly. And my son, will you bring him too? He'd almost hurt our son. It was probably a trick of his old, addled mind. After all this time, after all they'd been through, Riij had never told him who Vider's father was, and Pellaeon was still reluctant to ask. Finding Minor only to lose him again to the U.S. Invong was pain he didn't want to experience twice. "I'll bring Vitor with me," he said. "He is Megador's captain, after all. I'll be glad to see him." Riaj allowed a smile on her thin lips. "Then that's something to look forward to," Pellaeon said, and meant it. Riaj nodded. "I look forward to seeing you, Gilad." He heard the door to his salon chime. They were here? "Likewise, Malgren. If you'll excuse me, I have some guests." Riaj snapped a quick salute. Pellaeon favored her with a nod and flicked off the holo. "Enter," he called, and a moment later his two visitors stepped into the room, tall, salmon-colored Chanaethel in her white Alliance uniform, and small dark Belindi Kalinda in the plain clothes the intelligence director always wore. "Come, sit down." He gestured to two sofas in the middle of the room. "I'll prepare some refreshments." He half expected them to refuse his generosity, but neither did. Maybe they needed something to soothe the edges too. He brought a bottle of Trallian whiskey and poured 2 mouthfuls into 3 tumblers. He sat down on the sofa opposite Niethel and Kalinda. They all took glasses in hand and drank without toasting. Niethel's wide lips smacked audibly. "Goodness," he said, "I'll never get used to human drinks." "I'll admit some tastes cannot be acquired," Pellaeon said, "though I got mine long ago." Niethel placed her glass on the low table between them. "Let's get down to business, shall we?" "Yes, let's. I plan to depart to Imperial space soon. I'll be taking Megador with me and leaving Sol Vernadin in charge here. Naturally, Admiral Niethel, he'd defer to you." The Mon Cal nodded her bulbous head, as though she'd expected all of this. He shifted his attention slightly to Kalinda. "Before I go take command of the situation there, I need to know everything you know, however little it might seem." "I'll admit that what we do know isn't much." Kalinda placed a data rod on the table, next to Niethel's glass. "All the sensor surveys from the Jan Fathel and Adumari Scouting missions are here, including a full catalog of the debris." Pellaeon scooped it up in one hand. "What about your scans, Admiral?" "All data from Alliance military ships to sweep the area is there," Niethel told him. Pellaeon slipped the data rod into his pocket. "All right. What else do you have to tell me?" "Whoever destroyed those convoys was using an interdictor to pull those ships from hyperspace and must have had considerable firepower to destroy them so thoroughly. To pull those specific convoys out of hyperspace required knowledge of shipping schedules, which could have been accessed either in Imperial territory or from the local authorities on Adumar and Jan Fathel." "I could figure all of that out myself," Pellaeon said. "What else is there?" An uncomfortable silence passed between them. Pellaeon sighed and said, "This attack seems to be designed to target Imperial citizens, specifically civilians. I don't need to tell you what kind of anxiety and anger is running rampant in Imperial space right now. That's why I'm going back there now, and taking Megador with me. We desperately need a show of strength." "This is all perfectly understandable," Niethel said. "If you like, Alliance ships can serve as escorts to safeguard all Imperial ships coming and going your territory." He shook his head. "My people will find that almost as demeaning as the attacks themselves. No, everything happening in Imperial space is mine to manage. I'll send parts of the Second Fleet to patrol the Alliance side of the border, then." "Please do. I'd also appreciate you looking into your personnel and logistics reports." "For what purpose?" asked Kalinda. Pellaeon took a breath. Despite all the Empire and the Alliance have been through together, there is still animosity on both sides. Half my people probably think this is some operation by Alliance captains out for revenge, sanction, or rogue. Will they accept our assurances if we find that this isn't?" Niethel asked. She said but they all knew she meant you. "Once the attacks have stopped and those responsible have been punished," Pellaeon said carefully, "we can talk about acceptance then. Right now I have lives to protect. That's the most important thing." "Our goal is the same," Niethel insisted. Pellaeon wanted to believe her. He didn't think either she or Kalinda were lying to him. But in the end, it wasn't mere hysteria to think angry ex-rebels were attacking their Imperial allies. It was, logically, the most likely conclusion. If that conclusion played out, it would almost certainly mean Imperial removal from the Galactic Alliance. They all knew it, but none of them would say it. So instead, they tiptoed around it and pretended they always had and always would be on the same side. Even when I'm at Bastion, I want to be kept informed of everything you find, he said. Of course, Kalinda nodded. Anything you know comes directly to me, to Megador. Is that understood? Whatever you wish, sir, Niathal said. The sir was a nice touch. He wondered how far she'd really follow his orders when the cohesion of the Alliance was at stake. He wondered how far he'd go to hold it together. In the end, there was too much uncertainty. He said, I plan to leave within 10 hours. They both nodded. Niathal said, I hope this is resolved quickly, Grand Admiral, so you can return to us. He felt she meant that. He said, nothing would please me more. We've accomplished a lot over the last 2 years. I don't want it to end badly. He meant that too. Fenner had no idea how much play the attacks had gotten in other parts of the galaxy, but in the Empire, the news networks were covering it nonstop. Talking head analysts picked apart every bit of information that had been declassified, and pundits weighed in with various opinions on what should be done about these assaults on the citizenry, economy, and fundamental sovereignty of the Galactic Empire. Most of them favored a robust military response, including interdictor ships, pickets, and star destroyers patrolling the affected shipping lanes. What split the pundits was whether the Alliance could be trusted to help solve this issue or whether the Empire should do it alone. The pundits seemed split almost evenly on the issue, which was a sign that neither Pellaeon nor the Moth Council had decided how to handle it either. What united them all was a patriotic outrage at these cowardly terrorist attacks against the great Galactic Empire. Fenner, like everybody else, felt outrage at the attacks, at Pellaeon Reed's slow response, and at Coruscant's even more pathetic expression of concern. But you could only get outraged for so long before you started to get tired of it, and he was very glad when Asira Cerulean commented him to say she was back on Bastion, and they should meet up for a drink. I ran into Belcorin the other day. At the Old Glory, he told her. They were meeting in a much finer place than that, one of the clubs reserved for active, high-ranking military personnel, such as the current commander of the 181st Imperial Fighter Group. How is David doing? Cerulean asked. The blood stripes down the sides of her black uniform were sure to grab attention, which was why she'd reserved a small private room with a view overlooking the capital's lit-up skyline. Flight instructor for civvies, he says. At least he's keeping busy. It's amazing how little the man's changed in 25 years, Fenner grunted. Cerulean smiled a little, maybe at a memory. She and Belcorin had come on as squad leaders for Fenner at the same time. She'd always been more serious and ambitious than him, which was why she was the general now, and Belcorin was coaching civvy brats. Even though she was pushing 50, she was still an attractive woman, with long brown hair and large, alert eyes on a wide, tanned face. And what about you, Tur? She asked. Are you busy? 25 years ago she'd have never called him by his first name or by anything other than general or leader. Some things certainly did change. Enjoying the sedentary life, I suppose, Fenner said. He couldn't quite look her in the eye. You deserve it. I thought I did. I thought there weren't any more wars left to fight. You think we're at war now? We're in bloody something. Nobody can figure out what, apparently, which doesn't make things any better. What's it like at Yaga Minor? She thought for a moment before responding. Everyone is angry, confused, anxious. Sounds like Bastion. If something does happen, it will affect Yaga Minor first. It will hit the 181st. I'm sure. You have them running more readiness drills. She gave him an insulted look. The moment we heard of the first attack, I started them running sorties. Fenner leaned back in his chair. And yet, with all that's going on, you flew out the Bastion. I came here to see you, General. He frowned. I'm not a general. You are. What I am now is what you made me. I don't know what you think I can do to help. Disappointment showed on her face. Fenner was surprised how much it hurt him. Don't you want to help the Empire? She asked. Of course I do, Finner said. I always have. I've devoted my life to fighting for it. You're a soldier who needs a war. He frowned. You're a pilot, a Sira, not a psychoanalyst. If you came here for me, tell me exactly what it is you want. I'd much rather show you. Come to Yaga Minor with me? That's not good enough. I need more. Do you have anything better to be doing here? You're not winning me over. I'm sorry, she sighed, shook her head. I know you don't like to go into battle without getting full intel. Is that where you're taking me, Asira? Into a battle. She leaned forward intently. Someone has to defend the Empire, Ter. Right now, the Moffs are sitting on their hands without a clue what they're doing. Pellaeon is off in the core playing games with his alien friends instead of protecting the Empire like he should be. Finner had always been of two minds about Pellaeon. The man was more reliable, more patriotic, than all those dangerously charismatic warlords like Singe and Hersk. At the same time, he lacked their boldness, and had always seemed content to fight a defensive war, drawing the Empire deeper and deeper into its shell while the rebellion slowly surged up to swallow the rest of the galaxy whole. Do you think the attacks were timed to coincide with Pellaeon's war games in the core? He asked her. Very likely. These aren't just random pirate attacks, Ter. Someone is clearly making an assault on Imperial sovereignty. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's rebel agents. Amos isn't bold enough to try and start a war. He doesn't have to be. It could be some of his admirals. It could be just a handful of rogue commanders. Whoever it is, they're well armed, and they're slaughtering Imperial citizens. Someone has to do something about it. With Pellaeon gone, that leaves Riaj in charge. She may be more of a spook than a naval commander, but she's still a smart woman. She's also Pellaeon's woman, in more ways than one, or so some people say. She won't do anything without her master's approval. Then what are you suggesting? Just tell me. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice, even though there was no one in the room to hear them. Some of us at Yaga Minor are putting together a task force. Once we figure out where the rebels will attack next, I'm taking the 181st with me. Come with us, Ter. Please? Finner drew in breath. What you're talking about could be considered treason. Fighting rebel scum is never treason. We don't know that it is the rebels. Who else would it be? Who's in charge of this project? Who's keeping Pellaeon and Riach from finding out? We have a number of high-ranking officers. Moff Flynnick is coordinating it all. Finner fought a frown. Flynnick was Yaga Minor's local Moff, and had been since just before Endor. Even among the ranks of senior Imperial officers, he was considered a relic. Flynnick had always been a hardliner and an enemy of Pellaeon. He was also a blowhard with more experience in political corruption than military operations. Flynnick is a fool. You can't trust him. I don't, but for now our goals are the same. He's just using you to try to throw out Pellaeon. As I said, our goals are the same. Finner stared down at the tabletop. Asira, you're risking your life. You're risking the entire 181st. It's a soldier duty to risk her life to protect her nation. Are you a soldier, Ter? I thought you were. I am, he said defensively. Then be a soldier, Ter. Come with me to Yaga Minor. We'll do what needs to be done to keep the Empire safe. He looked up at those dark eyes and found he had no more riposte. If he turned her down, if he walked out of this restaurant and back to his retirement and left Cerulean and the 181st to ruin themselves in one last desperate gamble to save the Empire, he'd regret it. He'd regret it the rest of his life. Holding her eyes, he said, "All right. When do we leave?" One of the most important lessons Tycho Celchu had learned over the years was, when in doubt, ask your wife. Things have gotten messy really fast, he told Winter. It was night in Galactic City, and the endless city lights drifting through their window and into their dim apartment. Niathal and Kalinda have started refocusing their attention on the attacks in Imperial space. They've had to pull people off the Corellian investigation. Do you think there might be a connection? Winter asked. She sat beside him on the sofa and leaned forward slightly, so the white of her hair fell half over her face. I have no rotting clue. I have to admit the timing seems off. But from what you told me, the Corellian search party to Lyra came up with nothing. The Imperial base was destroyed a few years ago. That's what we're guessing. We don't know anything for sure, not really. He sighed and ran a hand through his gray hair. What about your connections? Did they find anything? My connections nowadays are mostly retired and mostly out of the loop. At least, they're less out of the loop than you are, now that you're talking to Kalinda. I figured as much. Thanks for checking anyway. What about Hila? Did you talk to her? I did. She's going to try and prod her source for more information. We've got the make and model of the ship they used, probably. But even that's not enough to be certain of anything on. Winter thought for a moment. If it is connected, I can't see how. Sal Solo wouldn't hunt down missing warships just to attack the remnant. He doesn't care about the Empire one way or another. If anything, he's probably sympathetic. Say the Corellians didn't get that ship. Say somebody else has it. They could be the ones attacking the remnant. But who? I don't know. There's a lot of folks out there who still hold a hard grudge against anything Imperial. I can't blame them, Winter breathed. Tycho reached down and grabbed her hand. The people who destroyed Alderaan are dead. They have been for a long time. And there's still billions who refuse to believe Tarkin did it. Or worse, they say we deserved it. There's also people in the remnant who really believe it was wrong, and who are trying to change things for the better. Pellaeon's won you over, has he? Maybe he had. It had happened quickly but quietly, when Tycho wasn't paying attention. Have you informed Pellaeon about this yet? Winter asked. He shook his head. They all agreed it was a bad idea. She asked, do you agree with that? Not particularly. Why? The best way to find the ships, or whatever, that were at Lyra is to ask somebody who might know. You think that somebody is Pellaeon? If not him, somebody else in the remnant. He stands the best chance of finding out. Even if he does find out the truth, do you think he'll tell you? Tycho sighed. And here I thought we were all supposed to be on the same side. That never happens. There's always competing factions to everything. The Galactic Alliance, definitely, but even in the remnant, or the old Empire, even the Rebellion, they all had different groups with different agendas all wrestling for power. It's inevitable. It's politics. I hate politics. She smiled a little and ruffed his hair. Thank the Force for that. I couldn't imagine being married to a politician. Worked for Han Solo. Well, I'm not Han Solo, and you're no Princess Leia. And thank the Force for that. Oh, I don't know, she mused. I think you could have all sorts of fun with your hair if you grow it out. I don't. People would think I've gone senile or trying to rediscover my youth. Yes, we wouldn't want them to be wrong on the second count, would we? Against himself, Tycho was feeling a little lighter, but only a little. More seriously, he said, I think what we need to do now is contact Pellaeon, tell him what's going on. I think it's our best chance of breaking this impasse. And it shows we're all in this together. Winter touched his hair again. What about Niathal and Omas? Well, we'll just have to make sure they don't find out. I like it when you're devious. I expected you to object. He glanced at her face, dim in the evening dim light. She considered a moment. I have plenty of reservations, but if you really think this is the only way to move forward, you should do it. Her trust gave him the confidence he needed. He reached out and squeezed her thigh. Thanks. You've still got the encryption system set up. How else do you think I made all those calls today? Just what I wanted to hear. He got up from the soda. She didn't. He bent over low, placed one kiss on her forehead, then hurried off to their bedroom. Their apartment had one transmitter used for normal communications, kept in the kitchen, and a second built into the dresser they kept to the right of their bed. Winter had inherited it from her old boss, Aaron Kraken, and it was sophisticated enough to send messages through a triple layer of encryption only the best slicers could crack. Best of all, it routed the signal through several proxies, making it almost impossible to trace back to their apartment. The one downside was that only sophisticated machines could receive and decrypted messages, while Tycho wasn't worried. The systems on Pellaeon's Megador were sure to be just as advanced. When the holo came on, it was a clear head and shoulders image of the Grand Admiral. He would have received a transmission marked as urgent, but without naming the sender nonetheless. He hid his surprise well. "General Selchu," he said, "thank you for your call. I'm glad I caught you before you left for Imperial space, sir." Pellaeon inclined his head slightly. "Would you mind telling me what this is about? I want to say first, sir, that this transmission is specially encrypted. No one, and I mean no one, will be able to see it except for you." "How comforting. Please get on with it." Tycho swallowed. He hadn't thought about what exactly Pellaeon needed to know, so he decided to stick to the basics. "Sir, I recently came in the possession of certain intelligence I believe you should be aware of." The Grand Admiral's face set hard. "Go on." "I recently learned that the Corellian government, or at least agents of Thraken Sol Solo, sent a scouting mission into the deep core. Apparently, they were searching for left-behind Imperial hardware." He didn't need to remind Pellaeon that his own flagship had been found in one of Blitzer Hersk's abandoned shipyards. He continued, "According to my sources, they searched one system in particular but found nothing except the blasted-out ruins of a research facility and the crashed remains of an orbital docking station." "What system?" "Lior." Tycho watched Pellaeon closely for a reaction. Even with the clear holo, he spotted no tell. The Grand Admiral said, "Thank you for informing me, General, but as you know, all Imperial holdings in the deep core have been abandoned for over 25 years. Tycho licked dry lips. "What my source also said, sir, was that the base seems to have been destroyed within the past 2 years, 3 at maximum." That got a reaction. Pellaeon blinked once, twice in honest surprise, then said in his best even tone, "Thank you, General. I will look into it." "Please do, sir." For a long moment, they stared at each other across light years and the minute blue blurs of their holographic projectors. Then Pellaeon reached forward. His image shrunk to nothing. Tycho stood there in the dark of his bedroom. He took one deep breath, then another, and wondered if he'd done the right thing. Lusancia, 12 years after the Battle of Yavin. The flat gray dagger of the superstar destroyer Lusancia seemed to run forever above Tycho Selchu's head as his X-wing burst out of its ventral hangar bay and sped toward the massive vessel's nose. The mottled greens, browns, and blues of the planet Tian glowed faintly in reflected sunlight. Far beyond Lusancia's bow, but vectoring toward them across Tian's lower orbit, were a pair of off-white Imperial star destroyers, as much the enemy as they'd ever be. It still felt surreal, launching out of a 19-kilometer-long behemoth built as the sister ship to Vader's dreaded Executor. Rogue Squadron had been doing it for almost 6 months now, but it didn't seem right. When the Imperials had rode into this section of the Midrim with their superstar destroyer Reaper, New Republic Command had seen fit to put their own captured giant into action. A female voice buzzed in his headset, saying, "All fighters, this is Lusancia. Detect 2 incoming fighter waves, one from the destroyers and one from the planet." "Do we have a make on those ships?" Tycho asked. His own scanners marked incoming hostiles, but nothing more than that. Not at the current range. "Negative, Rogue Leader, though the velocity of the ones from Tian are in line with TIE D fighters." "Copy that?" Tycho grimaced. He'd expected as much. "Orders." After a slight pause, a new, familiar voice came on. "Rogue, Nave, and Slash squadrons, try to head off the droids. Protect Spotter Squadron. Everybody else, form a protective screen and block out the orbital hostiles." "Understood. Wedge." "Will comply." Tycho flicked his comlink to the Rogue Squadron channel and said, "Everybody hear that?" "Affirmative," Hobby said. "Time to tangle with droids. Then, just what I wanted. We're here to make you happy." 5. Enery Ford chirped. "Cut the chatter, people. Into flights, diamond formations." Tycho dropped his fighter into a dive toward the planet. It quickly filled his viewport. Lusankaya had already dipped about as low into orbit as was safe for a vessel of her size. Tycho watched on his scanners as his flight formed behind his X-wing. Inari took the back of the diamond formation while his right and left flanks were respectively taken by two of the rogue's newest additions, a Krish named Lig Panet and a Korn called Crawl Neville. Both had started this campaign green and already worked their way up to ace status, though the fight had been grueling enough that neither of them seemed to take satisfaction from it. Tycho checked his forward sensors and spotted a swarm of robotic TIE fighters coming to meet them. They were tearing through the upper atmosphere at G-forces that would have rendered a human pilot unconscious. Given the target waiting for them on Tian's surface, he'd been expecting to fight some of the nimble craft. He'd first encountered them during the cloned Emperor's invasion of Mon Calamari, where they'd been mass-produced in the bellies of the massive world devastators, well-armed mobile manufacturing plants that could tear open a planet and process its raw materials into new war machines. Brutal and ravenous, they struck him as a perfect symbol for the Empire itself. Most of them had been destroyed at Mon Cal or with the Emperor's deep core base world of Bice, but as they'd already discovered during the opening battles of this campaign, a deadly handful had survived. "Lead, can you pick up that Devastator?" asked Gavin Darklighter, the third flight leader. "Not yet, Nye. Lot of storms down there. Too much interference. Stand by," Tycho said, then switched his frequency. "Spotter 1, you there?" "We read you, Rogue Lead," came the reply from the lead Skipray blast boat. While normally offensive vessels, 3 of the shuttle-sized craft had been refitted with advanced sensor equipment that could spot the World Devastator on the surface and relay its location back to Lusankaya. "Have you spotted our target?" asked Tycho. "We're trying to pinpoint it now. It seems to be somewhere inside the main storm cluster on the south continent. Try to be fast about it. I don't know how long we can keep those droid fighters off your back." "Affirmative. Good luck, Rogue Leader." "You too," Tycho said, and switched off the link. He felt a sudden need to call Lusankaya and talk to Wedge himself. He'd led Rogue Squadron through dozens of missions since Wedge had finally, reluctantly, accepted a promotion out of the cockpit. Mon Calamari had been one of the first such flights, and knowing there was another world devastator down there was putting him on edge. "I see them, Lead, on visual," said Hobby's wingmate, a sharp-eyed Pachithip named Belades. Tycho held his breath and squinted at the dark gray storm clouds swirling ahead of them. For a moment, that was all he saw. Then he noted dozens of tiny dark flecks spiraling out of the clouds like a swarm of angry flit gnats. "Shields up, everybody," Tycho called. "Wait for my signal, then fire on my mark, lasers only. Save your torps for bigger targets." Their proton torpedoes also had smart guidance systems that would be very useful in taking down nimble droid TIEs, but he didn't want to have to fight a world devastator with nothing in his torpedo tubes. He was about to call Nave and Slash leaders to tell them the same, but the droid TIEs were on them too fast. Green flecks of plasma splashed across his shields as the TIEs went screaming by, then wheeled around for another pass. Tycho broke hard to port. The rest of his diamond followed. The U-wings from Nave and Slash squadrons broke formation and began dogfighting with the nimble droids one-on-one, but the rogues kept in groups of 4 to better absorb attacks from the TIEs. When Tycho had first fought these ships at Mon Calamari, they'd been commanded by a signal sent from Bice and relayed by the world devastators, who themselves were all slave to obey commands from the cloned Emperor's capital. The battle had been won by one clever R2 unit who found a way to jam the signal and turn the devastators and TIEs all against each other. Pellaeon, unfortunately, had learned from others' mistakes. It was a rare quality for an Imperial, and it made him more dangerous an enemy than his middling career record suggested. The devastators now all acted independently, like normal starships, and the TIE D fighters were linked by a signal broadcasted by their base ship, be it Star Destroyer, Carrier, or Devastator. The command signal was constantly filtered through a seemingly random algorithm that was impossible to track. Tycho settled himself behind a pair of droid fighters and opened fire. He clipped one on his elongated rectangular solar panel and sent it spiraling back to the clouds. Another volley of red lasers shot out from his starboard flank and speared the other through his ball cockpit. "Nice shooting, 4, Tycho said. "Thanks, lead," Panet sounded flush. "I cut it," Henry said. "Two behind us." "Understood." Tycho glanced at his scanners. He pulled his X-wing into a steep climb and the others followed. G-forces pinned him to the back of his seat. The ties behind them, not constrained by any pilots, accelerated faster. "Lead?" Neville groaned. "They're gaining." "I know. Get ready to break starburst formation and dive for the planet. 5 seconds." "Oh, great," Henry groaned. 3 seconds, Tycho called. 2, 1, break. All 4 ships peeled apart in different directions, but the end result was the same. Their noses swung over their tails until they'd all turned to face the planet. Just as blackness crept into the sides of Tycho's vision, he gunned the engines and plunged his X-wing toward the clouds below. For the rogues, it was a crazy maneuver that put the pilot at risk of a blackout. For the droid ties, it was ridiculously easy. "Lead?" said Neville. "They're still on us." "Not for long," Tycho said. Another diamond of 4 X-wings cut in from the side and speared the trailing ties with a volley of red laser fire. The ships burst into flame and wreckage tumbled out of the sky. "Thanks, 5, Tycho called. "Knew I could count on you. Stunt like that, you're bound to grab attention." He could hear the wry grin in Hobby's voice. Before Tycho could respond, he saw something surge through the clouds directly below. He knew what it was without seeing and pulled his control stick against his chest. He executed a steep pull-up, and the rest of his flight followed. "Oh, Kark, look at the size of that thing," Beletti's moaned. Tycho tipped his X-wing to the side to get a better view from his cockpit as the World Devastator rose from the clouds. Swirls of gray vapor spilled off his black hull. Turbolaser cannons attached to his broad rectangular body began firing madly at the starfighters above. The whole thing had to have been as long as an Imperial-class Star Destroyer and twice as massive. "Rogue lead, this is Spotter 1, a voice said in his headset. "We're tracking the Devastator now." "Glad you could manage," Tycho gritted his teeth. The blast bolt pilot ignored his sarcasm. "It's gaining velocity. Looks like it's planning to break the atmosphere." "Copy. Let's get the hell out of his way." Tycho switched his connection to the flagship and called, "Lusankaya, do you see the target?" "We've got telemetry, ready to begin bombardment," the woman said. "Good. We're bugging out now." Tycho switched back to his squadron freak. "All rogues, break and run. Give Lusankaya a clear line of fire." "Understood," Gavin said. "Let's go." Tycho angled his fighter towards space and ran. He couldn't spot the flagship, not from this altitude, but once he peeled back a little more atmosphere he'd be able to see Lusankaya's friendly dagger. "Watch out." Hobby called, "Incoming ties." A swarm of robotic fighters swept in from one side. Tycho had his shields on full and absorbed the attacks, but they rocked him hard in his cockpit and the energy scatter on his shields obscured his vision for a few awful seconds. Then he heard a staticky scream over his headset. "6 has been hit." Hobby called. "Adjecur, do you read?" "Adjecur." Through a burst of static, Belletti said, "Port engines bad, fuel igniter." "Oh, Kark." There was a flash of light in the corner of Tycho's vision. He strained against his crash webbing to see Belladiz's X-wing flare and tumble out of the sky. "6, eject," he called. A spear of green turbolaser fire lanced up from the World Devastator and caught the falling X-wing, vaporing it immediately. They'd come all this way, 6 long months of fighting, and not lost a single rogue, not until today. Gasps and swears bounced over the squad channel. Tycho cut them off immediately. "All rogues, break formation. Dance your way back home. Give him moving targets." A few pilots clicked affirmative. The X-wings splintered and began to wind their separate ways out of Tyen's atmosphere. The blue of the sky peeled away to reveal twinkling stars and the flashing laser fire of combat far overhead. It took Tycho's eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness. He could spot Lusankaya's long dagger, a more welcome sight than he'd ever thought it would be. Then he saw Lusankaya's first turbolaser volley fall toward the planet's atmosphere to meet the rising world devastator. There was a tiny pause after the first shot. The tracking shot fell past Tycho's dancing little ship. Then destruction fell like rain. Colonel Turfiner felt an uncharacteristic surge of fear as he dropped into a sharp dive toward Lusankaya's hull. Turbolaser and anti-starfighter cannons flashed hot light in his face, sometimes even scattering plasma against the shields of his TIE defender, and he jerked his ship back and forth to make his target as hard to hit as possible. He heard a shout and a burst of static over his helmet speaker, and he knew the enemy flak had claimed one of his pilots. "Get ready to tighten formation," he said. "On my mark." His flight leaders clicked affirmative. The Superstar Destroyer's black superstructure jumped up to meet them. "Mark," he said, and pulled his ship into a level flight just before he scraped Lusankaya's shields. All 11 remaining fighters in Red Squad fell in tight behind him. They raced toward the destroyer's command tower, still some 5 kilometers away, flying just above the invisible energy shields and just below the range of fire of most of the gunnery towers. It was a precise maneuver and incredibly dangerous to most pilots, which was why the 181st had been given the job. Even after losing Baron Fell, they were still the best fighter unit in the Empire. Finner had seen to that. As they climbed the superstructure toward Lusankaya's bridge, one anti-starfighter turret got a track on them. Red laser fire splattered on Finner's shields, then shifted to spray the other ships behind him. There was another shout and a burst of static, and Finner saw another marker wink out on his helmet's heads-up display. "We lost 9, Red Squad's leader reported." The frustration was clear in his voice. Shot bounced him right into the shields. "Eye on the target, Red Leader," Finner reminded him. Lieutenant Devis was a good pilot, but sometimes he let his heart and gut override his head. To his credit, Devis said nothing else. The remaining 11 TIE defenders raced toward the dark tower up ahead, so reminiscent of an Imperial-class destroyer's command bridge despite being attached to a far larger vessel. "Mark's targets," Finner said. They'd all been given an attack plan before the battle began, and losing 2 ships wouldn't change the primary goal of disabling the command tower shield generators. Once that was done, squads of the disposal TIE D fighters would start hurling themselves at Lusankaya's vulnerable bridge. What the rebels had accomplished through blind luck against Executor at Endor, the Empire would now accomplish against her sister ship. That was Finner's plan, anyway, and it had gotten the okay from the highest level. Whatever else could be said for Admiral Pellaeon, he knew when to trust his subordinates. Finner dropped his target in reticule on the shield generator. It raced up to meet them, but he didn't slow down. "Mark," he said, and squeezed the trigger. 22 red torpedo tails lanced out from Red Squad. Finner broke, as did the others behind him. Turbolaser fire jumped out at them as they pulled into the turret's firing arc. He corkscrewed his fighter over Lusankaya's command tower and down her long tail until the light from her red thrust engines momentarily washed out the stars. It was only when they were clear that he checked his scanners. The command tower shields were straining to absorb the impact, but still alive. He cursed and said, "Red Squad, form behind me. Fall back to Relentless." Once there, they could group with Green or Blue Squad and attempt another attack run. "Colonel," Red 5 said, "we're missing Red Leader." Finner cursed again and checked his scanners. Impossibly, a little green mark was corkscrewing around Lusankaya's command tower. "Devis," he snapped. "What the devil are you doing?" "Trying one more shot, sir." "Idiot. Regroup at the stern." "That's an order." He swung his TIE defender around to get a better view. Devis' fighter was flying literal circles around the neck of the command tower. Gun turrets tried to trace him when he made turns, but his maneuvers were too tight, and the rebel gunners wouldn't risk firing on their own bridge, not when shields were already weak. Finner saw it on his scanners, then, a flight of wings racing to intercept Devis. Pull out now, Red Leader. In another time, Fenrir would have left Devis to die by his own recklessness. Now, the Empire needed all the good pilots it could get, especially the reckless, risk-taking Osis. Red Squad, on me, he growled, and pushed his fighter forward. As the Ewings got close, Devis pulled his tie ahead of the bridge, then braked, spun nose over stern to face the command deck, and fired off 2 more torps. They lanced out toward the spherical shield generator to the right of the bridge and impacted. The explosion tore a massive hole in the left side of the generator. Flame and debris belched into space. A few Red Squad pilots cheered as Devis raced back to join formation. Fenrir didn't begrudge them, or Devis. Nowadays, the Empire had to celebrate any success. The Ewings pursuing Devis peeled off to protect the command tower. Fenrir commented the crew of the World Devastator now rising into Tyen's lower orbit and said, "The port bridge shield is down. You can begin your attacks." Ensign Cha-Nithal had spent the past 6 months in Lusankaya's crew pit, and for the first time she was actually afraid of dying on this magnificent vessel. From the gunnery station down in the crew pit, it was hard to tell, but she thought General Antilles looked worried too. He stood steady at the tactical station, jaw firmly set, hands behind his back, giving curt orders to the section chiefs. Unlike some humans, Antilles was not prone to grandiose overreaction, but his fast fidgety movements betrayed a rare anxiety. The gunnery crew chief said, "All dorsal cannons, keep firing on the Devastator. Target the main repulsors." That was more or less what they'd been doing, but Nithal was happy to comply. Only 3 years ago, those monstrosities had descended on her homeworld and ravaged its beautiful floating city. Nithal was young enough and lucky enough not to have lived very long with Dak under the Empire's heel, and the coming of the World Devastators had been a shocking end to years of liberty and calm. Immediately after they'd been defeated, she'd signed up for the Republic military. Despite that victory against the Devastators, she'd known there'd be more wars to fight. Working the semi-automated weapon batteries, Nithal trained her assigned turbolaser towers on the Devastator. It had risen clear of the atmosphere now, and was rising steadily toward Lusankaya. Its automated TIE fighters were racing upward, probably intent on climbing across Lusankaya's long superstructure and attacking her bridge before they could get the emergency shields online. There was nothing Nithal could do about that threat of imminent death. She had orders and she tried to put everything else out of her mind. Her turbolaser attack speared down at the repulsor of generators that hung off the corners of the Devastator like 4 flat feet. On Dak, she'd watched the sky was one mammoth Devastator sucked the Star Destroyer Emancipator into his fiery furnace mouth and swallowed it whole. It had been a stunning, terrifying sight, and she took solace in the fact that no Devastator could swallow all 19 kilometers of Lusankaya. Missile batteries, the gunnery lieutenant called. Open fire. Concussion missiles joined the stream of turbolaser fire. The amount of energy they were bombarding the Devastator with was astounding. If they'd been aiming at the planet's surface, that could have easily reduced a major city to ash. Distantly, she heard Antilles call for more fighters to defend the bridge. She heard a tactical officer report a swarm of TIE fighters climbing over Lusankaya's bow and making a run up its superstructure. Nithal barely noticed. She just kept on firing at the Devastator until, finally, the torrent of destructive power finally did its job. Both forward repulsor lifts exploded at once. The Devastator seemed to swing down until its great furnace mouth was pointed at the planet. Lusankaya continued to pound its superstructure until the behemoth shuddered and began to awl toward the planet. Cheers went up over the bridge. Nithal watched on her screen as the Devastator flared with the friction of atmospheric entry and kept falling. Above the clamor, someone shouted, "Incoming droid fighters." Nithal raised her head to look over the rim of the crew pit. She could, just barely, make out the thrust glow of red X-wing engines as Republic ships swooped down to defend them from the TIE fighters. She saw the flash of explosions, saw General Antilles' jaw clench tight. Suddenly the entire bridge rocked violent, lights flashed, people gasped in shock and terror. But then the shaking stopped, The lights came back on. Antilles shouted for damage reports. One TIE D had successfully rammed, opening decks 3 and 4 to the vacuum, but emergency bulkheads sealed off the damaged areas. Casualties unknown. Despite the damage, despite the nervous clamor that fell over the bridge, Niathal felt satisfied. For 3 years she'd wanted nothing more than to send one of the clone's Emperor's monstrous creations to hell. With that accomplished, they could do anything. Lusankaya had more than enough weapons and troops to subdue the planet below, destroy the 2 remaining Imp stars, and clean up the attacking TIE fighters. Then, loud and clear above the noise, she heard the tactical officer report, "General Antilles, Reaper has entered the system." Admiral Gilad Pellaeon stood on the bridge of his superstar destroyer and stared ahead at the muddy green marble ahead. He could, too, make out the white wedges of Relentless and Death's Head, and the far longer dagger of Lusankaya, so like his own flagship save for the bright red rebellion crests painted on either flank. He turned to address Reaper's captain. "Do we have a reading on the World Devastator?" Captain Arnev frowned. "I'm sorry, sir. We just got a call from Captain Dorja. He says Lusankaya destroyed the Devastator just before we arrived." Pellaeon fought a scowl. The Devastators might have wreaked terrors on Mon Calamari, but their ability to convert raw minerals into useful material was especially valuable to a resource-strapped empire. He set the few Devastators he'd managed to recover from the deep core on harvesting missions to scarcely populated worlds like Tian, and set them to work on uninhabited portions of those planets. To the rebels, of course, they were still infamous superweapons and very tempting targets, even if they were no longer armed and staffed like prime combat vessels. Arnev bent low for a word from the comm officer, then relayed, "Admiral Dorja also says that the 181st has damaged the shields around Lusankaya's bridge. They're trying to overwhelm it with droid fighters, to limit its success." Pellaeon was also of 2 minds about the TIE D ships recovered from the deep core. He could throw dozens at the enemy and not have to worry about wasting good Imperial lives, but they still brought to mind the Trade Federation ships he'd spent his early adulthood fighting. He'd seen them as cowards' weapons then and couldn't overcome distaste at using them now. But, as with the World Devastators, the once Galactic Empire needed every tool it could get. "Tell Colonel Fenrir to regroup for another attack on Lusankaya," Pellaeon said. "Tell him to wait until we're approaching firing range. I want a firing solution plan for the destroyer." "Very good, sir," Arnev nodded and went to go relay orders. Pellaeon looked out the viewport. Lusankaya, all 19 deadly clicks of it, was looming larger and larger. Just 10 years ago, the sight of her sister ship had filled him with pride and confidence. He couldn't feel either now, even as he commanded a vessel just as long and just as powerful. "Admiral," the tactical officer called, "Lusankaya is breaking for outer orbit." "She's running," Arnev muttered. Despite his anxiety, Pellaeon felt disappointment. Reaper and Lusankaya had engaged in exchanges earlier in the campaign, at Darken and Travel Paker, but both fights had ended almost as soon as they'd begun. It seemed like Antilles wasn't willing to risk his ship in a brutal slugging match. Pellaeon hadn't been, not then, but it was starting to seem like Reaper and Lusankaya would spend years stalking each other through the mid-rim. "Can we intercept her before the exits the gravity well?" Pellaeon asked. "Negative." Arnev shook his head. It was pointless to send Relentless and Death's Head after the far bigger vessel. He suspected Colonel Fenrir was eager for another run at Lusankaya, but there wouldn't be enough time to plan and execute a proper attack. "Tell Fenrir to fall back to Relentless," Pellaeon ordered. "The droid fighters can keep attacking, but not the 181st. Understood?" "Of course, sir." Pellaeon looked out the viewport. The Superstar Destroyer's red engines blazed bright as it slipped away from the planet, away from the 2 Star Destroyers that had been set to guard it. The rebels had failed to capture Tian, but they destroyed one of the last World Devastators before retreating. Pellaeon could hardly call it a victory for either side, but he tried to spin it as an Imperial one for the Moff Council. "Until we meet again," Pellaeon muttered, right before Lusankaya winked into hyperspace. The snow-covered surface of Kyilera's northern hemisphere turned slowly beneath them. The viewport of Lusankaya's conference room gave a good view of both the planet and the support fleet arrayed around the superstar destroyer. Yakez, a captured star destroyer of the more standard Imperial class, floated next to the MiG-60I Mon Calamari interdictor Andromeda. Two more Mon Cal ships, the big MiG-88 Poesy and the slimmer, narrow-bodied MiG-30 frigate Mon Allura, sat further away. Though they couldn't be seen from the viewport, the DP-20 Corellian anti-starfighter gunships Viridian and Cerulean hovered off Lusankaya's stern. Like most things on Lusankaya, the conference room was oversized, coolly gray, severe-looking, and overall very imperial, despite the years the New Republic had spent refitting the battered vessel after its capture over Thyfera. Nonetheless, Tycho Selchu felt quite comfortable as he sat at the end of the long oval conference table. He leaned back in his chair, put his feet up on that dark, polished tabletop, and sipped from his mug, hot calf with just a pinch of Jorian whiskey. Wedge mirrored his friend's posture. He had a datapad resting in his lap and was reviewing its contents. They say Lusankaya's bridge shield should be good as new in 2 days, Wedge said. Good to know? It sounds like things get pretty hairy for a second. For a few minutes I thought we might end up like Executor. I heard it was 181st Fighters that did it. That's right? Well, I'm glad we didn't have to face them again. We already lost one pilot yesterday. I'm sorry about Bellides. Tycho sighed and looked into his cup. I still have to write the letter to his family. It's hard. I haven't had to do many of them so far, which is good, but they do get easier with practice, Wedge admitted. That's the worst part. It's one thing I don't miss about being in an X-Wing. Wedge took a sip and asked, how is the squad holding up? They're shouldering on. Bellides and Neville were kind of close, so he's having a rough time. Gavin's been talking to him. He's good with the recruits. It doesn't surprise me. It still seemed like yesterday that the smooth-faced kid from Tatooine walked into Rogue Squadron's barracks, eyes wide with awe. Despite all the action he'd seen, Gavin Darklighter still possessed a certain youthful quality that made it easy for the new pilots to trust him. He'd make a fine rogue leader one day. Tycho took a drink, felt the whiskey tang on his tongue. He asked, what would have happened if they hadn't taken down your shields, Wedge? Would you have fought Reaper? Wedge thought a moment, then said, probably not. It wasn't like Wedge to be skittish. Tycho said, you're going to have to slug it out with Pellaeon one day. You guys can't just chase each other around the mid-rim forever. I know, but I want to be in a better situation. We were over a hostile planet and our support fleet was still at Kyilera. We'd already killed the World Devastator, and that was our primary goal anyway. Fair enough, Tycho said. He had to admit that the 2 additional Empires at Tyen had skewed the battle in Pellaeon's favor. So, does that mean you want to get Reaper into a confrontation here? Wedge shook his head. No. I have something else planned. Tycho perked up. Wedge just stared at him with a tight little smile on his face. Out with it, Tycho demanded. You can't just leave it at that. There's a few things. Wedge placed his mug on the tabletop and looked down at his datapad. For one, Fleet Command approved my request for more ships. About riding time? What inward? They're set to arrive in 5 days. Admiral Bell commanding from Endurance. Tycho and Wedge had fought with the Redabelle at Seatric, but she'd been using the captured Empster Swift Liberty then. Is that one of those new fleet carriers? The very same. She's fresh off the docks. So are her hangar full of Model 2 Ewings. Hell of a way to break the new ships in. What else? Bell's coming with a small task force. 1 more drag ship, plus some Dornians. Etenebot commanding. The name was vaguely familiar. It took Tycho a second to rattle his memory. A-Bot. Is he one of the ones who fought at Endor? The very same. Helped take down Grand Admiral Teshik's ship. I remember now. Tycho frowned in thought. The Dornians had officially joined the New Republic shortly after Thrawn's death but before the Clone Emperor's surge. They had a reputation for prickly independence, which was good in rebels but trickier when you were trying to put together a unified galactic government. Are they using Dornian ships, or ours? Tycho asked. Wedge glanced at his datapad. 1 Neradoc-class heavy cruiser, 2 Brahadoc-class gunships. Whatever those are. The Dornians, both their ships and their commander, were unknown qualities. So too was the new hardware Redabel was bringing. Tycho didn't like so many uncertainties, not when the stakes were so high. He tried to keep the frown from his face. Wedge, of course, saw through it instantly. They're going to be good additions to the fleet, Tycho. We can't fight the whole campaign with just this juggernaut. We need good support vessels. We also need to surprise Pellaeon. I'm aware of that. Like Wedge and the other senior officers, he picked over Pellaeon's career records multiple times. Unlike all the power-grabbing imp warlords they faced, he came across as a genuine Imperial loyalist who wanted to preserve the Empire instead of just grab all the territory he could. He'd had a long career, stretching back to the Clone Wars, and while he wasn't as tactically brilliant as Thrawn, as audacious as Dala, or as willing to throw away lives as Hersk, he'd proven to be a highly capable naval officer. He came across as traditional in many ways, but his inventive use of the Clone Emperor's hardware like the World Devastators and the robotic TIE fighters meant he was creative and adaptable as well. Tycho placed his mug on the table and folded his arms over his chest. So how are we going to surprise our opposite number, Wedge? With the new help, you've got to be planning something. And the imps have to know you'll be planning something. So what's your move going to be? I've already ordered recon sorties to several systems further up the Entrala route. Corthenia, Lanal, and Abredon. Tycho thought a moment. Mining planet, right? Yes. Pellaeon's got 2 world devastators pulling everything he can from it right now. Tempting target, then? You think the imps won't figure it out? I'm expecting them to. So we won't attack Abredon. Oh no. We'll attack it. A feint, then? Not a feint. We'll take Lusankaya, Andromeda, Endurance, the Dornians. Maybe the whole fleet. What you just said, the imps will be waiting for us. They will. Wedge smiled at his confusion. We'll draw Reaper into Abredon's gravity well. Andromeda will fire up her interdiction field and trap the SSD there, but only after we take most of our forces and jump to Arinda. Tycho blinked. Arinda was just a few hours jump up the Entrala route from Abredon. It had gone back and forth between Imperial and Republic control for years, but Pellaeon had kicked off this campaign by seizing the planet and making it its forward base. According to their intel, it was the current home for Reaper and most of Pellaeon's support fleet. I'm hoping to force it to surrender quickly, Wedge said. If you park this ship in orbit, you might convince them, Tycho allowed. But what about Andromeda? Aren't you basically asking Captain Umpham to do a suicide mission? Wedge shook his head. Definitely not. Umpham can park himself far away from Reaper, preferably on the far side of the planet. He doesn't need to trap Pellaeon there forever, just a few extra hours. Still sounds risky, Tycho hissed. I admit that, but it'll give us a chance to take Pellaeon's forward base. If we have Arinda, we can cripple his offensive. I hope you know what you're doing, General. Tycho tipped his mug in a muted toast. Yes, Wedge said, very grave. Me too. After the battle at Tyan, Admiral Pellaeon had tasked Captain Dorja to oversee cleanup, including possible salvage of the crashed Devastator, then taking both Death's Head and Reaper back to Arinda. The planet turned slowly beneath him as he reviewed the after-battle reports his private cabin. It was 3 times the size of his personal quarters on Chimera and frankly more spacious than he would have liked. There was a fine line between appropriate privileges of rank and pomposity, and unlike so many other Imperial leaders to emerge out of the wreckage after Endor, he tried very hard to stay on one side of that line. He glanced out his window at the other ships drifting over the planet. A massive Alta-class refueling ship hung off Reaper's starboard flank, and Death's Head was currently grappled to it. Beyond them, he recognized the familiar gray wedge of Chimera. He tasked his old ship with guarding Arinda throughout the campaign. It was safer here than on the front lines, and while he knew he was being uncharacteristically sentimental, he couldn't help himself. He'd wondered, more than once, What would have happened if Grand Moff Kane had allowed Thrawn use of Reaper instead of Chimera? Never mind how Pellaeon's own fate might have changed, the Grand Admiral could probably have brought the whole rebellion down with a ship this powerful. Granted, brute strength had never been Thrawn's tactical style, but surely he would have come up with some ingenious way to use this superstar destroyer against all the firepower the rebels could throw at it. It was strange to think how opinion had shifted in the years since Thrawn's death. When the alien warlord had ridden out of the unknown regions, few Imperial captains had been willing to join the fleet under a non-human commander. Powerful warlords like Kane, Hersk, and Dovardis had clung tight to their superstar destroyers and deprived Thrawn of a potent flagship. Even some captains who had joined Thrawn did so begrudgingly. Aaron Dorja had dragged his feet the whole time and grumbled about leading the fleet himself. Now, just a few years after the Grand Admiral's assassination, Dorja waxed nostalgic about the great leader he'd served. Such a change was common. Most of the crew who worked under Pellaeon now had belonged to Kane, Teradoc, and Hersk's fleets until their leaders' deaths. But many of them talked about Thrawn with admiration and intimacy, as though they stood at his right hand the entire campaign. As for Pellaeon, he never doubted his leader. Perhaps, he admitted, at the very beginning. While never a fanatic for high human culture, Pellaeon had still passively accepted the Empire's prioritization of human interests over aliens. His own upbringing in the Corellian system, multi-species but highly segregated, had made those policies seem natural. It wasn't until confronted with Thrawn's brilliance that he'd finally realized how the Empire had hampered itself by refusing to allow non-humans in its ranks. Since taking reins of the Imperial fleet after the fall of Xandal Caravis' ruling council a year ago, Pellaeon had made efforts to change that. But predictably, the newly formed Council of Moffs back on Bastion had dug in his heels to prevent further change. Pellaeon was old enough to remember when Palpatine's New Order had been a bold revolutionary creation, intent on sweeping away the corruption, sloth, and choking bureaucracy of the Old Republic. It had quickly settled into stubborn conservatism, and even now, after it had been reduced to a pathetic rump state clinging desperately to shrinking sectors in the mid and outer rims, admirals and moffs alike embraced the pretension that one day they would retake the entire galaxy from the rebel scum and rule from Imperial center once again. As much as he tried to fight their delusions, Pellaeon admitted a sympathy for them. The rebellion had shocked them out of the lives they'd known, and their response had been to cling to nostalgia for better times. As he watched Chimera drift over Arenda, he could almost remember what it had been like to stand at Thrawn's shoulder and watch the rebellion crumble pathetically before them. The door to his quarters buzzed. Pellaeon jerked out of his reverie and said, "Enter." The door slid open. A smile spread under his gray mustache as Colonel Riech stepped through. "Ready for your briefing, sir?" Riech snapped a salute. "Oh, sit down, Malgarin, don't be formal." Pellaeon waved a hand. The years since Endor had changed everyone, but they changed Malgarin Riech more than anyone. When she'd first come aboard Chimera almost 10 years ago, she'd been a driven young woman intent on making the most of her career in Imperial service. She'd climbed plenty of ranks since then, but her ardor had given way to a certain grim weariness. Heavy lines had settled on her face and beneath her eyes. A few streaks of gray even ran through her hair despite the fact that she wasn't yet 40. She was, nonetheless, a handsome woman. After Endor, she'd been reassigned to a frigate that had lost her commanding officer, and for a few months Pellaeon had enjoyed an intimate relationship with his former subordinate and fellow captain. They provided each other with some solace and stability in the whirlwind of an empire without an emperor, but in the end duty had assigned them opposite sides of the galaxy. Pellaeon had tried to cling to relationships in turbulent times before, and learned his lesson painfully. He and Riech had agreed to part amicably, and after that he'd done the best to put the woman from his mind, all the while missing her companionship. He'd gone 3 years without seeing Riech. When fate put them together again, she had a small child with her, a little over 2 years old. She never volunteered the name of Vider's father, and he'd never asked. 3 years of turbulence was a long time, and it had changed them both. Even as he tried to put their personal relationship aside, Pellaeon had come to value Riech's professional skills. She had an agile and creative mind, and that was exactly what the Empire needed right now. It was why he'd assigned Riach the task of managing all naval intelligence operations for the campaign. She'd been doing a fine job of that. On some small level, Pellaeon was glad they settled into a good working relationship. It was better than becoming estranged. It was better than what had happened with Helena. "It's good to see you're in one piece, Gilad," the colonel said as she lowered herself into the soft chair across from Pellaeon. "I had nothing to worry about." Pellaeon waved a hand. "Reaper didn't even see action at Tyan. I'm surprised Antilles ran before you could fight." "I'm not. The 181st took out his bridge shields. He didn't want to end up like poor old Piet." "Fenrir does get results," Riach allowed. She knew that Pellaeon had never been entirely comfortable with the 181's commander. Fenrir lacked the realism of his mentor Sunterfell, and had taken the 181st from the service of one power-mad warlord to another in the hopes of rebuilding a strong new empire out of any of them. He'd refused to serve under Thrawn, and had only come under Pellaeon's banner because all the other warlords had been exterminated in one swift stroke by Nadasi Dala after the clone emperor's death. Pellaeon settled back in his chair and asked, "Well, Malgren, what do you have to report?" Riach placed her datapad in her lap. "Several things. We've picked up intrusions by rebel scouting craft in several systems within the past 12 hours. It wasn't surprising. Despite failing to take Tyan, they dealt the Empire a blow there with minimal loss to themselves." Pellaeon knew Antilles would be planning another attack. "What systems?" he asked. "Mostly on the Intrala route. Korthenia, Lanal, and Syntrax. Abredin. Not that we've noticed. I'm surprised you picked up that many. Normally the rebels know how to sneak around. Normally they insert reconnaissance ships on the edges of systems and do passive scans. Those three all dipped close to the system's primary planets. But nothing on Abredin. Nothing we've seen. Abredin was by far the most tempting target of that lot, especially if Antilles was still set on avoiding a confrontation with Reaper. Two world devastators were currently pulling resources out of the planet and quickly forging them into tidy fighters, I-7 Howl Runners, and other vital war material. Though only a few hours via hyperspace from Arinda, the planet was currently being guarded by only one Star Destroyer. "If he's trying to convince us he won't attack Abredin," Pellaeon said, "he's not doing a very good job. Do you want to send reinforcements?" Pellaeon sunk deeper into his chair. Antilles was more devious than he seemed at first glance. Despite helming Lusankaya, he still thought like a starfighter pilot. His attacks were fast and precise, and he never offered the enemy too long a look at him. Pellaeon glanced out the window at the refueling ship. "We'll relocate Death's Head." "Is that all?" Riach frowned. "Shouldn't we at least put the Arinda fleet on standby alert?" Instead of answering, Pellaeon asked, "What about Dominion and Megador?" Riach blinked at the change of topic, then said, "We have no indication the rebels know about either ship." "Any indication they've been looking?" "All their scout ships and intel probes have been focused in this part of space." Pellaeon nodded gratefully. Used to smaller ships, he'd been uncomfortable taking command of Reaper after he'd inherited the ship from Grand Moff Kane, but it had the excellent asset of drawing attention like a magnet. In that sense, the Superstar Destroyer was like the world devastators, now devouring uninhabited portions of occupied worlds. It made the devastators useful in a second way. The rebels were so concerned with tracking and defeating those war machines that they'd so far missed the other spoils Pellaeon had inherited from his predecessors. The deep core bases had provided one surprise after another. After executing all of the warlords, Dala had claimed Sandor Dovardis' Night Hammer, which would have made a fine twin to Reaper had it not been destroyed by Jedi sabotage at Yavin. Officers defecting from the late Blitzer Harris forces had led Pellaeon to even more hidden treasures. At the Deep Bree shipyards, he'd found the waiting bulks of Megador, Dominion, and Harris' original flagship, Ilthmar's Fist. One Superstar Destroyer was a great find in itself, 3 was a miracle. Ilthmar's Fist, an old Predator II-class cruiser, had been battered beyond repair, and Pellaeon had ordered it scrapped. His pieces had gone to repairing the other two vessels. Dominion was a handsome Bellator-class destroyer, some 4 times the length of the standard Imperial Star Destroyer. Megador, even better, was a 19-kilometer Vengeance class. Records were sketchy, but it appeared to have been the only one of its kind still alive. The original vessel, High Inquisitor Jarek's long black sword, had found its way to Bice after Jarek's death and reportedly been destroyed with the planet. The second of its type, Javelin, had been lost during Imperial infighting at Chasen. Megador would have died with vengeance if Harris hadn't commandeered it at the last moment and jumped away from Bice World right before its destructive shockwave annihilated the rest of the fleet there. Once refits were complete, Pellaeon had moved both behemoths to the outer rim as quietly as possible and ordered them kept there until needed. His gut told him the time would come soon. Gilad. Riaj frowned. What is it? Antilles will attack Abrid and Pellaeon aloud, but he's got something else planned too. I'm not sure yet, but we need to be ready. Do you want to move either of the other superstar destroyers? We should be prepared. Pellaeon tapped the arm of his chair. Malgarin, let's go to the bridge. I want to send a message. To whom? Riad said as she rose from her chair. Pellaeon thought for a moment. A superstar destroyer was a very tempting piece of hardware for an ambitious Imperial admiral, and he'd left Megador and Dominion in the hands of officers he could trust. I think I want to talk to Dominion, he said. Admiral Terran Rogers had proven his loyalty before, battling rebels and warlords alike. The man was durable and professional, but also a quick thinker, willing to improvise when needed. Yes, Pellaeon muttered. I think Admiral Rogers will be just what we need. General Etnan Abot had lived the vast majority of his life in Dornian space, and he still wasn't used to how damned big the rest of the galaxy was. Just preparing for this journey to Antilles staging area at Kyilera had required multiple voyages to other planets, and many of those had been hyperspace journeys of several days. His modest 3-ship task force had first gone to Mon Calamari, thankfully not far from Dornia, then taken the long plunge all the way to the core, a very long trip where he was personally briefed on the mission and annexes by Republic Fleet Command. After being lectured on cooperation and discipline by craggy old luminaries like Akbar, Nance, Dodana, and Talon, he'd taken his ships out to Corellia, where he'd met up with the Red Bell for the first time and got a tour of her new vessel, the fleet carrier Endurance. At around 1 kilometer long, a third bigger than his own command ship Charnak, it had plenty of room for brand new Yuan interceptors and K-wing heavy bombers. All those polished, sparkling new fighters would have been an encouraging sight, but the entire ship smelled like shoe polish too. Admiral Bell didn't seem to mind, but Abot would have preferred a ship that had been broken in. Thankfully, he had just that with Charnak. Finally, at long last, Bell and Abot had joined their fleets and set out for Kyilera. All in all, the whole process took almost 2 weeks. Abot hopes Antilles' need for reinforcements wasn't urgent. Despite the long wait, there was still work to be done on Charnak. Abot had ordered the entire ship be ready for combat the moment they dropped into the staging zone at Kyilera. He went on regular foot patrols, walking his ship from bow to stern and back again, checking and double-checking with the section crews. He especially spent time in the hangar bay. Charnak was no carrier, and had less starfighter capacity than a comparable Republic or Imperial ship. The Dornians had never manufactured snub fighters of their own, and had traditionally bought them from third parties. At Corellia, the Republic had restocked Charnak's fighter bay with new but unfamiliar ships, and his pilots had only limited time to adjust to the new X-wings and A-wing. The fighter pilots did their best in the simulators, but Abot could tell they still longed for the old T-wings and Y-wings now stuffed to the back of Charnak's hangar. During the outbound trip, he spent minimal time on the bridge. It was the opposite of his usual habit, but for once he had no reason to be up there. The long plow through hyperspace required minimal crew, and he trusted Charnak's captain to command them effectively. When he'd introduced Captain Jadesity Curie to Admiral Bell, the older woman had been visible surprise. Abot had explained that Curie was part of a group of humans who'd found shelter on Dornia after her homeworld was ravished by the Empire. Bell had accepted that, but still seemed confused as to how one human could so easily command a ship full of aliens. Abot had been rather amused by her consternation, and he knew Kiori had been too. At the end of their second day outbound, as the ship lowered its internal lights and switched to its sleeping period, Abot ventured up to the bridge to check on Kiori. He found a young woman standing near the forward viewport, watching hyperspace whip past. "It's time for rest, Captain," he reminded her. She jerked slightly, surprised by his arrival, but she didn't look away from the hypnotic light show ahead. "I'll stay for a little longer, sir. You need to be well rested when we hit Kiailara. I want everything on this ship, people and equipment, to be at peak operation. Is that understood?" Kiori nodded slightly. "Of course, sir. I won't disappoint." He didn't doubt that. Kiori had served loyally under him since before Endor. Most of the Bavanayari refugees in Dorning space had returned to their homeworld to repopulate it now that the Empire was gone, but Kiori and a handful of others had remained. He knew why, even though neither he nor she had ever said it aloud. Every human who stayed and kept fighting did so for the same reason. They all wanted to hurt the Empire. They all wanted to repay personal losses. He never asked the specifics from his officer, but he knew she had no family left, only the fight. Abot observed the tightness on Kiori's face, the tension. He said, "The Imperials aren't going anywhere, Captain. There will be plenty to kill when we arrive." She nodded just a little but said no more. Abot restrained a sigh and walked away, knowing she would be up there for a long time yet. "It's a dangerous game you're playing," Turfener said. Admiral Pellaeon stared at him from across the table. Reaper hummed faintly around them as they sat in the briefing room. "It's a dangerous battle we're fighting," Pellaeon agreed. "But sometimes we have to take risks. And what if the rebels' main goal is to take Obreedon? Then we have several options. If necessary, we can call Dominion in to assist us there. Assuming they don't have an interdiction filled up. Assuming. The other choice is to send Rogers to Kiailara. If they move the bulk of their fleet to Obreedon, their staging point should be undefended. Kiailara isn't Obreedon, or Arenda. It's sparsely populated. It doesn't have useful resources. Nonetheless, we could cut the enemy off in the Intrala route. You want to force a confrontation with Lusankaya. Antilles wants one with Reaper. We're just trying to maneuver it so the showdown is favorable to our own sides." "All right," Fenner said. "Where do you want the 181st to be in all this?" "I want the rebels to think we're putting our lot in at Obreedon. I want your whole wing there. There should be facilities on the planet to house your ships. Not aboard Death's Head. Captain Harbit already has a full complement. Besides, if you're down on the planet, you're more likely to attract the attention of whatever spies the rebels have secreted into the civilian population. You'll make the trap more convincing." Fenner shifted in his chair. It was a good enough plan, and more ruthless than he expected from Pellaeon, but he didn't like being bait. What happens if the rebels don't attack Obreedon at all? "They will," the Admiral said confidently. "The only question is where else they attack, and with what vessels." Death's Head was joining Nemesis at Obreedon, another Imperial-class ship. Even with 2 world devastators and their droid fighter swarms, that wasn't enough to defend a planet against Lusankaya. The fight at Tyan was proof enough of that. "Where will you keep Reaper?" he asked. "She'll be waiting between Arenda and Obreedon. And Dominion." Pellaeon gave nothing away, but Fenner hadn't really expected him to anyway. "All right," said Fenner, "we'll head for Obreedon. If Lusankaya does show up, sir, I promise we'll give it another good drubbing until you come." "That's all I ask," Pellaeon smiled politely. "Give my compliments to that pilot of yours who took out Lusankaya's bridge shields. I saw the recording from your gun camera, Colonel. It was very impressive." "I'll be sure to pass it on to Lieutenant Devis, sir." Pellaeon frowned. "Devis, you said?" "Yes, sir, Minor Devis. He's the new leader of Red Squadron after we lost Lieutenant Anag at Araco." Pellaeon's eyes went distant, as though something far away had suddenly stolen his attention. Whatever else could be said about the old warhorse, Pellaeon usually kept his focus on the matter at hand, Finner asked. Are you all right, Admiral? Pellaeon's eyes jerked back to Finner. He gave two jagged nods before he managed to say, quite all right, Colonel, thank you. Yes. Give my regards to Minor Devis. Finner snapped a salute, turned, and marched out of the room. He found he was very glad to be out of there. Reaper was the most impressive ship Finner had ever served on, but she still had her drawbacks. For one, it took a very long time to get anywhere. Pellaeon's meeting room was near the bridge, and the 181st ready rooms were near the main hangar deck, almost 8 kilometers away. Even using the fast rail cars that ran regularly back and forth from bow to stern, it still took nearly 15 minutes to get back where he belonged. Finner had heard from Baron Fell how slovenly the 181st had been under Derricote, back when it was one of the Empire's worst units instead of its best. Fell knew that discipline in the cockpit began with discipline in the ready room, and Finner had done his best to carry on that policy. Whatever else could be said about Baron Fell, the man had known how to run a starfighter wing. Nonetheless, his pilots were human, and they deserved to enjoy themselves between missions, so he wasn't surprised to be greeted by the whiff of alcohol and the chatter of many voices. When he entered, the noise died down. He could feel over a dozen eyes fall on him at once. Finner gave the read room a quick look over. He spotted 2 pilots slouching in the booth at the back, and another half-dozen clustered around a sabbath table. Then he spotted the ones he was looking for, all 4 squad leaders, gathered in a booth in the far corner of the room, splitting a bottle. Finner didn't say anything to the other pilots. If he told them they were at ease, they start getting loud and rowdy again, and he liked the fact that his presence automatically brought discipline to his subordinates. As Finner grabbed a chair and seated himself at the end of the booth, Green Squad's Lieutenant Belkarin asked, "Did you get back from talking with Pellaeon, sir?" "That's right," Finner said. He glanced around the booth. Belkarin sat in the right corner, Blue Squad's Seth Avrian in the left. Avrian had his sandy brown hair clipped short, but Belkarin had let his black locks grow unruly. Between Finner and Belkarin was Aira Cerulean, the 181's highest-ranking female officer and Gold Squad's leader. She was young and small, and dark brown hair fell in curls on either side of her round tanned face. Finally, next to Avrian, was Red Squad's Minor Devis, apparently the Admiral's new favorite. Devis looked at his commander with an alcohol-happy smile slanting white across his light brown face. Avrian and Cerulean were good, by-the-book soldiers. Belkarin and Devis both had reckless streaks, but they were also some of the best pilots had ever seen in a long career. Finner had made certain all 4 of them earned their rank before giving it to them. "The Admiral has given us a new assignment," Finner said, knowing they'd pass it down to their squads. "Are we leaving Arinda, sir?" Avrian asked. Finner nodded. Belkarin blew out a breath and said, "Shame. We just got here too. We're being reassigned to Abridan," Finner told them. "They're making space for us at the main ground base now." He could see the confusion on their faces. Thus far, they'd been based solely on star destroyers. Finner knew the destroyer captains didn't like it because it required too much reshuffling of their own ties, but the 181st was an elite unit and therefore a mobile one. With a lowered voice, Cerulean asked, "Are the rebels coming to Abridan?" "Pellaeon suspects as much," Finner said. He wouldn't tell them the rest, but he wouldn't lie to his troops either. Baron Fell never had. "They're going after more Devastators," Cerulean stated, rather than asked. "You'd think those things could just pump out all the droid fighters they need," Belkarin said. "They're pumping out other things too, you know," Devis reminded him. "Hey, I don't mind." Belkarin grinned a little. "I can't wait to face Rogue Squadron again." The other 3 nodded eagerly. They didn't have Wedge Antilles to lead them anymore, but the squadron was still a great danger. They'd lost several pilots to the rogues already, and had yet to kill any of those rebels themselves. "I'm glad," Finner said honestly. "But right now, don't think about the rogues, think about getting ready. We leave for Abridan in 9 hours. He could see it on their faces. So soon. To their credit, none of them asked it aloud. As Finner rose from his chair, he looked down at Devis and said, The Admiral wants to relay his personal congratulations for your maneuver at Tyan. Belkarin clapped. Cerulean and Avrian nodded, impressed. As for Devis, he leaned back against the booth cushions and gave them a proud, silent grin. Don't get cocky, Finner reminded him, and don't disobey direct orders again. Won't happen, sir, I promise, Devis said. He probably didn't believe it any more than Finner did. Before Endor, a man like Devis' behavior would have gotten him stuck as XO of a mediocre TIE interceptor squad. Now he was a lieutenant in the 181st, and the worst part was, he really was the best fit for the job. Pellaeon talked about how the Empire had to adapt. Finner understand that, even if he didn't like it. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the ready room. He paused for a moment after stepping through the door, and listened. Instead of a resumed cacophony, he heard the 4 squad leaders call their people to attention. Feeling a little better, Finner walked on. When they arrived at Kialara, Abath and Admiral Bell were immediately called over to Lusankaya for a conference with General Antilles. Before getting in his shuttle, Abot told Captain Kiori to keep the crew on yellow alert. She eagerly complied. As his shuttle approached the massive superstar destroyer, Abot felt something heavy settle into his gut. He'd only seen Executor from afar at Endor, and he'd never expected to get to see another ship of her class up close, much less a friendly one with red New Republic crests painted on her hull. He spent his whole life fighting a tiny war against a much bigger foe. It felt fundamentally strange that something so huge and deadly should also be friendly. The shuttles from Endurance and Charnak arrived in the bay at the same time, and an honor guard led both Abot and Admiral Bell into the transit tube that whisked them 8 kilometers down toward the massive vessel's stern. They said little on the way there. Abot could read humans better than most of his race, and he could see tension in the gray-haired woman's face. It dug lines around her mouth and crinkled her eyes. Their escorts led them to a conference room. A long table stretched out before them, and the viewport on the far end looked down on the snowy surface of Kialara. Standing in front of the viewport was General Wedge Antilles. Abot had never met the man, but he'd seen plenty of holos. Usually Antilles had been wearing a crumpled orange flight suit, and his dark hair had been matted against his forehead by some freshly removed flight helmet. The man before him now was in a crisp uniform, as professional and slick as a senior fleet officer was expected to be. Abot and Bell took seats next to each other on Antilles' right. On his left, one sandy-haired human, one brown-skinned Mon Calamari, and another human, older, with gray hair cropped short. Antilles introduced them as Tycho Selchu of Rogue Squadron, Captain Ompham of the Interdictor Andromeda, and Captain Carson of the Star Destroyer Yakez. Once introductions were out of the way, Antilles got on with his plan. Abot had heard none of it, and from the veiled shock on her face, neither had Admiral Bell. General Antilles, the woman said once he was done, you realize this plan depends on a number of big assumptions. Antilles folded his hands in front of him on the tabletop. They're not as big as you think, Admiral. The pivotal question here is whether Pellaeon will bring Reaper to defend our breeding. I'm certain he will. Certain how? Asked Abot. It's simple. He can't afford to lose a breeding. He's got 2 world devastators down there, tearing up the planet. If he loses it, he loses a critical source of supplies for his war machine. Remember, this isn't the Empire of old. They're more strapped for materiel than we are. They can't afford to give it away so easily. He may realize the choice you're forcing him to make, Bell warned. He may decide Arinda is more important than a breeding. Antilles shook his head. He has more ships massed at Arinda and more people on the ground, but he simply can't afford to lose our breeding. What happens if Pellaeon brings his whole fleet there? Asked Abot. Do we stay and fight there, or do we still jump to Arinda? Arinda is the primary target, Antilles said firmly. Abot could see he wouldn't get any farther with this line of questioning. Switching tack, he asked, what happens when Reaper jumps to our breeding? How can we be sure we can trap him in the interdiction field but not our own ships? Captain Ompham said, we can expect Pellaeon to arrive on a vector from Arinda. Andromeda will position herself on the opposite side of the planet and use it as cover for as long as possible. Antilles added, Admiral Bell, I want your drag ship placed opposite from Andromeda, just in case. Bell frowned. Right in Reaper's entrance vector. It's risky, I know, but if Pellaeon jumps in from someplace else, your ship might be the one to keep him stuck at Attrition instead. Bell looked unhappy, but nodded. What kind of defenses does Attrition have at the moment? Asked Carson. We sent a prowler through the system just 3 hours ago. They have 2 Impars, plus 2 Devastators eating up the planet's surface. The good thing we learned from tie-in is that a concentrated bombardment from Lusankaya should be enough to bring a Devastator down from orbit. We want to keep our smaller capital ships as far away from those monsters as possible, Selshu added. All right, Bell said. I have one last question, General. Antilles nodded. Whether at Attrition or Arinda, it's almost certain Lusankaya is going to have to face Reaper. How do you plan on winning that fight? It's going to depend on several things. First, I'm going to rely on Yakez, Charnak, and the other heavy warships to keep the Impars busy. More important, though, is your ship. Bell nodded, like she'd been expecting that. We're loaded up with U-wings and K-wings. They're ready for a pinpoint strike on your order. That's what I need, Admiral. Keep Endurance close to Lusankaya for as long as you can. We'll do our best to protect your ship if things get hairy, but ultimately, we're going to need your fighters to launch a killing blow on Reaper. A-Bot glanced at Bell. She'd probably been expecting something like this. The severe lines on her face seemed to deepen. When do we leave, General? She asked. Antilles glanced at his wrist chronometer. 4 standard hours, 30 minutes. Then we'd best get our ships ready. That's right. Antilles stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Good hunting, all of you. It was the kind of farewell a fighter pilot would give. Bell and A-Bot were quickest out the door, and they grabbed the same shuttle back to the hangar bay. As it whisked them along, A-Bot leaned close to Bell and said, I have to admit, Admiral, I'm a little uncertain as to the role my ships are going to be playing in this. Antilles has never fought with you before. None of us have. You're an unknown quality. Bell said it without apology. He respected that. You fought with him before, though. Yes, but he wasn't a commander then, just a pilot. There's a big difference between an X-Wing and Lusankaya. There's also a big difference between an X-Wing and our new U-wings. I'm not sure the General understands that. Bell's lips pressed tight together. What do you mean? I mean those U-wings are designed for fast, tactical strikes. They're not as versatile as X-Wings. As for the K-Wings, they can break a hole in Reaper if they get a chance, but they need fighter cover. I'm sure he understands that. General Antilles doesn't just know X-Wings. Bell made a noise in the back of her throat but didn't say anything. The shuttle swept along, and A-Bot didn't say anything else. When he reached the hangar bay and left for Charnak, he was glad to be back on his own ship. For all his power, Lusankaya had failed to imbue him with confidence in the coming battle. Tycho and Wedge lingered in the conference room after the captains had left for their ships. An awkward silence lingered between them until Tycho asked, Do you think Admiral Bell will be a problem? A problem. She has more command experience than I do. That's what I mean. He ran a hand through his dark hair and looked at the tabletop. I trust that she knows her ship better than I do, so I'll give her range enough to deploy when and how she wants to. That sounded risky to Tycho, but he knew his friend was still thinking like a fighter pilot, trusting an individual intuition and fast, well-placed strikes. That worked well for Rogue Squadron, but for a tightly planned, high-stakes battle like this, he wasn't sure how it would play. What about A-Bot? He asked. What do you think of him? Wedge thought for a moment. A little like Bell, actually. Tycho hadn't expected that. In what way? They're both veteran commanders, but they're used to doing things certain ways. A-Bot especially. He fought most of the war on his own. Can we trust him to follow orders? Akbar vouches for him, says he was critical in capturing Teshik and Endor. So you trust Akbar. Trust is essential in any fighting unit. I trust Abot and Bell. I have to trust them, just like you trust Hobby and Gavin. Tycho had known his flight leaders for years. He knew how they flew, how they made decisions. He couldn't say the same for Abot and Bell, and neither could Wedge. Before the silence could grow too thick, Wedge asked, "Have you sent a message to Winter?" Tycho blinked, jerked from one train of thought to another. Then he said, "Yes. I wrote it before we came here, actually. Sent it off on the last packet to the relay station at Ord Mantell." After a pause, he added, "It wasn't one of those, 'I love you but I'm about to die' letter. I tried to make it as straightforward as possible. I didn't mention much about the mission." "When was the last time you talked to her on HoloNet?" "It's been a while," Tycho admitted. "But we've been used to having a sporadic relationship." That was putting it mildly. Since they first met during a Rogue Squadron mission shortly after Endor, Tycho and Winter had been pulled apart and put together again so many times he was starting to lose count. Even now she was splitting her time between running intel missions for NRI and watching over the Solo children. Tycho tried to tell himself that most other relationships could never have lasted through so much outside drama, that he and Winter were bound together by the homeworld they'd lost and by a shared determination not to let any lesser calamity break them apart. Telling himself that helped a little, but it wasn't much without Winter by his side. It was a maudlin line of thought and he tried not to dwell on it. He asked Wedge, "What about QWI?" "I sent a message too," Wedge allowed. "What about talking?" "It's been a few months." "Well, we've been busy." "You've got that right." Wedge looked down at the table. Tycho didn't know what else to add. He'd never been comfortable with Wedge's romance with QWI Zux. The Almudi may not have known she was helping Tarkin design his Death Star, but she'd helped all the same. And Tycho had never totally been able to separate that fragile, naive woman with the destruction of his home and family. He imagined that QWI's innocence must have been one of the things that had drawn Wedge toward her. She'd offered a definite break from the life of grueling, unending combat he'd known since joining the rebels over a decade ago. Still, to Tycho it had always seemed like a match that couldn't endure. He thought for years that Wedge would have been better off with Elo Wessery from NRI. Partly it was his own proclivity for lady spies rubbing off, but there were times when he'd been sure he'd spotted mutual interest between his two friends. "I don't think she really understands," Wedge muttered, half to himself, "what we do out here. What this war has been like for us all." "She's lucky she doesn't," Tycho said truthfully. "I know. But sometimes it seems like there's this disconnect." Wedge trailed off, shook his head. "This isn't the time to be talking about women, is it?" "Definitely not." Tycho slapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I've got to get down to the hangar bay and muster the rogues. And I've got to do pre-flight checks." Wedge nodded. He put a hand on Tycho's shoulder and squeezed it hard. "Keep him safe." "I should be telling you that, General." "Fair enough. How about I hope you shoot down lots of tires with red paint slapped on?" "Much better," Wedge grinned. "And I hope you take down a superstar destroyer without red paint. That'd be a great day all around. Come on, Tycho. We've got work to do." The blue hollow image of Terran Rogers flickered in the darkness of Pellaeon's personal cabin. Pellaeon stood in front of his desk, looking down at the other admiral's square face and squared soldiers. "You're to stand by at those coordinates until further notice," Pellaeon told him. Rogers nodded. "Understood, sir. Once you get my initial signal that the fight's begun, put all your task force on red alert, but do not take further action until you hear from me personally." "Yes, sir." Rogers nodded again. Unlike Fenrir, he'd taken his instructions without question. "Very good. You'll be hearing from me again, likely in the near future." "I look forward to it, sir." Rogers' shrunken hollow image snapped a salute. Then Pellaeon reached out and flicked off the holo, plunging his bedroom into darkness. He sighed, stepped up to the small viewport, and pressed his fingers against the cool transparent steel. Reaper had turned her flank away from Arinda. All he could see were stars. He wondered where they were in the planet's orbit, what direction they were facing. He wondered if one of those faint twinkling lights was a Breeden or Kyilera. But of course, it didn't really matter. The 181st had relocated to a Breeden, so had Death's Head, joining Nemesis already stationed there. Aside from Reaper, Arinda itself is still protected by Chimera, Stormhawk, Right to Rule, and the massive old Secutor-class fleet carrier Rampart. Dorja still kept relentless at Tyan, and Captain Brandeis Judicator watched over the HoloNet transceiver at Earth. He'd warned both captains that their services may be required soon, and left it at that. All the pieces were in place. The only thing left was to wait for Antilles to make his move. Pellaeon hated waiting. The darkness and silence swelled around him. The possibilities awoken by his last conversation with Fenrir, no, he knew they were facts, oppressed him. He'd acted the good admiral since then, giving orders, making battle plans. But in the end, once everything was done, Minor Devis was waiting to be faced. Pellaeon sat down at his desk and started up his personal datapad. His dim white light bathed his face as he called up the military records database for all personnel currently in Imperial service. Given the chaos the Empire had been through, it was a half-complete listing at best, but he was sure all members of the elite 181st would have been properly listed, their backgrounds documented. He found himself staring at the flat, glowing headshot image of Minor Devis. He had a narrow face, tan but not as dark as his mother's. He tried to pick out certain features that echoed Helena's or his own, but the picture was too small to tell anything for certain. The galaxy was full of beings named Devis. Minor was not an uncommon name either. The combination, however, could not have been a coincidence. Pellaeon scrolled through Devis' biographical information. It wasn't much. The Empire's record-keeping was far from what it used to be. It did, however, list his date of entry to the Presbelt Military Academy shortly before the Battle of Yavin. It listed his honors, his graduation date, and the assignments he'd had as part of Grand Moff Kane's Pentester alignment. Kane had been smarter than the other warlords and avoided direct conflict with either the Republic or other ex-Imperials, which was the reason why his Reaper outlived most other ships of his class. Not that it had saved Kane himself from rebel assassins once all other warlords had been cleared out. Kane had forced his mini-empire out of the sectors he controlled as Grand Moff, which meant Minor had probably grown up in the Outer Rim somewhere. Pellaeon tired to find biographical information on Minor's early life. All he found, at the very end, was a date and place of birth. Phaida, 29 years ago. The date fit. He had no idea where Helena had gone after she'd left his life in ruin almost 30 years back, but Phaida was as good a place as any a woman would go to hide from her past. There was no information about Minor's parents. Nothing about siblings or half-siblings. He'd simply been born, and 17 years later he joined the academy and begun the path that had led him here, to his father's ship. Pellaeon slumped back in his chair. It was impossible. It was inevitable. Helena could have had a son by another man. Their last meeting had been passionate but brief, and they'd hardly parted on good terms. He spent the 30 years since trying to forget their last encounter, and forget the woman who'd been the sole light in the life of a young captain slogging through the Clone Wars, totally ignorant of where his life would lead him. Sometimes a man needed willful ignorance to get through his day, avoid distractions that might get him killed. It was why he never made an inquiry into the parentage of Malgarin Riage's boy. Pellaeon scrolled back up to the top of Minor's entry and looked at the photo again. Yes, he could see a little of Helena. The large eyes and long squared-off chin. The cheekbones seemed lower, more like Pellaeon's own, but it was so hard to tell. The only way to know for sure would be to call Minor Devis into his office and talk to the man himself. Assuming Devis survived the coming battle. Pellaeon shuddered in the dark. It would be the ultimate cruelty to discover his son and lose him, even worse than rediscovering Helena right before losing her the way he had. It was absurd that this surprise had been thrown at him now, on the eve of a battle that could make or break his attempt to forge a coherent imperial polity again after the Empire had been fractured by so many ambitious warlords. Throughout his career, he'd always prioritized his duty over his personal needs. The last time he'd done otherwise had been his last encounter with Helena, and it had taught him a lesson he could never forget. Yet here was this boy, this man, staring at him from the flat screen of his datapad, an undeniable fact as solid and as dangerous as any mission Lusankaya could throw at him. He reached out, found the datapad's power switch, and turned it off. The white screen blacked out. He sat back in his chair, in the dark, and watched faint stars drift by outside his window. He knew they would bring no peace. When Charnak and the Republic fleet flashed into real space over Obreedon, Captain Kiori immediately called for a tactical survey. Standing at the front of the bridge, looking dead ahead at the planet, General Abot listened as the report confirmed what his eyes told him: 2 Imperial-class star destroyers in orbit. Scans of the surface noted the presence of 2 world devastators hovering over the surface of the planet on its southern hemisphere. So far, so good. Launch 2 squads of those new fighters, Abot told Kiori. Let our pilots get a test run but hold back from full engagement. Understood, Kiori nodded from the tactical station. Abot watched as the tactical holo sprang up. The map was not to scale, and the large marker for Lusankaya did no justice the behemoth's massive size. Its double-sized green diamond in the middle of the larger fleet. As Charnak launched her new A-wing interceptors, Lusankaya and Yakez sent out their own fighter wings to meet the I-7 Howl runners and TIE LN fighters spilling out of the 2 destroyers' hangar bays. Meanwhile, the 2 interdictors spread out to opposite poles of the planet's gravity well, each one escorted by one of the nimble little DP-20 anti-starfighter gunships. It was all a show, but it had to look real enough to draw Reaper into the fight. That meant they had to attempt to destroy the 2 world devastators on the surface. Abot checked the scanners. Neither monstrosity seemed to be rising out of the atmosphere as the devastator at Tyan reportedly had. Apparently, the Imperials had learned their lesson from that battle and were keeping their war machines as far away from Lusankaya's heavy guns as possible. General, Kiori called from the tactical station. We're getting a request from Lusankaya. They want us to move into lower orbit and begin orbital bombardment of the devastator. Abot suppressed a frown. Is anyone else being sent forward? Yakez will assist. Carson's Imp Star was sure to have guns capable of a heavy surface attack, even if they weren't on Lusankaya's level. And Tilly's reasoning was obvious. He didn't want to draw his flagship into lower orbit, lest it get trapped there and fail to make the quick jump to Arendon. Yakez and Charnak were more expendable. General, should we comply? Kiori asked. She didn't seem pleased with the order either. We have our orders, he told her. Let's trash some Imperial hardware. That seemed to encourage Kiori a little bit. She nodded and relayed his orders. Abot turned back to the viewport and watched the planet swell beneath them. He couldn't make out the devastators on the surface, but Yakez's pointed off-white bow was edging into view, as were her starfighters and modified blastbow scout ships. General, the comm officer called. We just got a message from Colonel Selchu of Rogue Squadron. He says they're taking point. Abot watched as a long formation of X-Wing fighters raced past Charnak and plunged toward the planet. They were enough to make him a little more confident about the fight ahead. Tycho's X-Wing rocked around him, and his starfighter plunged into Obreedon's atmosphere. Friction-fed flame lashed up from his fighter's nose and licked across his cockpit. He switched his comlink to Rogue Squadron's team frequency and said, "How are we holding up?" "Flight's holding steady. Lead," Gavin reported. "Not dead yet," Hobby added. It was a good enough start. The flare of entry died as quickly as it had come, and his vision was filled with fat white clouds hovered above a landscape of mottled greens and browns. Tycho switched frequencies and said, "Spotter 1, you there?" "Right behind you, Rouge Leader." "Where's those devastators?" "Feeding telemetry to you now." "Thanks," Tycho said. The directional readout appeared on his scan and he switched back to Rogue Squadron's frequency. "Okay, people, follow my lead. We're going after a devastator." His flight leaders clicked affirmation as they plunged through the upper cloud layer. The goal at Attrition wasn't to destroy the Devastators, but to make it look like they were trying very hard. That put the lives of the rogues and a lot of others at risk, but it was the only way to ensure Wedge's plan of trapping Reaper. The planet's surface spread before them, a broad semi-arid landscape of brown hills topped with dry scrub, with the occasional creek or stream creeping between ridges. A world devastator loomed dead ahead of them. Its fiery mouth was open wide and pulling one of those hills into its maw, scrub, dirt, rock, and all. "Hey, Spotter 1, Tycho called. Do they have a firing solution yet?" "Yaquez is getting one now. Stand by." "Well, warn us when they send Hot Light down. We don't want to get fragged." "Understood. Stand by." Tycho scowled and checked his scanners. He was expected the Devastator to be released a swarm of those damned nimble robotic TIE fighters to attack Yaquez, but as yet none of them had come out of his bay. He switched his comm to Hobby's private channel. 5, do you see any hostiles around that Devastator?" "Nothing, boss." Before Tycho could ask anything else, the scout ship hailed him again. "Rogue Lead, this is Spotter 1. Hot Light incoming." "That's right. We've also picked up 2 squads of incoming TIEs from the south." That was the opposite direction as the Devastator. Tycho checked his scanners but saw nothing. "Droid fighters." "Negative. Looks like TIE Defenders." Tycho swore. Defenders were by far the best ships the Empire had produced, more than enough to tackle X-Wings, and the only TIE Defenders he sparred with on this campaign had been flown by Turfinner's 181st. "All rogues," he called. "Follow my lead." He pulled the fighter's control stick against his chest and soared upward, leaving the hills and the Devastator far behind. As he soared up toward the clouds, he saw a flash of green light as Yaquez's first volley of turbolaser fire cut through the atmosphere toward the Devastator. "Who you?" Gavin's wingmate, an Ishitib named Bashki called. "They're lighting up that Devastator." "Look alive," he warned his pilots. "We're looking at 181st from the south." That cut the chatter fast. Tycho leveled out in the planet's upper atmosphere and checked his scanners again. Sure enough, 2 full squadrons were approaching. He spotted another squad of U-wings from Yaquez lancing to intercept, but Fenrir would prioritize Rogue Squadron above all other targets. "Put power to forward shields," Tycho said. "Prime your torps." We turn on my mark and let him have it. He watched his scanners, waited until the defenders were close to firing range, then spun his X-Wing into a hard turn. White clouds and blue sky whipped around him. He stopped the turn when he spotted a dozen approaching TIEs in the far distance. They looked so small, but they'd be on him in seconds. "Grab targets," he called. "Mark." A single torpedo lanced out of each X-Wing. Tycho immediately called for them to break formation and scatter. So, too, did the TIE Defenders, but not after popping off rounds of their own. The X-Wing spun, dove, and weaved vapor trail ribbons in the sky to avoid the enemy torps. One edged so close to Tycho that he had to fire off a spray of defensive chaff that intercepted the detonated the torp. The concussive force the blast still buffeted his X-Wing and rocked him hard in his cockpit. Neville, Packett, and Innery formed up behind him as he checked his scanners. 2 TIE Defenders had been taken down by missiles, but 2 full flights of enemy ships had zeroed in on Hobby's depleted 3-ship formation. Tycho and Fenrir had trained under the same man, Baron Fell. They understood the same tactics, could anticipate the other's moves. Right now, he knew Fenrir was trying to pick at the weakest flight in the squadron. "A little help here," Hobby called. "On our way," Tycho said, and gunned his engines forward. A spray of red quad laser blasts rocked Fenrir in his cockpit. He was about to tell his pilots to stay in formation and destroy the trio of X-Wings in front of them when Lieutenant Cerulean called, "Incoming torps." Their shields had already been buffeted hard by one volley and might not withstand another. Fenrir swore and called, "Break formation. Break." He rode his defender toward the planet's surface and cut engines. He dropped like a heavy stone, and the torpedo trailing him struggling to match. It shot in front of his viewport, slowed as it tried to turn and vector toward him, giving him an easy chance to pick it off with his laser cannons. He checked his scanners and saw that Cerulean squad had done the same. No casualties, but the 3 flight of X-Wings had scattered. Of the 2 pilots from Gold's squad that had been hit by the rogue's initial torpedo volley, one had been able to eject, but the other had not. The score from this campaign was still in Colonel Selchuk's favor. He noted, too, that the rogues were down to 11 ships, which meant someone had killed one of their pilots at Tyan, but not anyone from the 181st. It was, frankly, an insult, and it needed to be remedied. Cerulean took her lead flight and chased after the X-Wing formation that had pulled into the upper atmosphere. The one that had intercepted their recent attack was wheeled upward as well, leaving their afters and bellies exposed. Fenrir called the closest defender flight to fall in behind him and charged. Torrents of green plasma still fell from the Star Destroyer in lower orbit to impact on the Devastator, but Fenrir hardly paid it any mind. He'd been tasked with safeguarding the giant factory ships, but his real goal was the defeat of Rogue Squadron, pure and simple. He and his wingmates popped off single rounds of torpedoes. The X-Wings broke formation and deployed chaff that caught the torps, but the attack had accomplished its goal regardless. Fenrir vectored in on the lead fighter. The X-Wing danced and weaved through the clouds, but Fenrir stayed on him. He knew Selchuk's movements by now, just as Selchuk knew his, and their fighters twirled and danced through the sky, but Fenrir could never land more than glancing laser blasts on his shields. At one point, the rebel pilot even managed to duck into a high white cloud and shunt his engines. Fenrir's fighter leaped forward into a clear blue sky. He saw as Selchuk fell behind him and popped off 2 rounds of torpedoes. He pulled up in a tight loop, hoping to confuse the torps' guidance systems or overload their thrusters. His maneuver caused one torpedo to stall out and tumble toward the planet, but the other impacted on his aft shields. He threw all power to his energy barrier right before the impact and saved his own life. The force of the explosion nonetheless sent Fenrir tumbling toward the planet, through layers of clouds, until he could finally bring his engines back online and soar upward once again. He checked his scanners, saw the dogfights wheeled overhead, but couldn't mark which X-Wing was Selchuk's. He swore and commanded Cerulean. "Gold leader, report." "Took one down, sir," the woman's voice swelled with pride. "Excellent. I'll be back with you in a moment." "Yes, sir," he heard Cerulean gasp, then say, "Colonel, Reaper has arrived in orbit. The rogues, they're running back into space." Falling back to Lusankaya, no doubt. That might indicate Pellaeon's plan was on target, or it might not. "Follow them, Gold leader," he said. "I'm right behind you." He pointed his defender straight skyward and gunned his engines. They wouldn't be able to chase the rogues all the way to Lusankaya, but they might be able to pick off another fighter or 2. Already Cerulean had helped bring the score closer to even, and even though Fenrir hadn't gotten the kill himself, it still made him feel better about the day. And if even the rogues did escape Arboretum, he knew the day was far from over. "All ships, fall away from the planet." Abot called to his crew, but Captain Kiori had already given the order. Charnak and Yakez both began turning around and pushing back from Arboretum, but they were big vessels, and it would take crucial minutes to reverse course. He checked the sensors and saw that Lusankaya and her support vessels, including the 2 Dornian gunships, were already pulling out of Arboretum's gravity well. They'd be ready to jump to Arinda in minutes, well before Charnak and Yakez were clear to flee. And Reaper was hovering on the other edge of Arboretum's orbit, midway between the poles occupied by the 2 Republic drag ships. Pellaeon had arrived, but from a different vector than anticipated. It was a small surprise, not enough to ruin the plan, but a surprise nonetheless, and one that might bode ill for the rest of the fight. Kiori called from the communication station, "General, Antilles is hailing us." Abot hurried over to the comm station as fast as he could. He stepped into the holotransmitter's viewing field to see 2 blue electronic ghosts looking back at him, Antilles and Carson. "Gentlemen, there's not much time," Antilles was saying. "Lusankaya is going to jump as soon as we clear the grav well, as our Endurance and the rest of the ships." What interdictor will we use? Carson asked. We'll use Spirit of Corellia, Antilles said, naming the CC 7700 frigate Bell had brought with her. She's further from Reaper. She'll put her gravwell up in 4 minutes exactly. That was barely enough time to get clear of Abreden's orbit. Carson asked, Can't spare any more time, General. I'm sorry. Antilles shook his head. If you get stuck, form around Spirit and try to hold off attacks as long as you can. Don't think you have to sacrifice yourselves. Just delay Reaper for as long as you can. General Abot, you'll be senior officer once Bell and I leave. When you think things look bad, tell Spirit to drop her drag field and run. Kiori looked like she wanted to shout behind him, but Abot just said, Understood, General. Good hunting at Orinda. The second both holos winked off, Captain Kiori half shouted, Who the criv does he think he is? We? He's your commanding officer, Abot snapped, then raised his voice. Helm, get us out of this gravwell as fast as you can. Go. Charnak shuddered as they turned and flared engines. Lusankaya and her support cruisers, so small by comparison, loomed in the far distance. Reaper couldn't be seen from their position, but Abot could make out the gray wedges of the two destroyers that had been attacking Lusankaya. General, Kiori called, Captain Carson reports a devastator coming out of the atmosphere. They're taking fire. Abot hurried over to the tactical holo. Charnak was clearing mid-orbit and might make it out before the time window closed, but Yaquez was suffering barrages from the world devastator now rising from the planet. Worse, the monstrosity was pumping out a stream of those damned robotic Type D fighters. Captain Carson's destroyer was already taking damage and starting to lag behind a bat ship. There was no way Yaquez would make it out in time. If Charnak fled, the two Empires ahead would make short work of it. Abot was surprised by how easily the decision came. Captain Kiori, he said, drop speed and begin firing on that devastator. See if we can't slow it down. The human's jaw dropped. What, General? Do it, Captain. We don't leave allies behind. It sounded good as he said it, but right as he did, Lusankaya, Endurance, and the other support vessels winked into hyperspace on their way to the main brawl. They were on their own now. Reaper's bridge shuddered slightly as the rebel CC 7700 frigate raised its gravity well over the Abreden system, trapping all ships inside. Well done, Antilles Pellaeon muttered, too low to hear. Behind him, Captain Arnef wasn't taking the situation with such aplomb. He snapped, Admiral, I don't understand. That frigate just trapped itself in system with us. Exactly. Antilles is moving on toward another target. Probably Orinda. Orinda. Arnef gaped. Sir, without Reaper. There are still ships at Orinda to defend it, Colonel Riai said from the tactical station. She pointed at the holo and said, Look at that frigate. She's pulling away from the planet, trying to put as much space between herself and Reaper as possible. Antilles wants to buy himself as much time as possible at Gilad Pellaeon said. Captain Arnef, get on the line with Nemesis and Death's Head. Tell them to break off and try to box that frigate in. They can't get close before we can. Arnef frowned at the holo. Sir, they're both moving to engage the two rebel ships left behind. Ignore them? Calm the Devastator down there and tell it to let them escape. Admiral, those cruisers can still pack a punch against Nemesis and Death's Head, Riaj reminded him. That's only if they're ready to brawl. I'm sure their main goal is to protect that interdiction frigate. Captain Arnef, relay my order. Yes, sir. The man snapped a reluctant salute and moved off. Riaj settled on Pellaeon's side and said in a lowered voice, Is this what you planned on, Gilad? Getting stuck here while Lusankaya pounds Orinda. No. I thought Antilles would try something like this, and I wanted to box Lusankaya into Abreden's orbit and keep this from happening. That's why I dropped us out of hyperspace on a vector he wasn't expecting. Riaj thought a moment. You weren't expecting two interdictors. That's right, Pellaeon allowed. But what's done is done. We can still catch up to him at Orinda. Should we call Rogers now? Pellaeon hesitated. Dominion was his grand surprise, and he wanted to save it until it was absolutely necessary. The Bellator-class destroyer was more powerful than anything the rebels had except, of course, Lusankaya. Antilles' flagship would be able to outfight it even with Rampart and the other destroyers helping Rogers. For a moment he thought of Lusankaya dropping out of hyperspace right on top of his beloved Chimera. It almost pained him as much as the thought of Minor Devis getting shot down by some rebel snub fighter, but he'd been watching the 181st closely, and was relieved that hadn't happened so far. But he knew he couldn't keep the 181st out of the fight any more than he could protect Chimera. In a battle this tight, with such high stakes, he had to risk every resource at his disposal. Rogers stays where he is now, Pellaeon said firmly. Riaj looked disappointed. Orinda's planetary defenses are still being rebuilt. Antilles can wreak a lot of damage with Lusankaya. Then we won't give him time to do it. Captain Arnev, Pellaeon called. Get me aligned with Colonel Fenner. Tell him I have a very important mission for him. Ensign Chanaithal sucked in breath as Lusankaya plunged into Orinda's orbit. Above the crew pit, Antilles stalked the center aisle of the bridge like a naval commander from an old holodrama. Communications, he said. Get me aligned with Orinda's governor. Forward batteries, scope out the surface. Locate and target all defensive batteries and ion cannons on the northwest continent. Anti-starfighter turrets, prepare for incoming. Naithal quickly complied. A group of scout ships raced ahead and relayed their telemetry directly to Lusankia's gunner computer. The detailed topographic map of Orinda's largest continent resolved on her targeting computer, along with markers denoting the shield generators over Orinda's major cities as well as the ion cannon and long-range turbolaser emplacements. Lusankaya's computers already retained information about Orinda's defenses from its time as a New Republic possession, and the data from the scout ships seemed to confirm that the Imperials hadn't changed anything much in the past 6 months. It made Naithal feel better about her job, but her spirit dampened as she heard voices ricochet over her head. Two Impars coming to meet us. They've also got an old destroyer, Secular class. She's pumping out Howl runners and droid fighters now. Shields up over the capital. Weapons going hot. Guns, target the offensive stations on the ground and open fire. Come, where's the governor? That was Antilles' voice, clip and calm. Not responding, sir. General, we're being held by the carrier. Identifies herself as Rampart. Don't respond. All ships, launch fighter screens. Except for Endurance, tell Bell to stay close to us. Weapons, fire when ready. Naithal didn't understand why Antilles was refusing hails from Rampart, but it didn't matter. She adjusted her aim, wrapped both webbed hands around the gunnery controls, and opened fire. 12 kilometers away, Lusankaya's forward guns thundered. Spears of green turbolaster fire broke through Orinda's atmosphere. While their energy dissipated over long distances, the plasma weapons were unaffected by wind or aerial disturbances, unlike projectile weapons. They flew straight to their target. Naithal's heart surged as the planet's defensive cannons began to burst, one after another. For a moment, she wondered whether those cannons were being manned by Imperials or by local Orinda citizens who had, just 6 months ago, manned those same stations for the Republic against the Empire. She supposed it didn't matter. Back then, the planetary government had been shocked into surrender by Reaper's unexpected arrival. This time its defenders, Imperial or local, would have a battle plan, and they would stick to it. Every cannon Naithal destroyed meant Republic lives saved. The gunnery section commander gave further orders, directing certain gunnery sections to fire on specific installations. Within 15 minutes of steady bombardment, Naithal and the other gunners had reduced Orinda's main defenses to slag. The Mon Cal vessels Poesy and Mauna Laura were pulling ahead to intercept 2 of the Star Destroyers, while Lusankai herself took up a steady place orbit directly over Orinda's main continent, as if daring Rampart or any of the other Imperial ships to engage in direct combat when it could so easily reduce the whole city to slag. The Imperials were many things, but they weren't fooled. They knew no other ship but Reaper would be able to survive a fight with Lusankaya, and Reaper was still trapped at Attrition. In the end, it would come down to how long the local governor was willing to hold out in hope of Pellaeon's arrival. Lusankaya's captain ordered all forward guns to cease fire. Nithel took her hands off the controls, sat back, breathed deeply, listened. The anti-starfighter guns were still firing, and she heard reports of various fighter units falling back to defend Lusankaya's bridge from suicidal runs by the droid ties. She couldn't see out the viewport from her position in the crew pit, and the flash of outside explosions spilled across the deck. She felt a spike of helplessness. Well, she thought, at least there wouldn't be any devastators to worry about. Tycho rolled behind the nearest TIE fighter and pumped quad laser blasts into its spherical hull. The craft exploded without even trying to evade. Beside him, Crawl Neville destroyed two more with another quad-linked blast. These things aren't worth wasting torps on, the Corran said. Don't be too sure of that. When they want to dance, they can dance. Tycho pulled his control stick back and rose high over Lusankaya's superstructure. Neville followed, and Enery and Panet followed behind them. They keep throwing themselves at Lusankaya, Enery commented. It's like they're just hoping to get lucky. That seemed to be the strategy thus far. These droid fighters seem to have taken the Imperial policy of disposability to a new level. With the World Devastator still gobbling up resources and pumping out war machines, he supposed it was a viable plan, but without them the campaign would be playing out very differently. Tycho's flight pulled higher above Lusankaya and wheeled about to face the planet again. The Superstar Destroyer had taken out the planet's main defenses in a matter of minutes, which must have been on the line with the planet's governor now, trying to convince him to surrender. There was no reason to expect the Imp ships in orbit to respect that surrender declaration, but it would be the first step in securing the planet. Poesy and Mauna Laura had moved to engage two of the Imp stars, while a third hovered close to the broad, 2-kilometer-long Secutor-class ship. With Reaper out of the picture, it was the largest Imperial vessel over Arenda and the centerpiece of its defensive posture. If they took it out, the governor down on Arenda would probably be much more likely to give in. Tycho was about to con the bridge and ask permission to spearhead an offensive against the carrier when the bridge called him instead. Rogue Leader, this is Lusankaya, a female voice said in his ear. Standing by. What's your status, Rogue Leader? We're okay, Lusankaya. Lost one ship down at Attrition. 10 fighters left. Arndith had been taken out fighting the 181st. That meant one more letter to write if they got through this. Tycho was ashamed by how little he'd known about the Ishi tip. Rogue Leader, General Antilles wants you to form up with Nave and Slash squadrons and head for Rampart. We're sending the Dornian ships with you. Is that the carrier? That's right. Understood. Take it out. He thought they'd need at least one of the Mon Cal ships for a fight like that. Negative, Rogue Leader. Sensors show they've just launched XG-1 Starwing missile boats. Intercept and destroy. Affirmative will do, Tycho said, and snapped the connection off just before he swore aloud. The rogues had tangled with XG-1S only once this campaign, during the engagement at Travel Packer. Like the TIE fighters, they were something Pellaeon had apparently dug out of some hidden storehouse in the deep core. Unlike them, the Starwings were anything but disposable. They carried heavy payloads and were made to target capital ships. Unlike New Republic K-Wings, they were also small and fast and didn't require fighter cover. All rogues, he called, on my tail. We've got Starwings to take down. He heard gasps and a few muffled swears, then added, look on the bright side. At least we don't have to tangle with the 181st. The rogues joined the formations of E and A wing streaking toward Rampart. The diamond-shaped carrier, topped by twin command towers like an old Clone Wars destroyer, loomed ahead. The destroyer on his flank moved forward as if to intercept, and without looking at his scanners, Tycho could see several flights of flat, rectangular I-7 Hull Runner fighters drop from his hangar bay and race toward them. Better than droid fighters, he muttered, then switched his comlink channel. Nave Leader, Do you see those Howl Runners? Affirmative, Rogue Leader. Think you can take him out for us? We'll help slash with the Starwings. There was a hesitant pause, but Nave Leader acquiesced. Understood. We'll keep them off your backs. Thanks, Nave Leader, Tycho said. First called, fist claimed. As the Ewings broke formation and dashed for the Imperial vessels, the rogues fell in behind the A-Wings. He could see the Starwings on his sensors now and spotted a few formations against the pale backdrop of Rampart's hull. With 3 long wings, they looked like miniature Lambda-class shuttles if you ignored the rectangular missile launchers flanking the cockpit on either side. Okay, rogues, select targets, he called. The A-Wings were already releasing their first volley. They broke formation as soon as they fired, and Tycho shouted, "Mark," as soon as the path was clear. A second wave of proton torpedoes raced after the first. The Starwings didn't scatter. Their forward cannons darted laser blasts ahead, catching more than a few of the approaching projectiles. When the torps got close enough to impact, the Starwings' shields absorbed more, but a few unlucky ships had their shields falter under impact, allowing shrapnel, or even whole, warheads to slip through. Each Starwing had a heavy payload, making each additional explosion especially spectacular. To Tycho's surprise, the Starwings didn't break formation. They just kept on racing toward Lusankaya. The rogues and the slashes dropped behind the craft just as some of the I-7 Howl Runners slipped past Nave Squadron. The X-Wings and A-Wings both had to break pursuit of the Starwings in order to dance with the Howl Runners. It quickly devolved into a messy, awkward tangle. Inri and Panet broke formation, and Neville barely managed to cling to Tycho's aft as they tried to shake a pair of Howl Runners. Help came in the form of Hobby and Alan Varth, who pummeled both Imperial snub fighters with laser blasts until they burst. All rogues, Tycho called, after the Starwings. Now. The ships were already getting close to firing range of Lusankaya, and the Superstar Destroyer's defenses were already overwhelmed with so many droid TIE fighters. Thankfully, Swift and Nave squadrons were able to clear up the remaining Howl Runners and rush to help. The Starwings only broke into evasive maneuvers when the A-Wings fired off another round of torpedoes. When the X and O-Wings added their fire, they lit up the space ahead of Lusankia's bow. All those missiles caches going off made for a gorgeous light show, but it also messed with Tycho's scanners. Can we get a mark on the Starwings left? He called. Anyone? Does anyone have sensors clear? We've got them, Rogue Leader, Swift Leader reported. Commencing cleanup now. As Tycho and his flight races over Lusankaya's nose, he scanned the battlefield with his eyes and his clearing sensors. The destroyer's and TIE fighter batteries were lighting up space all over, and TIE D fighters nimbly tried to avoid so many blasts. Tycho almost felt better when he spotted the distinctive glow of 2 Starwings engines dead ahead, racing low against Lusankaya's superstructure as they made a straight shot for her command tower. One flight on me, Tycho called, and without explanation he gunned his engines and dipped low. Anti-fighter flak burst on all sides, and he prayed a silent prayer that Lusankaya's defensive gunners wouldn't frag him. Through the flashes he still saw the Starwings engine flare straight ahead. Rogue Leader, I've got a lock on the target, Inri said. 2-4, are you locked onto the Starwings? Tycho asked Neville and Panet. When both pilots clicked affirmative, he said, double shots. Mark. 8 crimson-trailed proton torpedoes lanced ahead. The Starwings, so intent on staying close above Lusankaya's shields, didn't seem to notice them until seconds before they hit. One tried to juke away, the other burst spectacularly. Too spectacularly. The debris and flame bounced off Lusankaya's shields and flared in Tycho's face. He heard Panet give a yelp as 4 X-Wings raced through the inferno and came out blind. Hold steady, Tycho called. Hold you fighters. I'm hit. Neville cried. Must have been shrapnel. Eject 2. Eject. Something flashed to his port side, and he glimpsed the fiery nose of an X-Wing smash into Lusankaya's shields. Did he get out? Tycho asked frantically. I see him, Inri said. He ejected. I'm picking up droid fighters incoming, said Packet. Tycho was about to order them to brake when he saw that familiar engine glow, still straight ahead. 3-4, get the fighters. Keep them from Neville and call for a pickup. Enery and Paget clicked affirmative. Tycho hated to leave them in the lurch, and Neville EV, but that last Starling was approaching Lusankaya's command tower fast. He could see TIE fighters ramming themselves into his flickering defensive shields ahead, trying to overload it. That Starling, still heavy with payload, might actually be able to punch through. Tycho gunned his engines and pushed forward until he could drop reticules on the Starling. Laser blasts sprang forward and danced on the vessel's aft shields. It didn't pull back. It was too close to the command tower and refused to abort his run. Tycho sprayed laser fire against his aft shields one more time, then triggered 2 more torps. They lanced forward. One impacted on the shields, the second stabbed through and detonated the Starling's payload. Tycho pulled up hard to avoid the fireball and whipped past the edge of the command turret. Tycho immediately commanded Lusankaya's bridge. Is General Antilles there? He's, still negotiating, rogue leader. Well, tell him he's welcome, Tycho said, and snapped and connection off. Laughing to himself like a giddy idiot, he soared upward to join the rest of the rogues. Turfinner slipped his TIE Defender down the narrow space between Nemesis and Death's Head. His pilots trailed behind him in a long line of 1s and 2s. Ahead, past the pointed gray bulls of both Star Destroyers, the 2 big rebel ships were attempting to shield their interdictor. It needed all the protection it could get. The CC-7700 was a lightly armored support craft. The other drag ship the rebels had brought with them, a heavy Moncal cruiser, could have held his own better, but Antilles had taken it with him to Arenda. Leaving 3 ships alone with the Superstar Destroyer was an uncharacteristically ruthless move by Antilles, and he doubted if the crew of the 3 rebel ships in front of him liked being left dangling like bait on hooks. As he cleared Nemesis' bow, Finner checked his scanners. Pellaeon was leaving the battle to the other ships and pulling Reaper as far away from a breeding as he could. He was clearly vectoring toward Arenda itself and preparing to jump the moment the CC-7700 was either destroyed or dropped its gravity well. It was a tactically sound decision, but Finner didn't like being left dangling either. All ships, he called, form flights. Head straight between the rebel ships and arm torpedoes to attack the drag ship. Lead, I'm picking up a heavy fighter screen, Devis reported. Punch through it, Red Leader. Don't look back. Understood, sir. It would be a hard and painful punch, but every minute they spent trapped over Arbreeden was another minute Antilles had to beat Arenda into submission. The space between the Rebel and Imperial ships was aglow with lancing turbolaser fire. The 181st continued its narrow path between the plasma bursts and cut straight into the enemy fighter screen. X-Wings and A-Wings whipped past, splattering laser fire on his forward shields. A few popped out torpedoes, and he did his best to pick them off with his lasers, but he didn't turn, and didn't stop, not even as a half-dozen of his pilots winked off the sensor screen behind him. Suddenly it all fell away. The fighter screen was gone as the interdiction frigate loomed ahead of them, vulnerable. Leader, we have A-Wings in pursuit, Lieutenant Cerulean reported. Go lead, take your squadron, and hold them off. Everyone else on me. Cerulean clicked her affirmative and spun her squadron around to face the enemy rush. Finner still didn't slow. The frigate sent out defensive cannon fire to ward off the TIE defenders, and he jerked his craft back and forth in small, dodging slides, but never took his targeting reticule off the bow of the ship. All fighters, mark target and arm torpedoes, Finner said. Stand by to fire. He waited as the ship drew closer, took one breath, 2, 3. Fire, he called, and torpedoes lanced forward from the wave of TIE defenders. The frigate's shields absorbed the first wave, and the second, but the third wave of torps from Green's squadron broke through and began tearing up the hull. Finner and his fighters scattered and pulled away before slamming into the ship, but he pulled his joystick tight against his chest and wheeled around for another pass. All fighters, he called, targets of opportunity. Bring it down. His pilots didn't hesitate to comply. Their torpedoes tore through the frigate's shuttering shields, one after another, and tore fiery geysers through his hull. Fenrir didn't feel the G-force strain of a gravity well shutting off and, surprised at the frigate's resilience, raced past its bow and spun forward for one more pass at its bridge. In the distance, he saw explosions bursting against the engine glow of the two rebel cruisers, marks of Gold Squadron's delaying stand. Syrian was keeping their backs clean, no matter the attrition to her people. Fenrir completed his turn and charged the interdictor head-on. By now, all his shields seemed to have failed, and his defensive guns struggled to fire. He dropped his targeting reticule on the light emanating from the command deck and thumbed the trigger. He pulled away too soon to see it, but he knew his shot flew true. As he jumped over the frigate's back, he felt the shudder of a dying interdiction field shake him against his cockpit seat. Immediately, a voice came over his headset. "All vessels, the gravity well is down." "Repeat, the gravity well is down. Reaper is outbound for Orinda." Fenrir spun his ship around to face the rebel cruisers. The firefight around them seemed to have died already. "They're withdrawing fighters," Cerulean reported. Fenrir could already see the two rebel capital ships turning their bows and changing vectors toward Orinda. Nemesis and Death's Head pulled forward as if to get in a final attack, but the rebel ships kept their shields up until they both winked into hyperspace. A few starfighters lingered for a second longer before they, too, flashed into nothing. The same voice as before said, "Death's Head, join Reaper at Orinda. Nemesis, remain here to guard Breeden." Fenrir didn't bother to ask what his orders were. He didn't need telling. A second later, the voice said, "All ships from the 181st Fighter Wing are to jump to Orinda immediately." Fenrir had already started to warm his hyperdrive engines and form up with the rest of his fighters. The sideshow was over, and they were all eager to get on to the main fight. Any sense of triumph Gilad Pellaeon might have felt as Reaper reverted to real space over Orinda was immediately quashed by the sight of one of his star destroyers reduced to fiery slag between two Mon Cal ships. For a second, he was afraid Chimera herself had been destroyed and rushed over the tactical station to find out. He was relieved to find it was Stormhawk. Instead, that had been broken, but it was small relief. Stormhawk and her captain had served loyally under Grand Admiral Thrawn when other ships would not. They deserved a better fate than what they'd gotten. Now, at least, he was finally in a position to enact retribution. "Captain Arnef," he called, "begin deploying fighters." "Yes, Admiral." "What targets?" He looked over the tactical display once more. Chimera still hung off Rampart's port side, and as yet the rebels hadn't made to attack the pair of destroyers, though the two Dornian gunships sat between them and Lusankaya to ward off whatever fighters or bombers Rampart might yet launch. The rebel star destroyer that had fled Breeden had just arrived and also seemed to be heading toward Rampart. Now that Stormhawk was down, the two Mon Cal cruisers were directing their attacks on Right to Rule. Pellaeon decided salvaging that vessel was the top priority and said, "Send 3 squads of Howl Runners and 2 Scimitar squads to cover Right to Rule. Tell Captain Harbit to help." "And us, sir?" He glanced at the viewport, where Lusankaya's long, narrow profile cut a dark line across the face of Orinda. "Take us in. It's time to engage Antilles." As Arnef went off to relay orders, Riaj appeared beside Pellaeon. She studied the tactical holo for a moment, then asked, "When do you want to call in Rogris?" "Not quite yet." Riaj wanted to object. Pellaeon could see it on her face and understand why. With Right to Rule and Stormhawk out of the fighting, and Rampart and Chimera walled off, Antilles would be able to throw his own superstar destroyer and a half-dozen other capital ships at Reaper, giving him a decisive advantage. That was, of course, the point. The general himself clearly realized that. He was already pushing Lusankaya into Orinda's outer orbit and turning one broadside to better face the other superstar destroyer. "Admiral Pellaeon," the comm officer called, "Colonel Fenrir is requesting permission to engage Lusankaya." "Permission denied," Pellaeon said firmly. "Tell him to direct his attacks on those Dornian gunships. If he can clear them out of the way, Rampart and Chimera have a clear shot at Lusankaya. Yes, sir. Fenner would grouse over being denied the glamorous fight, but he'd get over it soon enough. Reaper and Lusankaya drove toward one another from opposite directions. Soon they grew close enough to pass broadsides. Reaper threw her starboard shields to full power to absorb the constant stream of green turbo laser blasts thrown at her. She responded in turn, washing energy across Lusankaya's port shields. The other ships in the fight, the starfighters and support craft and heavy cruisers, all cleared the space between the two giant craft. As the Mon-Cal cruisers and their little Corellian gunships pulled back to engage right to Rule and Death's Head, the Dornine cruiser and the new rebel fleet carrier pulled further away from Lusankaya and settled above her bow. Riad said, "Admiral, I see them, Malgren. I see them. That carrier doesn't seem to have emptied its berths yet. They'll be attempting a tactical strike." "I know, Malgren. Gilad, if there's a time too." "I know." Pellaeon allowed a tight smile beneath his mustache and turned to the communication station. "Come, send Admiral Rogers the signal. Tell him to bring his friends." Charnak's bridge had dropped into an astonished silence as her crew watched the space below them glow bright with 19 kilometers of explosions and turbolaser fire. Captain Kiori stood at the front viewport, looking as far down as she could from the command deck, watching the two giant star destroyers pummel each other's shields. Abot was right at her side, and though he did a better job of hiding his amazement than the young human woman, he'd never seen anything like this exchange in his long career, and he knew he'd never forget the sight. Charnak sat above the fray along with Admiral Bell's endurance, and through his awe he remembered that if Bell was going to drop her bombers and fighters for a critical strike at Reaper, the time was now. The Superstar Destroyer's command bridge had passed beneath them and would get further away by the minute. He pulled himself away from the viewport and went over to the comm station, where he requested a link to Endurance. A moment later, Bell's holoimage appeared in front of him. "Admiral Bell," he said, "you need to deploy your fighters now." "Just a minute," Bell said, before Static tore up her image. She appeared again a half-second later, saying, "Have approval from Antilles. Moving in now. Hold your position, General." Before he could say anything, the image died. Abot stalked back to the viewport. He could get a better understanding of the fight from the tactical holo, but he needed to see this with his own eyes. Endurance was dropping closer, putting herself near the laser-lit gap between Lusankaya's bow and Reaper's stern. "She needs to drop her fighters," Kiori muttered beside him. "She wants to give them cover until they're right within striking range. Reaper barely has any fighter shield. She should drop them now." He wanted to scold Kiori, tell her to trust the Admiral, but she was right. Bell was holding on to her fighters for too long. Suddenly the tactical officer called, "Captain, General, we have incoming." "Incoming where?" Abot asked, but before he got his answer, Kiori grabbed his arm and spun him back to the viewport. He followed her pointed finger up to see the long, white, narrow wedge of a star destroyer directly above them. It was far larger than the standard Imperial class, larger than anything he'd even seen save the ones brawling beneath him right then. Beyond that ship he saw 6 more smaller wedges in a tight formation, each one swelling with gravity well generators. The second he processed it all, the big star destroyer opened fire. "Fall back!" Abot shouted. "Pull us out." "Out." The entire deck trembled as Charnak's shield struggled to withstand the rain of turbolaser fire from above. As the cruiser reversed course, Abot looked back down at Reaper and Lusankaya, just in time to see 2 streams of fire from 2 different superstar destroyers converge on Admiral Bell's carrier. Endurance didn't stand a chance. Reaper tore a flaming hole in her starboard side while the new star destroyer vaporized her command tower with a wave of concussion missiles. There was another set of explosions, brighter than before, and Endurance was gone, taking a complete fighter wing with her. It all changed so fast, Tycho Celsiu had no idea what to think. "Oh, Kark," Paget was saying over his headset. "Where did that thing come from?" "What is that, lead?" asked Gavin. It's not as big as Reaper, but... Tycho scoured his memory even as he pulled his X-Wing away from the long, gray, humpback Star Destroyer. Bellator class, I think. Where did Pellaeon get it? Did we know about this? Tycho. I don't think so. Calling this a critical intelligence failure was putting it mildly. It had already become a fatally catastrophic one. Those drag ships just brought their grav wells online, Hobby reported. We're trapped. The rogues were in X-Wings. They could run to the edge of the grav well and probably make it. Right now, those 6 cruisers were still clumped together above the big Bellator-class ship, and until they spread out, their interdiction fields weren't much bigger than what a single ship produced. If the ships had time to spread out, though, their overlapping fields could conceivably raise a drag field over half the system. The rogues weren't trapped, not yet. Wedge was trapped. Reaper was still blasting his broadside, and the new destroyer was dropping in from above with all guns blazing. Endurance had been vaporized in an instant. Charnak had barely managed to slip away without being cut to pieces. Lusankaya had no place to run. But even as he thought it, Wedge's massive superstar destroyer began to pivot. To his shock, it spun its nose toward Reaper's aft. Its engine strained as it dove beneath the vessel's blazing red thrusters, popping laser blasts upward as it went. "Oh, Wedge," Tycho gasped. "That's a Star Destroyer, not a Griffin X-Wing." But as mad as the maneuver was, it was the only one Wedge had left. But cutting close beneath Reaper's hull, he managed to interpose Pellaeon's flagship between himself and the new vessels. Using Reaper as a shield was a way to stall for time, but they need a lot more to run to the edge of the interdiction field. The Bellator class struggled to maneuver around the wreckage of Endurance while the interdictors themselves retained their tight formation high above. The gravitational pull of all those generators would suck in what was left of Admiral Bell's ship and could potentially rip apart their hulls. "Tycho, what do we do?" Gavin's voice was desperate, pleading. He sounded so young again. Tycho didn't know. He didn't even bother to try calling Wedge. The man was barely holding his ship together now. He rode his X-Wing away from the Star Destroyers to get a better look, and the rogues followed. He spotted the Mon Cal cruiser Poesy creep toward the interdictors while Monolora, Viridian, Cerulean, and a host of fighters tried to hold back one of the Empires that had arrived with Reaper. Tycho didn't know what one Mon Cal ship could do against 6 other ships, but tackling the interdictors was the only way any of them would get out alive. "Okay, rogues, let's go tackle those drag ships," he said, and pitched his fighter into a steep upward curve that would keep him well clear of the second Superstar Destroyer. "Tackle them how?" Hobby asked. "There's 6 of them. What are we gonna use?" Prayer, Tycho thought. It was all they had. Turfender rolled his TIE Defender away from the Rebel Star Destroyer and spun it to face the conflagration in Arenda's outer orbit. Pellaeon's plan had gone off, but Antilles had reacted with expected ingenuity. By slipping beneath Reaper, he blocked himself away from Dominion's attacks, narrowing the fight to another one-on-one slugfest between Superstar Destroyers. 7 Rebel capital ships were making a desperate strike at the interdictors, but Captain Harbit was taking death's head to engage them. "Colonel," Lieutenant Belkerin said, "I'm picking up lots of snub fighters, headed for Death's Head and the drag ships." "What kind?" "Looks like some A-Wings and U-Wings. X-Wings in the lead." "Rogue Squadron," Devis said. "It has to be." It wasn't a leap in logic. Only the rogues would be bold enough to charge 6 interdictor cruisers and 1 full Star Destroyer. In this case, though, desperation was as much motivation as anything. Fighting wouldn't break them out of Pellaeon's trap, but it would give the rebels the illusion of hope until Reaper and Dominion could flank Lusankaya on either side and crush it between them. After them, Fenrir called and pulled his fighter into a steep climb. A-Bot leaned close over the communications console, straining to hear Captain Carson's words above the uncharacteristic clamor on Charnak's bridge. "We'll reach your position in 5 minutes," Carson's blue holoimage was saying. "Your gunships too." "Lusankaya is barely holding her own against Reaper," A-Bot said. "Poesy and the other support ships are attacking the interdictors, but I don't know what good it will do." None of us are going anywhere with the drag filled up, Carson reminded him. We have to do something. General, Captain Kiori said. Suddenly at this side, the other big destroyer is on the move. A-Bot braced himself. Where? She's pulling away from Reaper, toward the drag ships. Carson clearly overheard. She's going after Poesy, he said. A-Bot didn't have to look out the viewport or at a tactical holo to know his ship's position. We can intercept before it gets there. Together, we can at least slow it down. Even through the flickering holo, he could see the grim severity settle on Carson's face. Best get to it, then. Yak ass out. The holo winked out. A-Bot looked beside him at Kiori. We won't last long against that superstar destroyer, she said. We won't last long no matter what we do, but if they take us down, I want them to remember us. I want to make them hurt. Kiori nodded. Giving hurt was the only reason she had left. As she spun off to relay orders, A-Bot dared look out the forward viewport. They begun to spin toward the planet, toward the humpbacked gray dagger, 7 kilometers long and bristling with weapons. No, even with Carson and the 2 gunships, they wouldn't last long. Charnak lurched forward anyway. 30 seconds later, her gun barrels opened and delivered the first volley of hurt. As Turfiner soared toward the 6 interdictors, still hunched in a tight diamond formation at the rebel cruiser and gunships nipped at them from all sides, a half-familiar voice crackled in his ear. Colonel Fenrir, it said, this is Dominion. I heard you, Admiral. If Rogers himself was calling, something had gone wrong. As he glanced at his scanners, Rogers said, the rebels have caught us in a pincer. We'll be delayed getting to your position. Understood, sir. We'll clear out as many rebels as we can until you get here. Thank you, Colonel. You can depend on us, sir. Good. Dominion out. Fenrir turned his craft to one side, good enough to get a good sideways look out his viewport. Dominion's long wedge was caught in a pincer attack, just as Rogers had said, the heavy Dornian cruiser off the starboard bow, the captured Star Destroyer on the port side, with 2 more gunships making strafing runs. None of that was enough to hold Dominion for long. As he spun his ship back toward his target, it was clear the rebels intended to go down fighting fierce. They'd encircled the interdictors, pushing them tighter together. The big Mon Cal cruiser had swung to deliver heavy missile barrages on one interdictor even as Death's head plunged toward her other side. It had no place to run and no room to fight. The rebel fighters, though, were swarming around the other drag ships. He spotted the squadron of X-Wings flying cover for the skinny Mon Cal frigate and knew what to do. He ordered, Gold Squad, Green Squad, help Death's Head pop that cruiser. Red and Blue Squads, with me. We're going to break that frigate. His squad leaders clicked affirmative. 24 TIE defenders kicked ahead toward the frigate, which was already taking fire from the 2 interdictors it had placed itself within firing range of. The long M30 model packed a good punch for a ship its size, but the only reason it had lasted as long as it had against 2 drag ships was the fighters flying interference for it. As the frigate swelled in his viewport, Fenrir called, Blue Squad, begin strafing runs on the frigate. Red Squad, with me. We're taking on the X-Wings. Yes, sir, Devis said eagerly. The X-Wings saw them coming and pulled back from their strafing runs on the interdictors. Proton torpedoes arced toward them, but the defenders held close formation, snapping off a hail of laser blasts that turned most of the missiles into fiery flower bursts. The remaining few warheads ripped through the shrapnel. Fenrir and Red Squad broke apart, scattered. Fenrir's sensors pinged alarm as one warhead locked onto his exhaust trail. He pulled his fighter into a quick roll, then dove fast toward the frigate. His straight shot allowed the torp to catch up to him faster, and right when it was about to hit, he dove fast around the frigate's narrow midsection. The torp attempted to shift vectors and catch his flank, but instead it slammed into the frigate's shields and exploded. Nice flying, boss, Devis said as his flight settled next to Fenrir's ship. He could sound like a giddy child sometime. Indeed, Fenrir muttered. He checked his scanners. The rogues had broken into 3 fights and were engaging Red Squad. He saw 3 in the lead flight and was dead certain that one belonged to Tycho Selchuk. "On me, Lieutenant," he called, and flew to intercept Selchuk's flight. The rogue pilots saw him coming. Instead of turning their tails to flee, they spun their noses to face him and fired off a spray of red quad laser blasts that lit up his shields, blinding him. "I'm hit," he heard Devis cry. "Full forward fire," Finner shouted. "Now." His ship shuddered as he squeezed the firing trigger and shot blindly into space ahead. The shields scattered clear just in time to see the 4 X-wings peel and break formation. "I lost one stabilizer," Devis said. Damn it." Finner and the other pilots broke formation to chase the X-wings, but Devis' ship shot forward on a straight line toward the green-blue glow of Arinda. "I can't maneuver," Devis shouted. "Engines are frailed." "Eject, Red Leader." Finner snapped. "Get out now." He saw a puff of vapor as Devis' ball cockpit detached from the rest of his spiraling fighter. Then red laser blasts scattered on his shields and blinded him again. "Red Flight, on me," he called. The fight was far from over. It was damned hard to keep Mauna Lora's back clean when the damn 181st kept wanting to dogfight. "Lead, they are starting to overwhelm Alora's shields," Gavin called. Tycho spun toward the frigate just in time to see a group of TIE defenders drop their torps from close range. The first few projectiles exploded on Mauna Lora's shields, but a few more slipped through the flickering energy fields and impacted on the aft quarter of the hull. Tycho winced as he saw her blue thrusters flicker for a moment. This close to the interdictors, she was liable to get pulled in by one if her engines failed. Tycho flicked his comlink to call Mauna Lora, but before he could say anything, the 4 remaining TIE defenders from the flight that had attacked him fell on his tail again. "These guys don't give up," he hissed. Instead of Paget or Enery, a gravelly Mon Cal voice replied, "Say again, Rogue Leader." Tycho dipped his X-wing toward the clump of anti-starfighter turrets on Mauna Lora's back. "I'm flying toward you now. Can you clear these bandits off me?" After a pause, the Mon Cal said, "We see it, Rouge Leader. Pull back in 4.3 seconds. Tycho had no idea how to count 3/10 of a second, but he tried. Those 181st pilots were fiercely intent, even as he dove straight for Mauna Lora's shields. The turrets opened fire a split second before he pulled the joystick back. Their red plasma bolts nearly fried his aft shields as they whipped under his hull and into the faces of the attacking TIE pilots. One defender exploded outright. The other broke formation and scattered as Mauna Lora kept peppering their shields with more anti-starfighter fire. Elation was short-lived. Another group of TIE defenders dropped their torps just as Tycho was pulling away. He saw the flash behind him and said, "Mauna Lora, what's your status?" "Engines, damaged, Rogue Leader. Reverse course now, or you'll get pulled in by a drag ship." "Attempting, stand by." Tycho wheeled around to face the frigate's aft. One engine was already dark. The others were bright but flickering as they strained to reverse course. At the far end of the ship, the nearest interdictor was peppering Mauna Lora's nose with turbolaser fire and threatening to break through his shields. "Lead," Hobby said. "Yaquez and Charnak are damaged. The 2 gunships are gone. That other Super Star Destroyer is moving forward." Tycho swore. The 181st was regrouping, and the SSD's fighters would reach them in minutes. He checked his scanners and saw that Posey's shields were on the brink of collapse as she was squeezed on both sides. He didn't even want to see how Lusankaya was holding up. Then that gravelly Mon Cal voice said in his ear, "Rogue Squadron, fall back. Repeat, clear the area." He didn't understand. Without the fighter screen, the frigate was dead. "Mauna Lora, repeat that." "Get back." Static distorted the voice. He saw the ship lurch forward to the closest interdictor. "What are you doing, Mauna Lora?" "Debris might." "Force drag ships, field." "Tycho," Gavin called. "She's going to ram." Tycho pulled away as fast as he could. The other rogues followed and, after the delayed realization, the 181st pulled back too. Tycho pulled his X-Wing into a broad loop until he had enough range of vision to see Mauna Lora's last moments. Rather than plunge head-on into the heart of the drag ship, the frigate plowed into his nose. The collision seemed intent on providing maximum debris scatter. Mauna Lora's struggling stern swung past the point where both ships collided, even as explosions tore their way to the engine section. When the reactors blew, the ship's twisted wreckage spun toward the open space in the middle of the interdictor formation. As for the drag ship itself, for a moment it seemed like its fall around gravity, while projectors would miraculously survive the explosion. Then its forward missile magazines blew, chewing up the superstructure and starting a chain reaction that ripped the ship into right down the middle. The force of Mauna Lora's impact threw the remains of the interdictor into the middle of the formation, where the remaining 5 ships' artificial gravity started sucking in massive pieces of debris. Interdictors had many pinpoint-accurate guns for the express purpose of shooting down dangerous battle flotsam drawn into their gravity wells. The broken hulls of 2 large capital ships, however, was too much, even as chunks of debris were pulled in 5 directions at once. One drag ship was overwhelmed as the command tower of its sister ship slammed into its shields and tore through them. Shrapnel fell like deadly rain, and speared dozens of holes through its hull. The other 4 ships had no choice. To avoid bringing death upon themselves, all 4 of them shut down their gravity well projectors at once. Tycho didn't need to give the order, but he gave it anyway. All rogues, fall back, fall back. Jump out as soon as you're clear. Go, go, go. As Lusankai's deck rumbled under one barrage after another, Cha Nythel almost resigned herself to death. It was something she hadn't been able to do even 2 years ago, when those damned world devastators fell from the skies and devoured her home city. She tried to tell herself that at least now she was fighting them. She had done everything she could to harm them. There was a moral victory, at least. But in the end, the Imperials had outsmarted and outfought them at Arinda, and death on Lusankaya, under a hail of Reaper's turbolaser fire, would only be humiliation. She wanted to weep and shout at once. She was about ready to slam her webbed fists into the console until they bled when the entire ship shuddered, a different kind of shudder, almost like the one they felt when Pellaeon had sprung his trap. She should have known what it was, but it took a moment for her reluctant mind to process her sudden salvation. Above her head, someone shouted it clearly. That drag feels down. Helm, get us out of here. Antilles said. There was no mistaking the panic in his voice. Panic from Wedge Antilles, the great hero. Nythel felt strangely relieved by that. The ship shuddered as his engines pushed it away from Arinda. Nythel looked to the gunnery lieutenant and asked, "How close are we to the edge of Arinda's gravwell?" "Not close enough," her superior grimaced as another volley from Reaper shook the ship. To die now, so close to miraculous escape, would be cruelest of all. Nythel hated being stuck here in the crew pit, blind and helpless even as she controlled the guns of the greatest warship in the galaxy. She had to be stronger than that. She had to be in control. She had to at least know what the devil was going on. Nythel clambered to the ladder at the end of the crew pit. Her section chief called after her, but she barely noticed. She pulled herself up the ladder with shaking hands. The ship lurched when she got on top, and she half sprawled across the deck. She pushed herself upright, blinked her big eyes, looked around. Nobody was looking at her. They all stared ahead at the broad field of stars, broken intermittently by flashes from Reaper's turbolasers. A humming sound seemed to rise from the heart of the ship. Nythel breathed in deep. Lusankaya shuddered one more time, then star points because beautiful straight lines, and they plunged into the blessed infinity of hyperspace. After the remaining New Republic forces fell back to Keilera, they began the long, ugly task of patching up their battle damage and shifting through their grief. Tycho was glad that Krall Neville, at least, had been recovered from the fray over Arinda, and the first thing he did after getting out of his X-Wing was go to the medical wing to see the Quarren floating in a back-to-tank. According to the medic, Neville wouldn't be there long. His damage was relatively minor, and there was a long queue of wounded who needed a turn. After that, Tycho went to find Wedge. He went to the bridge and talked to the first officer, who directed him to the quartermaster, who directed him, finally, to Wedge's personal quarters. When he got there, Tycho almost didn't ring the doorbell. He knew his friend well enough to image the kind of grief he must be in, and wasn't sure if he should intrude. But if Wedge wanted him to leave, Wedge would say so, and Tycho would leave. And if Wedge wanted him to stay, he would do that too. When he rang the bell, he was beckoned in. He found Wedge sitting at the table in his cabin's kitchen, staring at an unopened bottle of Corellian brandy. Tycho took the seat opposite him and asked softly, "How are you holding up? How do you think?" Wedge didn't look up at him. After a long and pregnant pause, Tycho asked, "Have you talked to Fleet Command yet?" Wedge nodded slightly. "We'll be staying at Kyler until..." He trailed off. Tycho ventured, "Until they decide what's next." "I never wanted this command," Wedge said softly. "I never wanted any of this. I just wanted to fly an X-Wing. That's it. Nothing else. It's so much simpler. You're not responsible for all those people." Tycho wanted to tell Wedge it wasn't his fault. He knew Wedge wouldn't believe him. He wasn't even entirely sure if it was true, though he was ashamed to think that. "We all underestimated Pellaeon," Tycho said. "And we had no idea he had another superstar destroyer. I didn't pick up a clue. We were all flying into this blind. After this, we're just going to have to step back and regroup. Think long and hard about what we want to do with the war, our careers, everything." "Everything," Wedge echoed. Impossible as it seemed, his expression got even more grim. Tycho knew what he was thinking. "Have you tried calling QWI yet?" He shook his head. "No. I have no idea what I can tell her. I can't talk about this with QWI, Tycho. It's not her world. She can't understand this." Tycho didn't say anything. He had nothing to correct, nothing to add. Wedge reached out to touch the neck of the brandy bottle. He didn't look like he had the energy to even lift it. After staring into his amber glass for what seemed like forever, his grip tightened. Just when Tycho thought he was going to push off the cap, he shoved it hard across the table. It nearly fell into Tycho's arms. "Give me a warning next time, will you?" I almost dropped it. Wedge didn't seem to care. "It's not going to help." That was true too. Tycho put the bottle on the table, right in front of him, and didn't try to open it. They'd been through disasters before. Alderaan, Hoth, Ciatric, the battles against Thrawn and the Emperor's clone. They both knew that nothing could help, not really, except time. He prayed they'd have enough of it. Gilad Pellaeon stood in his personal quarters on Reaper, looking into the holographic face of Admiral Terran Rogris. The projector here was much better than the one on the bridge. He could see the tired slackness in Rogris' face, the empty look in his eyes. He wondered if the other admiral saw the same in him. "We should be able to salvage the damaged interdictor," Rogris was saying. "However, it's going to take some time to repair." "I understand that," Pellaeon said. "I'll see that it's done." "Thank you, sir. You should know I received a message from the Moff Council less than an hour ago." "Really?" "I'm sure they were thrilled." Rogris sounded anything but. "They are, in fact. They wanted me to relay congratulations to you personally. They give you a good deal of credit for turning the battle. I suppose that means they'll want to launch the offensive further. It's possible, though right now they're also looking to expand Imperial political influence along the border regions at places like Adumar." Pellaeon was glad the Moffs were showing some similitude of good sense by not pressing for some full-scale invasion of Republic space that would critically overextend Imperial resources. He wondered how long it would last. Rogris squared his shoulders and said, "Admiral, I want to personally apologize for allowing Lusankaya to escape." Pellaeon blinked. He hadn't been expecting that. "It's not your fault, Admiral." "Sir, I was in charge of deployment for the interdictor cruisers. I should have had them spread out sooner, before the rebels could pin them down together." Dominion was in a fierce fighter herself. "No one is holding you accountable." After a second, Rogers nodded. "It's good of you to say that, sir." For a moment they stared at each other through the transmission's electric blur. Pellaeon tried to remember the last time a high Imperial commander had volunteered to take responsibility for a misfortune instead of shoving it off on someone else. He was sure there had been other times, but he couldn't remember any at the moment. They'd been too long ago. Before either of them could say anything, a red light blinked at the bottom of Pellaeon's holo-projector. He said, "I'm sorry, Admiral, but it seems I have another call." "Of course, sir. I need to go oversee post-battle checks on Dominion." "Thank you, Admiral." Rogers blinked, like he couldn't figure out what for. There were too many things for Pellaeon to list, and instead of waiting, he snapped a silent salute. Rogers returned it, then switched his holo off. Pellaeon's projector automatically switched to the incoming cow. He'd barely lowered his hand to his side before he was met by a face he hadn't seen in well over a year, and frankly never expected to see again. The smile on Dala's face was honest and warm as she said, "I heard congratulations are in order, Admiral Pellaeon." Natasy. He couldn't help but smile. "It's good to see you. Where are you?" "Don't bother tracing the call." Dala waved a hand. "I just wanted to talk to you, Gil. I'm not trying to wedge myself back into power. You've handled it better than I ever did. You were the one who pulled what's left of the Empire together again. I have you to thank for that." And he thought, for not gassing him as she had Hersk, Dovardis, Pterodok, and the rest of the bickering warlords in the deep core. It was strange, being so glad to see someone you knew was so ruthless and deadly, but it was also comforting to know he was on Dala's good side. Someone needed to clear out the garbage? She shrugged easily. "However, you know how to keep a superstar destroyer, which automatically makes you better fit for command than me." "Thank you," he said. "I've already gotten praise from the Moths." Her face twisted in contempt. He laughed against himself and added, "They're ebullient, of course, but I tried to temper their enthusiasm." "Don't act humble, Gil. You do it too often. This was a major victory, and it's your victory. Perhaps, but not as big as they're making it out. We still lost 2 capital ships. The rebels lost 4, but they still escaped with most of their fleet. I don't think they'll try to crawl up the Intrala route again. No, but I doubt we've seen Lusankaya for the last time." Dala hummed agreement. "Well, it's a good thing you have 3 superstar destroyers to their 1. Pellaeon's jaw dropped. "I thought you were retired." "I am." Her smile got smug. "That doesn't mean I don't hear things. Very classified things. Oh, don't worry, Gil. I'm not going to spill your secrets to the rebels. Trust me, I wasn't worried about that. Just operational security. I understand. Trust me, I would never do anything to hurt you. You're the last hope the Empire has to stay alive." He wanted to object, but he heard the sincerity in her voice and saw the honest affection in her eyes. It was a little too honest. He shifted, looked aside. "How's Legia?" he asked. "He's well. We're still together. I'm happy for you. Finding a family again, after all you've been through." "I was surprised myself," she admitted, "but the universe is full of surprises." She had no idea, not idea at all. "Thank you for calling, Natasy." "You're welcome." She smiled again. "I'll see you around, Gil." And with that, the holo winked out. Pellaeon stared into the darkness of his room, listened to the silence. After the long and stressful battle, he should have wanted nothing more than sleep, but he knew he couldn't not until he faced what needed to be faced. He left his quarters and made his way through turbolifts and hallways to the medical center. Passing officers saluted him like he was a hero, but he walked like a man on the way to an execution. Once he entered the medical wing, the chief doctor led him to the bed occupied by Minor Devis. He was surprised to see the man sitting upright, with the datapad in his hands. His short black curls were wet against his scalp, and his light brown skin smooth and damp from a recent dip in a Bacta tank. When he'd heard that Devis had been forced to eject from his TIE Defender over Orinda, he'd feared the worst kinds of injuries: hypothermia, damage to the lungs, broken limb. Devis looked like he'd be back flying in a day. Pellaeon didn't know if that was a comfort or not. He didn't say anything, couldn't say anything. He just stood to the side, examining that face, picking out the shape of Helena's eyes and the short jut of her chin, until Devis noticed he was there. "Can I help?" the man started. Then those eyes went wide, big and white against dark skin, just like Helena's. He dropped his datapad into his lap and snapped a salute. "Admiral Pellaeon, sir. I had no idea you were coming. It's an honor." Pellaeon forced himself to say, at ease, "Lieutenant Devis." The words rattled in his throat. "I had no idea you were coming," Devis repeated. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I don't deserve this." "You performed your duty bravely, Lieutenant. Colonel Fenner said great things about you." Devis blinked, like that was hard to believe. "I'm glad to hear that, sir." "Please, no need to." Pellaeon trailed off. He had no idea what to say, what to ask. Devis just stared at him with Helena's eyes, the surprise and joy on his face gradually fading to confusion. He found a string of thought of Grabdick. "I wanted to ask after your family, Lieutenant. Is there anyone who need to be notified that you were injured? A parent, perhaps?" No, sir." Devis shook his head. "My parents are dead." "Your mother too?" Pellaeon wasn't surprised. He'd been trying to put Helena out of his mind for 30 years, but it hurt more than he'd expected it to. Devis' wet brow wrinkled in confusion. "Yes, sir." "May I, ask how she died?" "It was a speeder accident, sir. I was a teenager at the time." "A speeder accident? How mundane for a woman like Helena. How disappointing. All that drive and intelligence and zeal cut short by a damn speeder accident." Given her anti-Imperial feelings, he'd half assumed she'd been dead for years, but she deserved something better, more appropriate, than that. "My father died before I was born," Devis continued. "My mother said he was an officer in the Republic Navy. I always wanted to follow in his footsteps." Something welled deep in Pellaeon's throat. He nodded because he didn't trust himself to speak. "It's been an honor to serve you, sir," Devis said. "I'm glad I could tell you in person." He looked into those eyes, Helena's eyes vivid and real again after 30 long years, and he felt something went in his own. He managed to say, "Thank you for your service," without choking, then turned on his heel and walked out of the medical ward. When he stepped into the empty hallway, the whole ship seemed to spin around him. He steadied himself with one hand against the bulkhead and brushed his eyes with the other. He pulled them away and saw water glisten in the creases of his calloused old hands. He couldn't remember the last time anything had brought him close to tears. Not Thrawn dying, not Endor, but this did it. He heard footsteps down the hall and stood up straight. He blinked the last moisture from his eyes and walked on straight ahead, long steps and square shoulders. The passing troops saluted him. He nodded but didn't break his stride because he knew as he passed they would slow and stare at his back, marveling not at the man but the hero, the symbol, the last hope. He tried to be what they needed, for their sake and his own.